Well, friends, once again, a very good morning to everybody. And I welcome all the participants in the studio here, and also all the participants and my student friends also at various nodal centers to this second day of 5-day program on communication skills. Yesterday, we have covered some important aspects related to the significance and process of communication. Then some aspects related to functional English and oral communication. And then in the afternoon, we covered some important aspects related to non-verbal communication. And today we'll be covering two basics about communication, that is listening skills and writing skills. Right now, we'll be in the morning talking about the writing skills, and then in the afternoon, we'll be talking about listening skills. We also have a session at 11:30 on one important application of communication skills as useful to the teachers, that is classroom communication. That session will be at 11:30, will be taken up by Mrs. Meena Anand. But right now, my dear friends, we will be talking about the writing skills. We have often seen that we lack somewhere, especially when it comes to English, writing in English, we lack somewhere our writing skills are not that proficient. And we often hear from many people that as technocrats, our students and many of our faculty members fumble at a number of places, especially when we are writing. There are two very important things: your vocabulary and your grammar. And then you have to have a formats for various writings. For example, if you have to write a letter, or if you have to write a agenda for a meeting, or if you have to write the minutes of the meeting, or drafting anything for that matter, you have to have the format for that also. Keeping this into mind, we have organized this session in a way that we will try to give you small awareness capsule in the form of a capsule about the importance of grammar and how important it is for all of us to brush up our grammar skills every day. Though we have read the grammar in our school days, but then if we do not revise it on day-to-day basis, there is some kind of dust which piles up on the our knowledge, which has to be removed and which has to be brushed up every day. And we'll be also talking to you in this session a little bit about drafting skills, especially the business writing, business letter writing, and also the agenda and minutes of the meetings also. And I have requested the speaker, Madam Sudhiti Jindal, to cover some aspects of email etiquettes also. If the time permits, we will go a little more details. But then, to my mind, email, especially when you talk about the official email or business emails, they are very close to the drafting of letters. Only slight changes are there, which she will try to cover in her deliberations here. And now, before I request Madam Sudhiti Jindal to give her presentation over here, I will like to briefly introduce the speaker to you. Madam Sudhiti Jindal is a writer herself. So I couldn't have found a better person than Madam Sudhiti to talk about writing skills. She has already written a novel, Grow Up Moon, which was published by the Snap Publications in 2012. It's a very interesting and very honest novel. I have read that novel myself also. She has been working as a sub-editor in a Law Tellers magazine from 2003, and presently she is the editor of the magazine since 2011. She also likes to write blogs at Sudhiti's Verbosity at blogspot.in. Let me repeat, verbosity at blogspot.in. And I find a lot of people who follow her blog very interesting, and day to day, whatever we require, many times she writes about the spirituality and self-help type of blogs also, besides the current things, whatever comes to her mind. By occupation, she is the founder, director, and partner of the Learning Curve Academy. She owns this academy, which is very close to Chandigarh. From the heart of the city, it is just about 6 or 7 kilometers. The academy is solely dedicated to enhance English language skills in the students and ultimately enabling them to think in English. This is very interesting agenda which this academy has undertaken, making students think in English. Normally, when we think in our mother tongue. But in order to have a proficiency in any language, you have to think in that language. फॉर एग्जाम्पल जैसे ही मैं देख रहा हूँ इसको टेबल को, तो मेरे माइंड में पहले मेज आता है, फिर मैं टेबल बोलता हूँ. When I start thinking in the table and start saying in table, that will be a step towards having a more proficiency in that language. So this is the endeavor of this academy, that they are emphasizing upon that the student should be able to think in that language, that is especially in the English. The students are also taught personality development and other soft skills at their academy. She has coached corporate clients in effective and correct uses of English in the office. And she has offered capsules of grammar and creative writing to the students of Canada over the Skype. She is a visiting faculty to NITTTR in our institute, and also to very prestigious institutions like NIIFT Mohali, Punjab University. And now she has taken up a contract with the Thapar University, which is very prestigious university in this part of the country, for their many training requirements especially, and many other jobs related to the writing for the university, and where she is covering the topics like writing skills, personality development, or topics related to soft skills also. Giving you a little bit about her educational background, she has done her graduation in economics honors from Punjab University way back in 1999, and she has done her postgraduate diploma in international business operations from IGNO in 2001. And she has so many achievements and extracurricular activities. Let me just very briefly mention a few of them. She has been awarded by Hindi Academy in Delhi in 1995. She is equally proficient in Hindi also, and she has been also throughout her student career been a very I would say brilliant student, always scoring in the top positions in the school as well in the college. She's been NCC cadet holding an A certificate. All these things, your extracurricular activity add to your personality and makes you comfortable to live a good life also. She has also been a school head girl in 12th standard, and she has also got the scholarship during her student life, and she has been also the editor of the college and school magazine, especially the English section of the college. And in her free time, she likes to spend all her time in the reading. That is why she is a good writer also. She likes to, you can always find her in the bookshops, in the libraries, whenever she is having some free time at her disposal. And now, my dear friends, I like to request Madam Sulpi Jindal to kindly engage the session on writing skills. Over to Madam Sulpi Jindal.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody at the nodal centers also. Thank you, sir, for such a detailed introduction. That was quite elaborate. All right, let's begin today's session. We are going to talk about writing skills and how proficient writing is an important part of communicating effectively, and how as professionals, especially professionals in the field of teaching, we can improve our writing. So, and I'm going to give a very layman's view of writing. I'm not here to confound the subject further by giving you a very technical or a very subjective approach to writing. I'm going to give a very practical approach to writing. Okay. Alright, so let's begin by, first I'd like to just introduce the topic by saying that writing or communicating has been an inherent part of the human civilization. जब से हमारी civilization शुरू हुई है, हम लोग को communicate करना एक बहुत basic need लगती है. So much so, if we can recall that even when we did not have any language, our ancestors have communicated with us through pictographic script. उन्होंने रॉक्स के ऊपर, केव्स के ऊपर इंस्क्रिप्शन करे हुए हैं. They have inscribed symbols depicting some kind of communication. If we go into the seals of Harappan Valley civilization, we find there are certain animals portrayed on those seals which were used for trade purposes, and then there are certain symbols like in the form of triangle, sun, moon, trees and all, just to specify or to convey some message. So to communicate is our inherent need. And I also feel that communication is so vital that we are able to survive because of communication. When we are able to communicate what threat we are going to face, and we communicate and share it with the others around us, we are able to protect ourselves. If we are able to communicate positively as to what facilities, what advantages are available, suppose in far off in that area we have a safe oasis. There's a lot of area where there are trees which are laden with fruits, edible products. So that helps us to survive. That helps us to nurture ourselves. So how do we pass on that information? By communicating. And why do we communicate, or why do we pass on this information at all? Because humans cannot live in isolation. They need to live in a society. So society can progress only if there is communication. And even as an individual, we can progress when we are capable of communicating effectively. Having established that, I feel that writing, like any language, has 4 skills attached to it. So communication also has verbal and non-verbal communication. And out of the verbal communication, writing is supposed to be very important in today's day and age, especially when the boundaries are shrinking. We cannot be everywhere at every time, but we need to be, because our work is progressing like that. Our scale of progress is measured as to where all can we reach. So how do we overcome this physical barrier? We do that through a written word. The oral word can also suffice. हमारी oral communication भी जरूरत पूरी कर सकती है वहाँ पे. पर जहाँ हमें चाहिए कि हमारा information या message exactly वैसे ही समझा जाए जैसे हम चाहते हैं, उसके अंदर कोई फेर बदल ना हो, वो permanent हो जाए, it can be accessed later on, उसके अंदर थोड़ी सी formality आ जाए, official authority आ जाए, तब हम writing prefer करते हैं rather than speaking. So much so, I feel that any official correspondence, even though we've had a word over the phone or over Skype, we would still want to support or corroborate that communication through written word. So in that case, it is very important that we know how to write effectively and efficiently. All right. So let's move ahead, and I'm just going to bring out what are writing skills. And I said this is a very layman's definition. It is not going to be technical. So it is an integral part of communication skills, which I think I have developed through my introduction of the topic. कि क्यों हमारी need है communicate करने की? Why communication is a basic human need, and why do we need to know how to write well? Not only in official purposes, I think in personal space also there are certain things. Being a writer, I feel that there are certain expressions which I can bring out through words, which I may or may not, which I may be shy to bring out through my facial or non-verbal expressions. That way, it helps in aid of transfer of information. Of course, being in the teaching line, we know that our notes, the chapters, the textbooks help us in transferring the information which is available at one place, at one time and space. But it can transcend that boundary. Then recording the information. Writing skills help us to record information so that it can be used later by anybody. Even those who have not been in access of that information, who have not been in the presence of the time when that information was developed. Okay? And because of this, since it is a record, it has a permanency to it. The written word becomes official. It becomes important, more important than the oral word. Okay, and since there's a degree of importance attached to it, so we need to be very careful. कुछ भी बोल सकते हैं पर कुछ भी लिख नहीं सकते, क्योंकि वो बाद में चेक किया जाएगा, उसको रिव्यू किया जाएगा, उसको देखेंगे लोग. That is why. Okay, what is the importance of writing skills? It is an effective tool of communication. Effective why? Because the discrepancy in communication, miscommunication, the lack of communication is reduced to minimalistic levels through writing. क्योंकि अगर मैंने ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट में कुछ लिख दिया है तो वो वैसे ही समझा जाएगा. There are situations where I feel that, my expressions, we know that paralinguistics convey 97% of our communication. Paralinguistics are facial expressions, gestures, body gestures, and also the expressions in the voice. So only 7% is conveyed through words, but 93% of the communication is through these kind of expressions. But an effective writer knows how to include these expressions in the written word. And this is mostly done through punctuation और figures of speech. Figures of speech जैसे कि idioms, phrases हो गए, जिनको हम हिंदी में अलंकार, लोकोक्ति वगैरह कहते हैं. Yes, so we can decorate our language, add more meaning to our language, and add the exact meaning to our language by using punctuation. Later in the course of this session, I'm going to attempt an exercise on punctuation with you. So this will become more clearer to you when I say it is an effective tool of communication. So much so if we know how to use it properly, we can even overcome that boundary of not being able to include expressions in our writing, which is possible through oral communications. And why have we been moved? There are so many poetries that we've read. Why have we moved into action, or we are moved into that emotion which the poet has tried to communicate by just reading those words? Because the poet or the writer has very effectively used that word. For example, हम लोग को अभी भी याद है वो जो रानी झांसी के ऊपर खूब लड़ी मर्दानी, वो तो झांसी वाली रानी, को सुनते ही कुछ हो जाता है. सुभाष चंद्र बोस की जो थी कि वो खून, क्या खून जिसमें रवानी ना हो. These kind of expressions, these kind of words can evoke such emotions in us because of the power of the written word, which the writer has very effectively used. So this can become our power also, not thinking that these expressions can only be passed through the spoken word. Okay. Next is, it helps us in reaching a larger audience. Of course, that is very true. For example, Karl Marx, he was able to bring about a revolution. So much so in another continent, he started writing his essays in Europe. And how could he affect to such a great extent that we have an economy based on his economic theory even surviving till today, wherein he has transcended टाइम एंड स्पेस. कार्ल मार्क्स ने तो टाइम और स्पेस भी पार कर लिया, क्योंकि आज भी चाइना की कम्युनिस्ट इकोनॉमी थ्राइव कर रही है. दूसरे कॉन्टिनेंट में इतनी सदियों बाद भी उनकी इकोनॉमिक थ्योरी पे सर्वाइव कर रही है. सो दिस इज how was he able to bring about that Marxist theory or Marxist revolution? How was he able to bring about that revolution between the bourgeois and the proletariat? How could he haves and have-nots? How could he bring about that kind of revolution so much so the world came to be divided into two economies? It became a bipolar world with Russia in Europe, in the Eurasian continent, and America in the other continent, in the other part of the world. It was just through his writing. He did not travel here and there voicing his reforms, voicing his opinions. He just wrote essays which got published in newspapers, which got published in journals. They were read by people. The people got influenced to such a great writer myself. There are so many readers who have not met me, but they feel that they know me. They own a part of me. Why? Because they've read my book. So that is how I'm able to exert, or anybody who's writing effectively is able to exert a larger influence. Now, we may think that this is possible only in personal writing or creative writing. No. Whenever we write an email, whenever we write a letter, and the request or the action required in that communication, whether it be a letter or an email, is done according to our wishes, that means we've been able to exert influence. कई बार हमारे repeated requests का, emails का, letters का कोई असर नहीं होता. उसके अंदर क्या है, हम अपने audience को छू नहीं पाए. पर अगर हमारे लेटर्स ईमेल का असर वैसा होता है जो हम चाहते हैं कि वो करें और वो कर देते हैं, इसका मतलब we've been able to reach our audience. So much so कि वो एक चेन इफेक्ट बन जाता है. एक बार उन्होंने हमारे लिए ऐसा किया तो उनके इस एक्शन की वजह से जो लोग उनके साथ रिसीवर के साथ अटैच्ड है, they also start making some changes so that our demand is met. So much so I know that there were students here in University Institute of Chemical Engineering and Technology. Now they were looking for placements. So I encouraged them to get in touch with the could do that by going to the website of the organization, sending them an email, finding out the contact number, giving them a call. So even on the phone or even through email, they expressed their passion and desire to work for the company. And so much so the company started taking notice. And the company said, all right. And then they were in regular communication saying that this is what is required by you for a person who's inducted by you at this job profile. And this is how we are working for it. Please come and take a look at us and all that. And the company who had stopped coming to the campus, which had stopped coming to the campus, email communication with those students, just students, 21, 22-year-old students, was so influenced that it decided to come over for campus placement. And it inducted those two students. And this was a change that happened, and now the company has started regularly coming to the campus. And that company gives the best packages to the students, 24 lakh per annum to 23-year-olds. So see the power of written word. And let us not think that there's some kind of stature, authority, age, experience which needs to be attached to our words so for us to be able to convey and influence our receivers. No. What reaches out to our receivers is our passion. If we are able to translate that into the written word, then we know how to write effectively. Okay? So this is a tool of influencing others. That is how we influence others. When we are able to make them act and behave in the way and manner we want them to, we're able to influence them. How could Hitler unleash a propaganda against Nazis? By circulating pamphlets telling how Nazis were responsible for Germany's defeat in World War I and how they should be controlled this time, so much so it led to another world war. Though this is a wrong use of a power which can be very positively used, but I'm still telling you that people who can wield the power of the word, they know how to use it. I'd like to bring out an example here. I believe most of us would have seen the movie Bhag Milkha Bhag. And then there's a scene in the movie wherein Milkha Singh has to go to Pakistan, and there's his arch rival who's an exceptional athlete belonging to Pakistan, and he has to have a competition against him, direct head-on competition between these two people. Now, as it is, there's a history around India-Pakistan war, India-Pakistan animosity. And then there was this added pressure that he was returning to his homeland from which he had been deported during partition. So that emotional baggage also he was carrying. So there was added pressure on Milkha Singh. And to that, in the movie, there's a scene that the pressure was all the more exerted on him. He was tried to be intimidated by Pakistanis when he comes across pamphlets of his and his arch rivals, who's a Pakistani's competition in a few days' time. And he was so much so disturbed by that pamphlet, which claimed that, Milkha Singh will not be able to stand a chance in front of the other person, our own local hero from Pakistan, because he cannot do that. Our Pakistani athlete is so good. Milkha Singh was disturbed to such an extent that he did not turn up for the press meet. So that is how the power or the influence of written word is. Somebody who's trained so much, who's undergone such harsh physical training, who's seen war, who's seen partition, who's faced so much of trauma, who's not only mentally and physically strong but can also be affected by words, simple words given out at the right time, at the right place. So that is how we influence others through our written words. So we cannot discount them, thinking कि आजकल तो टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत फास्ट हो गई, किसी को भी फोन करो, किसी को भी स्काइप करो, सब ठीक हो जाएगा. नहीं. The written word has its own place and it has its own effect, which we cannot discount or overlook. Next is it is ladder to success. Of course, the more the magnitude of people under our influence, the more successful we are, because we are able to manage people well. We are able to manage resources available to us well. So that is how we become more successful. And of course, all said and done, besides the professional capacity and performance, as in a personal capacity, we become the owner of or the master of a well developed personality when we are able to write well. A person may be able to speak well, may be able to project himself very well, walk the talk and talk the walk, but the moment he or she cannot write correctly, moment he or she cannot articulate his thoughts correctly in the written word, the impression is somewhat dwindled. वो थोड़ा हल्का हो जाता है, धीमा हो जाता है. And so much so, अगर हम किसी के साथ डायरेक्ट कांटेक्ट में भी नहीं है, हमने किसी से बात भी नहीं करी है, किसी ने हमारी शक्ल भी नहीं देखी है, पर उनके पास हमारा एक हैंड रिटन नोट पहुंच जाता है, एक ईमेल पहुंच जाता है, हमारा एक इंप्रेशन वैसे ही बन जाता है उनके. So it is a mark of our reputation. Our reputation travels on our written word. So besides the professional capacity, we should know how to write well, because personally it helps us to develop our personality. Now, having said that, I feel that in today's session, wherein my audience is basically, like Sir said, technocrats, and I also go through many PhD theses and papers which have to be uploaded for journals, and theses which have to be approved. I see that people from a scientific background are not such great masters of language. And as a layman, when I have to read their work, most of the times the essence and meaning is lost to me. They might be thinking and writing in the flow of their thoughts, but वो connection, उनकी connectivity रह जाती है. So वहाँ पे ये नहीं है knowledge, there's no dearth of knowledge, but the dearth of expression. To be able to express may or may not cost them dear. They might not get their paper uploaded, which is required for their PhD. The teachers may or may not be able to guide effectively their students. Why? Because they themselves are unaware of this. The students are not able to prepare a good report despite having conducted an immaculate, a perfect experiment, a perfect research project, yet they cannot produce a report on it. So besides everything else, in today's session also, with today's participants, it is very important to know the language and the usage of language. All right, so how do we develop writing skills? So there are a few tips. Knowledge of grammar. Grammar is the tool through which we enhance our knowledge of any language. And it is very exact, like maths. So let me shift a few slides and go to you. Practice with your few exercises of grammar, which I feel on an everyday basis we should be doing. And these are very simple exercises. The grammar that we should practice on a daily basis are related to preposition, exercise on preposition, subject, verb, agreement, tenses, punctuation. These are very important because these are what are used mostly by us while writing sentences in an official capacity or in a semi-official or semi-formal capacity. All right, can I have the list of centers, please? Centers listing. All right, so I'd like to request to get connected with any one of the centers. Here is somebody from Rajasthan Technical University available to interact with me for this exercise? Anybody from Kota? Rajasthan Technical University, Kota? Would anybody volunteer to come and interact with me for the exercise which is displayed on your screen right now? Yes? May I request any one of you? Yes? May I request any one of you, any one of the attendees to please come near the mic and interact with me for this exercise?
Madam, good morning, madam.
Good morning, ma'am. I can hear you. May I know your name, please?
My name is Archana.
Okay, Dr. Archana?
No, Archana.
Okay, simply Archana. All right. Archana, ma'am, can you read the sentences on the slide before you? They are legible?
The table with the directors.
Okay, ma'am, let me repeat the sentences for you.
the chairman with the directors.
You see, ma'am, I cannot hear you clearly. I would request you to come near the camera and also near the mic so that I can see you also and hear you also.
Actually, the chairman with the directors
Okay. Hmm.
is to be present for the meeting.
Okay, this is some other college who's interacting with me. May I know, Archana ma'am, you're from which college?
I'm from Odisha, Gate Barampur.
Okay, Odisha. All right, ma'am. You said the chairman with the directors dash to be present for the meeting. What did you say, ma'am? Which verb should come, singular or plural?
Singular.
Singular, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes? Okay. All right, stay with me here, Archana ma'am. I'll just change the sentence a little bit. The chairman and the directors dash to be present for the meeting. Now tell me which verb will come, singular or plural?
Plural, definitely plural, ma'am.
But ma'am, we are talking about the same thing in both the sentences. पिछले sentence में भी chairman और directors आ रहे थे और अभी भी chairman और directors आ रहे हैं. So why have you changed the verb? Can you give me the logic behind it?
Because of the conjunction, the chairman with the directors and the second one, the chairman and the directors.
Yes. So when I join subjects with and, then it becomes a plural subject. So that is why it takes up a plural verb. Yes, Archana ma'am, you stay with me. Don't go anywhere. We are going to continue this. And when I join it with a preposition or a conjunction like with, the chairman with the director. So the principal subject is the chairman. And that is why it takes up a singular verb. Yes?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, ma'am. So if I replace with as well as, the chairman as well as the directors dash to be present for the meeting, what would be my verb here?
So your plural verb.
Why, ma'am?
Why means the chairman as well as the directors. Here both the nouns are related.
Okay. Now let me ask you this. Iron as well as magnesium dash found in India, plural or singular?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Iron as well as magnesium dash found in India. Iron as well as magnesium dash found in India. What will fill up dash, is or are?
Because
Is.
both are related to the same noun, material noun.
Okay. And here what is happening? The chairman as well as the directors?
Ma'am, here as well as the directors. As is written.
Okay, ma'am. Archana ma'am, you are correct on all counts, but I just like to give the logic. Why? Because it is always easier to remember a rule or principle when I give a logic rather than cramming it up. The verb conforms to the subject it is nearest to. जो हमारा verb है वो singular होगा कि plural, वो उस हिसाब से आएगा जिस subject के साथ वो एकदम पास है. तो जब मैं कहती हूँ the chairman with the directors, यहाँ पे plural as well as the directors, तो directors plural है. तो जो verb उसके साथ आएगा वो plural हो जाता है. Are to be present for the meeting. But if I take another example, iron as well as magnesium, both are material nouns, both have singular subject values. That is why they take up a singular verb. And when I use and to join my subjects, then they become a plural subject and they take up a plural verb. So these are small confusions which are clarified this way. Although I'm trying to say the same thing on all the three sentences. But because of the difference of usage, the verb changes. And when I'm writing an email to somebody who's based in Europe, who's based in a country where the proficiency in English is high, and I make these kind of small mistakes, so immediately a question mark is raised on my proficiency. Not proficiency of English, but also my proficiency of the knowledge or the course subject or the competency that I'm talking about or dealing with that person in. So that is why language carries so much of value. And this is a very simple exercise. Thank you, Archana ma'am. Please resume your seat. Let me go back. Let me go to the next sentence.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Archana ma'am. I would request somebody else from any of the other nodal centers to get. Is somebody from MITT ready to interact with me, please? May I request you to do that? From yes. Please come in front of the camera and also near the mic and introduce yourself. And let's begin this interaction then. May I request any one of the participants to come in front, facing the camera and also wielding the mic so that we can hear you and see you clearly. Let's move quickly, please. Dr. Archana, may I request you to please select somebody to volunteer for this? Or maybe you yourself would like to volunteer for this exercise?
Anybody?
Come on. Anybody?
Request come up. Different will continue, ma'am.
Sorry, I cannot hear you clearly, ma'am. Please repeat.
Yes, we are sending Dr. Pooja Rana for mass communication.
Palak? Is this Palak?
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good morning. There's a lot of confusion. There are 2-3 people speaking.
My name is Sanat Kumar Patkar.
Sorry.
Sir, somebody from MIT is speaking. Please wait for some time. Ma'am, yeah, from
Two
other
centers?
center, somebody is speaking.
Okay, there's some, sir, you are from some other center. I will come back to you later. Somebody from MIT has just come. Please come back. We are waiting for you. Come, ma'am, please. Come. Palak? Is that Palak, ma'am?
Good morning, ma'am. I'm Dr. Pooja Rana.
You will have to sit down and speak to me because I cannot hear you clearly, ma'am. Your voice is very faint.
One moment, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, I'm Pooja Rana.
Good morning, ma'am. Pooja, ma'am. All right, ma'am. Let's attempt the next sentence here on the slide.
All right, ma'am. I
Oh,
can't see the next sentence.
I'll repeat it. I'll read it out for you. The rise and fall of the tide dash due to the lunar influence. I think you can see it on your slide now.
Yes, yes.
Yes. Can you please tell me whether it will have a singular verb or a plural verb?
It will have a singular verb. The rise and fall of the tide is due to the lunar influence.
Okay. Can you give me the logic also behind this, Pooja ma'am?
Again, ma'am, you yourself just told us when you were dealing with the previous sentence that whether the verb would be plural or singular will depend on the noun which closes to the verb.
Okay.
So the rise and fall of the tide is due to the lunar influence.
Yes, and I've joined the rise and fall, which are a noun, with and. And when I was joining the chairman and the directors with an and, then it was taking up a plural verb.
It was taking a plural.
So
Yes.
why not here?
Ma'am, I don't know the logic.
But this is what feels right to you, yes? Okay, let me give you another example, ma'am. Early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. Now again, here I am talking about two habits, joining them with and. Yet I am using the verb makes, a singular verb. Now can you think why?
Again, ma'am, I don't know. Maybe grammatically, I would not be able to answer you, but I mean,
That feels right.
it's correct.
Yes. Okay. Now it feels right, but I'll still like to give the logic here, Pooja ma'am, so that you know we sometimes both the options feel right to us. Then there's a confusion. At that time, logic comes to our aid. Now I'm talking about one idea here. The tide which has to rise will fall also, otherwise it will build up into a tsunami. And the tide which has fallen will collect so much of water that it will rise in ascent to form another tide. So this has to coexist, the rise and fall of a tide.
That's
The
right.
same thing when I talk about habits, early to bed and early to rise. If I just go off to bed early and rise very late, then I'm going to be very lazy. If I go to bed very late and rise early, then I cannot be healthy. So these are two things or two habits that have to coexist. And such kind of a phenomena we call one idea. So whatever may be happening, but they have to coexist to be proven true. That is why it becomes a singular subject taking up a singular verb. Yes, I can give another example for clarification. Bread and butter is his only meal. So that person is not surviving only on bread or on butter. He is surviving on bread and butter together. They are two singular nouns. Yet, since it is one idea for me, that is why it takes up a singular verb.
Send one idea.
Yes, yes, ma'am. So that is the logic. Let's try to remember the logic every time we are trying to attempt something like this or form a sentence like this. Thank you so much, Pooja, ma'am.
Thank you.
Right,
Ma'am.
now I had some other sir who was trying to attempt this sentence earlier. May I request you, sir, to come and attempt the next two sentences with me, please? Sorry. Okay. There is some sir from Gate College. Sir, may I request you to come in front of the camera and hold the mic?
Gate by Rampur, Odisha.
Some sir from Gate, Behrampur, Orissa. Yes, sir. हाँ जी सर, आ जाइए आगे.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes,
Hello.
ma'am. Now
Nice.
that,
Hello, ma'am.
yes, sir.
Yes, Patro.
Sir, your voice is not clear to me. Please sit down and then speak. It is loud, but it is getting disconnected in between. Yes, sir.
Hello, ma'am.
Sir,
Can you
please.
listen to my word?
Yes, sir, I can hear you. But your camera is not showing any picture. Doesn't matter. Let's interact.
Yes, yes. My name is C.S. Patro. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
That
Let's-
hard question.
Yes, sir. ये पार्लियामेंट वाले दोनों sentences attempt करते हैं, sir. बताइए.
Parliament is divided on the report.
Okay, sir.
For another thing is the Parliament has passed the bill.
Okay, sir. I would come back to you, sir, but just stay here. I want to interact with the studio audience also. Now, studio audience here with me, what do you think? The third sentence, the parliament is divided on the report, is correct? Or else it should take up a plural verb? It is correct? Okay. And the fourth one is also correct. The parliament has passed the bill. Now, I would like to point out here the attempt of the third sentence is wrong. Although we believe that a collective noun becomes a singular subject and it should take up a singular verb, but that is not the blanket rule. आँख बंद करके ये rule नहीं लगा सकते. जब मैं collective noun के within ही bifurcations या divisions की बात कर रही हूँ, तब वो plural subject बन जाता है और वो plural verb लेता है. So the parliament, since the members of the parliament are not, unanimously voting on something, they have not decided about something together. So there's difference of opinion. So there's a separate group. It's a divided group. So it becomes plural subject which takes up a plural verb. So the parliament were divided on the report. That's the correct answer for this. And the fourth sentence is correct because it talks about parliament together as a whole, as a group. So it is a singular subject taking up a singular verb. I'll give you another example. The crew of the ship is on board. So all the members of the crew working for the ship, they are on board the ship. The crew of the ship were taken prisoners. अब उसी crew के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं. वो एक साथ तो नहीं prisoner बन सकते क्योंकि उनकी एक body तो नहीं है. उनकी सबकी अलग अलग physical bodies है तो उनको अलग अलग imprison किया गया होगा. या दो दो के ग्रुप में या तीन तीन के ग्रुप में या मे बी अकेले अकेले. So I'm talking about divisions within the group. So when I'm talking about bifurcations within a collective noun, it becomes a plural subject, takes up a plural verb. When I'm talking about singularity, uniformity, cohesiveness, homogeneity within a collective noun, it is a singular subject taking up a singular verb. ठीक है sir? I hope I'm clear.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir, for being such a sport and interacting with me. Let's go on to the another exercise, prepositions. One of my students in one of the sessions told me there are 48 prepositions in English language. Now, prepositions change the meaning. some words followed by prepositions, different prepositions take up different meanings, which we are trying to do here. And also we've heard of prepositional phrases wherein a preposition is followed by either a verb or an adverb or both of them together, and the entire phrase of 2 to 3 words has a different meaning. For example, bring up. ऊपर लाने का मतलब, bring up का मतलब ऊपर लाना नहीं है. Bring up का मतलब है to rear somebody, किसी को nurture करके पालन पोषण करना. Yes, so bring up 2 words together, this phrase has acquired a different meaning. For example, let's have celebrate. Celebrated by, celebrated with, celebrated for. So when I say celebrated by, then I'm usually talking about people, which group or community celebrating some festival. Celebrated with, then I'm talking about intangible or abstract nouns, celebrated with fervor, zeal, enthusiasm. Yes. When I say celebrated for, then the whole meaning changes. That means approved, acclaimed, renowned for, world famous for something. Birbal was celebrated for his wit, humor, and presence of mind. Yes. So this is how a single word followed by different prepositions acquires different meanings as the changes in prepositions happen. All right, let's attempt this. Okay, I would request somebody here in my studio audience to attempt this first sentence with me. I'll read it out for the nodal centers and please be with me on this. The mayor subscribed a handsome sum dash the flood relief fund. कौन सा preposition आना चाहिए यहाँ पे? Yes. Of the, okay, of somebody else from this. Okay, okay, now studio audience says the mayor subscribed a handsome sum of the flood relief fund. For the mayor subscribed a handsome sum for the flood relief fund. Okay, now the answer from the studio audience and also from the nodal centers, both are wrong. Why? Okay, so I'm giving you the logic. When I say subscribe to, then it means when I'm subscribing to something, that means I'm giving something, like my acceptance, approval, or here giving away some money. The mayor is giving away some money. So the mayor subscribed a handsome sum to the flood relief fund. मतलब उनकी तरफ से ये contribution गया. He or she, when I say subscribe to, then I or whoever the subject is comes on the giving end. When I say subscribe for, then the subject comes on the receiving end. I have subscribed for this magazine. I have subscribed for the membership of this fund, of this club. So that means I am receiving certain perks and benefits. So whenever my sense has to change, my preposition has to change. Okay? So subscribe के बाद जब मैं to लगाती हूँ तो मैं कुछ दे रही हूँ, and subscribe के बाद जब मैं for लगाती हूँ then मैं कुछ receive कर रही हूँ, क्योंकि यहाँ पे मेयर ने पैसे contribute किए हैं, वो दे रहे हैं, इसलिए subscribe to आएगा. Okay, that's the logic, and these rules we just have to learn and understand. Then he quarreled dash me dash a trifle. Anybody from the centers would like to attempt this?
He quarreled with me on a trifle.
Okay, ma'am, this is correct. May I know your name, please, ma'am?
Ma'am, I'm Archana from Gate, Odisha.
Okay, Archana, ma'am. He quarreled with me over a trifle. It is always, whenever I use trifle, it is always over, not on.
Thank you.
On a small issue can be correct, but when I'm using trifle, it is always over a trifle. Okay? Now let's attempt the next sentence. He readily complied dash my request. Okay. Now usually that is what is the confusion here. It is always compliant with and complied to. तो यहाँ पे to आना चाहिए, but क्योंकि मेरा root verb same है comply, और compliant के साथ with आ जाता है, जो कि हम आजकल technical उसमें बहुत ज़्यादा use करते हैं कि ये software compliant है कि नहीं, ये hardware compliant है कि नहीं, तो मैं यहाँ पे complied के साथ भी with use कर देती हूँ, which is incorrect. It is always compliant with and complied to. He readily complied to my request. That's the correct usage of the preposition. Okay. Let's attempt the last one. We should rely dash on sorry, we should rely dash our efforts. What would be the correct preposition?
On. We should rely on efforts.
Sorry?
We should rely on our efforts.
Now what happens is we think that rely and depend are interchangeable words. So depend on होता है तो rely on भी हो सकता है. Depend is only for a short duration for that moment. Rely happens over a period of time, not only for that particular situation but also for other situations which may or may not happen in the future. So since there is a duration involved, so always rely is followed by upon. And usually we think that rely and depend are interchangeable and depend के बाद on आता है, तो इसलिए मैं rely on कर देती हूँ. जब मैं depend के बाद upon use करती हूँ, when I use depend upon, which is very rare, then I'm talking about a context or a situation which has a greater magnitude. जिसमें जो बात की गहराई है वो बहुत बड़ी होती है, तब मैं अगर depend use कर रही हूँ उस situation के लिए, I'm depending upon you for this. Are you getting the meaning? एक सिचुएशन है पर उसका इफेक्ट इतना बड़ा होने वाला है कि मैं उसको अपॉन के थ्रू बताती हूँ कि इस सिचुएशन में अगर मैं तुम्हारे पर डिपेंड करती हूँ, इसके फार रीचिंग कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस होने वाले फ्यूचर में भी, एंड शायद इसके बाद मैं तुम्हारे ऊपर कभी डिपेंड नहीं करूंगी. एक मोमेंट पर्टिकुलर टाइम का है इसलिए. But usually rely is not only used for this present situation in which one is depending upon somebody, but also which may or may not happen. So my reliance upon this person, or my reliance, or I rely upon ABC to come to my help. That means अभी भी नहीं, बाद में भी, तो मुझे किसी और की जरूरत नहीं है. That is why I use upon after rely. So the context and the meaning, the sense changes by using the prepositions after the same verbs or words. Alright, so our meaning, our practice of preposition should be very thorough. Alright, let's attempt the last exercise here, wherein I was talking that we can convey expressions also through the written word. And ये हम कैसे करते हैं? Punctuation के through. हमारे ज़्यादातर expressions जो होते हैं वो हम punctuation के through convey कर देते हैं. Alright, there's one sentence here, and you will see I've written it down in two ways with a single punctuation mark differently. I'm going to read it out for you, and the meaning changes. The sentence is, a woman without her man is nothing. And when I write it down this way, a woman without her man is nothing. That means the woman is dependent on man for whatever meaning or identity she needs to acquire. In the second sentence, I have moved the comma just one word ahead. Man के बाद लगने की जगह man के पहले लग रहा है comma. अब देखिए कैसे sense और meaning और कैसे expression change हो जाता है. A woman without her man is nothing. तो मैंने pause गलत अलग जगह दिया, तो उससे ये meaning हो गया कि man की कोई identity अकेले नहीं है, उसको woman के ऊपर depend होना ही पड़ता है. Yes, so that is how if you say that जो मेरे expressions है paralinguistics है, वो तो मैं सिर्फ spoken word के through, oral communication के through convey कर सकता हूँ. That is also stands negated. We can do that through punctuation. And usually when I'm going through long theses, editing them, proofreading them, the commas, the semicolons, the dots placed at random places change the meaning for me. I'll take up another example here for you. He eats, shoots and sleeps all day. He eats, shoots and sleeps all day. Okay? तो वो तीन activities करते हैं, खाते हैं, shooting करते हैं और सोते हैं सारे दिन. He eats, shoots and sleeps all day. I have removed the comma between eats and shoots. तो सारे दिन पत्तियां खाते हैं और सोते हैं. So that is how the meaning changes. So for a layman who's reading a technical thesis or an article which has to be uploaded on a website or a blog or a portal, which is going to be read by people like me who will not understand what is being talked about, for them to understand the meaning is very important. For them to be able to connect with the text is the responsibility of the writer. The writer has to place the commas, the dots and the semicolons at the correct place. Now, how do we practice all this? Now, these exercises can be very easily downloaded as mobile applications on your mobiles. So you don't really have to buy books. Standing in a queue, how do you practice? You go to BBC Skills Wise. There is a website called www.bbcskillswise.com. Now, it has exercises on all the 4 skills of a language: listening, speaking, reading, writing, for those learners whose first language is not English. And it is according to various levels of proficiency also. So just download that app on your mobile, access that website when you're waiting in the queue, otherwise whatever free time, and get these kind of very interesting exercises. They not only help you to improve your English, but also help you to pass your time very fruitfully. Okay, so that is how we can practice our grammar. Let's go back to the tips of improving our writing skills. A rich vocabulary. How do we develop rich vocabulary? Not by reading a dictionary. And also, we have most of us studied in English language schools, English medium, where English has been the medium of instruction. Yet we are not so comfortable in English. What is it then? How do I develop a rich vocabulary? I develop a rich vocabulary by reading in context. फॉर एग्जाम्पल मेरे पास 5th क्लास के बच्चों का एक एग्जाम्पल है जो हम वोकेबलरी के लिए कर सकते हैं. एक बार पढ़ते पढ़ते उनके पास एक पैसेज में आया वर्ड डाइवर्सिफिकेशन. तो वो बोलते हैं ये क्या वर्ड है डाइवर्सिफिकेशन. तो मैंने कहा हम सोचते हैं कि डाइवर्सिफिकेशन से मिलता जुलता वर्ड कौन सा हमने सुना होगा जो सबसे छोटा है. सो वन ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स केम अप विद द वर्ड डाइवर्स. So I said, okay, can it be shortened further? They said no. So we made a word tree out of it. We put diverse at the root or the bottom. And then I said, okay, now one word from diverse is diversion. Then another is diversification that we've come across. Is there another word? They said diversity. So from one word, we learned 3 more new words. And if the students know the meaning of diverse, which is a shorter word, तो हमें 80% मीनिंग बाकी तीनों वर्ड्स का या उससे कनेक्टेड जो दूसरे वर्ड्स है उनका पता होगा. और एग्जैक्ट मीनिंग जब मैं कॉन्टेक्स्ट में पढ़ती हूँ तो वो क्लियर हो जाएगा. So that is how you improve your vocabulary. Make root words. When you pictographically make something or try to make a picture of something to associate with something that you do not know, it is better retained. वो ज़्यादा अच्छे से ध्यान रहती है. और इसी तरीके से आप खुद भी सीख सकते हैं और दूसरों को भी सिखा सकते हैं. पार्ट ऑफ स्पीच भी पता चल जाता है कि डाइवर्सिटी एडजेक्टिव है कि नाउन है, डाइवर्सिफिकेशन क्या है, डाइवर्स क्या है, डाइवर्जन क्या है. तो दैट इज हाउ यू लर्न वेरियस पार्ट्स ऑफ स्पीच ऑल्सो कि वो नाउन है, एडजेक्टिव है, एडवर्ब है क्या है, और वेरियस मीनिंग्स भी पता चल जाते हैं. और अगर हमें छोटे से छोटे वर्ड का मीनिंग एग्जैक्ट पता है, वी जस्ट नीड टू लुक दैट अप इन द डिक्शनरी, तो हमें वो मीनिंग याद भी रहेगा और हमें उन दूसरे रिलेटेड वर्ड्स का मीनिंग भी याद रहेगा और उनको यूज करना भी आसान रहेगा. So that is how you improve your vocabulary, not by reading newspapers, not by reading dictionary. Now I have come to the next point here, reading. Then what do I read then? And I've said newspaper नहीं पढ़ना है, मैंने बोला vocabulary नहीं पढ़नी है. मैंने अभी आपको बताया that most of our education has been in English medium, but yet we are not so proficient in English. And we are proficient in our mother tongue. Why? Because in our informal environment, we have subjected ourselves to the language of our comfort, language of our interaction. When Sir said, start thinking in English, why? Because we've not been interacting in English, so that is not that comes naturally or instinctively to us. So to learn a language which we are trying to learn proficiently, we should expose ourselves in an informal environment to that language. टेक्स्ट बुक्स तो सबने पढ़ी है इंग्लिश में, किसने स्टोरी बुक या नॉवल पढ़ी है इंग्लिश में? जितनी ज्यादा हम स्टोरी बुक या नॉवेल्स पढ़ेंगे उस लैंग्वेज में जो हम सीखने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, उतनी हमारा कंफर्ट लेवल उसके साथ ज्यादा हो, उतना ज्यादा हमारा थॉट प्रोसेस उस लैंग्वेज में जाएगा. सो हाउ आई टीच माई स्टूडेंट्स, फॉर एग्जाम्पल मेरे पास यूकेजी के बच्चे आते हैं, दरवाजा खोल दो नॉर्मल है, तो हम बोलते हैं इसको एक वर्ड रिप्लेस करेंगे, डोर खोल दो. सो हम एक दिन डोर खोल दो ही करते हैं. फिर उसके बाद हम बोलते हैं अब इसमें दूसरा वर्ड भी कर देते हैं, ओपन द डोर. So the whole sentence changes. Then we come to bigger sentences. मुझे स्कूल जाना अच्छा लगता है. स्कूल जाना अच्छा लगता है. फिर उसके बाद स्कूल को हम इंग्लिश प्रोनाउंसिएशन में कर देते हैं, फिर अच्छा को हम लाइक कर देते हैं. ऐसे करते करते हम सारा सेंटेंस चेंज कर देते हैं. That is how you read or practice a language in an informal environment. अगर आप एक हिंदी की मूवी देख रहे हैं तो 2 या 1 इंग्लिश की मूवी देखिए उसको बैलेंस करने के लिए. हिंदी की मैगजीन पढ़ते हैं तो 1 या 2 इंग्लिश की मैगजीन पढ़िए, पर वो मैगजीन मत पढ़िए कि जो आपके इंटरेस्ट की नहीं है. एटलीस्ट रीड ऑन अ टॉपिक विच इज ऑफ योर इंटरेस्ट, लेट द लैंग्वेज बी डिफरेंट, सो दैट वो आपको समझ में आ जाए. फॉर एग्जाम्पल जब हम बच्चों को शुरू कराते हैं स्पोकन इंग्लिश, वी टेल देम टू गो एंड वॉच 1.5 to 2 to 3 minutes BBC वेदर रिपोर्ट. वो सेम रिपोर्ट है जो 3 बार वो रिपोर्ट चेंज होती है दिन में, और अदरवाइज वो 6 to 8 टाइम्स आती है पूरे दिन में. सो एक रिपोर्ट कम से कम 2 बार रिपीट हो रही है. एंड उसके अंदर क्या है, एनिमेशन भी है. सो लाइट शावर्स, थंडरिंग एंड शावर, तो वो पीछे वो बादल दिखाते हैं, थंडरिंग एंड शावर। तो बच्चों को एक तो एक्सप्रेशंस पिक करने आते हैं, प्रोनाउंसिएशन पिक करनी आती है, मौसम की जानकारी है, कोई ज्यादा टेक्निकल नहीं है, वो समझ सकते हैं आराम से, एंड वो एनिमेशन और पिक्चर्स के साथ सपोर्टेड रहती है, रिपीट होती है, तो वो उनके लिए उस पूरे वेदर रिपोर्ट में से जो 2 या 3 बार डिफरेंट होती है पर 2 या 3 बार सेम रिपोर्ट रिपीट होती है, उसमें से कम 5 नए वर्ड्स, एक्सप्रेशंस और प्रोनाउंसिएशन वो पिक कर सकते हैं। सो हमने अपने इनफॉर्मल एनवायरनमेंट में नई लैंग्वेज इंट्रोड्यूस करी। गलती क्या होती है, हम फॉर्मल एनवायरनमेंट में फॉर्मल लैंग्वेज इंट्रोड्यूस कर देते हैं, विच इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट फॉर अस टू पिक अप. Okay, so watch a movie, read a novel, read blogs, read magazines in topics of your choice, but language which you want to learn. That is how we should develop reading habits also. Regular practice. So never shy away from writing in a language that you have. And आजकल तो हर कोई Facebook status update कर रहा है, WhatsApp group है. We are corrupting the languages. You know, we are using English to write Hindi words. कल KAL. तो अब आपने हिंदी और इंग्लिश दोनों की टांग तोड़ी हुई है. So use English script to write English sentences. What I do with my group, with my students is we have formed a WhatsApp group, and every day I share a quotation in the group. Then I say that the student who will be the first one to understand the quotation, translate it in his or her words in English language and share it in the group will get some kind of reward or some kind of prize by the end of the week. जिसने सबसे ज्यादा ऐसे अटेम्प्ट किया एक हफ्ते में, अगले हफ्ते जब हम मिलेंगे क्लास होगी तब उसको कुछ ना कुछ एक चॉकलेट या टॉफी मिलेगी. सो उससे क्या हो रहा है, दे आर ट्राइंग टू अंडरस्टैंड द कोट और अ थॉट जो थोड़ी सी हाई लेवल इंग्लिश में होगा. हो सकता है उसको समझने के लिए वो लोग डिक्शनरी भी देखें, वर्ड्स की नॉलेज भी हो, और उसको फिर अपने वर्ड में लिखेंगे, अपने वर्ड्स में लिखेंगे इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज में ही. सो और वो दूसरे लोग रिव्यू करेंगे, दूसरे लोग पढ़ेंगे, समझेंगे. यस, उसके बाद हम देखेंगे कि क्या ये सही है कि नहीं. So this not only trains them for thinking in a language, understanding a language, writing a language, but also gives them positive inputs in thought process. So that is how we can use regular practice. We don't have to look for an opportunity कि अब मेरे को नॉवल लिखनी होगी तभी मैं अच्छे से लिखूँ. हम नॉर्मल WhatsApp messages में भी start using English. If you're using English script, please start using English language. Why are we corrupting Hindi and English both? As normal as that. I ask my students to daily update their Facebook status with some kind of good positive thought written in pure English using pure English script, which we all use. Our keyboard is in English. Yes, so that is how we do regular practice. And also if we get the opportunity as students or even as teachers to make circulars, to draft letters, memorandums, minutes of the meeting, emails, we should not shy away from that opportunity. We should use that opportunity to write as much as possible. ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या होगा, गलत होंगे, कोई पॉइंट आउट कर देगा तो करेक्ट हो जाएंगे, कोई नहीं करेगा तो उनको भी उतना ही पता है जितना आपको पता है. यस, बट एट लीस्ट यू गॉट, बिकॉज इट्स अ स्किल. So I cannot say, you know, that this is not possible for me to get better at, or I cannot acquire this skill. The more practice I do, the better I get at it. For example, जब कोई बच्चे का बर्थ होता है, क्या कोई भी उस बच्चे को देख के बोलता है कि ये तो बड़ों के ड्राइव नहीं कर सकता कार? नहीं बोलता ना, पर तब भी वो बच्चा बड़ों के ड्राइव कर लेता है कार. That skill is within that person, that baby. It is just that through practice, exposure, that the person becomes a good driver. The same way, I cannot look at myself at any point in time and say, I cannot learn this language. I cannot write in this language. I cannot speak in this language, because it is within me. It is just that I have not exposed myself to it. I have not practiced it enough. That is why I am not able to express it or manifest it. But I am capable of it. So remember this block whenever we are trying to learn any language, especially English. ये बहुत बड़ा ब्लॉक है हमारे मन में, हिंदुस्तानियों के मन में. तो ये एग्जाम्पल हमेशा याद रखना कि जब हम बच्चे को देख के नहीं कहते कि ये ड्राइवर नहीं बन सकता, तो हम अपने आप को देख के क्यों कह सकते हैं कि मैं इंग्लिश में अच्छा नहीं हो सकता या हो सकता. Okay, so that is how through regular practice I improve. And it is very important to review our work, because somebody has to evaluate whether we are moving in the right direction. There should be 4 sets of people evaluating your work. एक जो आपसे बेटर है राइटिंग में, प्रोफिशिएंसी में बेटर है, जिससे कि वो आपको बता सके आपने कहाँ मिस्टेक करी है, कहाँ नहीं करी है. दूसरे वो लोग जो आपके लेवल के हैं.
Alright, so I was telling you about this story.
दूसरे वो लोग जो आपके लेवल के हैं. So they will be able to tell you whether you make sense to them or not. क्या आप उनके साथ कम्युनिकेट कर पा रहे हैं कि नहीं? क्या आपका लैंग्वेज या वोकैबुलरी इतना हाई हो गया है कि जो आपके लेवल के लोग हैं वो आपके साथ कम्युनिकेट नहीं कर पाए. and also people who are not so good as you in the language or proficiency of language, so that you are able to communicate with them also. Why? Because the proficiency knowledge of any language, the purpose of it is to be able to communicate, to connect with our receivers. अगर मैं इतनी हाई लेवल की ऐसी इंग्लिश बोलने लग जाती हूँ या ऐसा कुछ लैंग्वेज यूज करने लग जाती हूँ जिससे मेरी कनेक्टिविटी हैम्पर हो जाती है रिसीवर्स के साथ, then that language is of no use.
उन्होंने करना था तब क्या है
Okay, if you're talking about examples of funny examples from in which we make mistakes. तो इसी तरह से एक बहुत ही स्टोरी है कि एक फौज में होता है सीनियर पर्सन बहुत ही डिसिप्लिन ज्यादा होता है ध्यान में होता है. So there was a person, he was calling home. He just passed away. He just passed away. Okay. Now, समझ जाता है passed away मर गए. Okay. Passed away. Whereas, what to say?
Okay, we are back in business. There was a technical glitch here. Now, as I said, now we are going to talk about the tools wherein we are going to use our proficiency in language. The first is agenda and schedule of a meeting. अब कई बार हमें in our responsibilities, in addition to our core responsibilities as teachers, we are also required to write down the agenda of a meeting. तो उसको कैसे लिखते हैं, उनमें किन चीजों का ध्यान रखना चाहिए, that I'm going to talk with you about. Now, agenda of a meeting is usually a single-page document because it is circulated around as a notice or a circular, and it is also displayed on the notice board, जिससे कि जो लोग भी उस meeting के लिए involved हैं, expected हैं, they should know. And they are also intimated about it through an email and also through a hard copy of the agenda which is circulated. So it cannot be a very lengthy document. वो single page का document होना चाहिए. So उसके अंदर details नहीं होंगे. And just because वो single page का होना चाहिए, तो हम vertically काफी space नहीं occupy करेंगे. We'll try to occupy or fill in space horizontally, so that it can be read properly. So the first thing is the date and time. Now here the date, it has been written in the American format, August 8, 2013. It can also be written in the British format, 8th August 2013. Let us not cook up a mixture of both these formats wherein I write August 8th 2013 or 8 August 2013. That is a mixture which is incorrect. Never ever write the date in the digital format. For example, 08.08.2013. Because that is supposed to be filled up in a form, computerized form, which is read by a machine. Never ever write that in your communication to a person, whether an email, whether a letter, or whether a circular or a notice like this. Okay. Then I give the time. The time is 11 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. I can also give 11 a.m. as 11.00 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. Okay, then I leave a line and the next heading is location. Where is it located? Now the person who is formulating the agenda should know and should be aware of people who are attending the meeting. So the location has to be big enough to accommodate all the people so that there is optimum interaction and there's not too much of space between the participants की interaction ही ना हो पाए, body language भी ना देख पाए, या इतना cramped up या छोटा space ना हो कि comfortable sitting नहीं है तो लोग ध्यान क्या देंगे meeting पे, they would be just worried about the discomfort that they are facing. Also, the person who's writing down the agenda should know if there are certain outside guests or people from outside the organization who are going to attend the meeting. So for them to locate the area, the venue of meeting should not be a discomfort, should not be an inconvenience. So the conference or the location has to be ideally located. For example, if you're formulating the agenda and you find the place or the venue for the meeting to be somewhat intricately placed, for andar jaake placed hai. So as the person who's formulating the agenda, it is your responsibility to place adequate markers, to have somebody to escort these outside guests to the location. ये जो agenda लिख रहा है उनकी responsibility है, not the person who's convening or coordinating the meeting, because उन्होंने ये जगह select करी है. Okay, alright. Then I leave a line and write the attendees. Sometimes it is also in government offices it is written invitees, क्योंकि government offices में usually हमें invite करना पड़ता है meeting में, although it is a part of their role and responsibility. But otherwise, they are the people who are attending the meeting, and in the corporate setup, they are expected to attend. So they are not invited. It is their part of their responsibility, job responsibility. And the list can be given like this. It can also have the name of the chair of the meeting first, chair, within brackets, name of the person, and within brackets it can be written chair. So it is understood that this person is going to head this meeting. Or otherwise, it can be written like this, and the names have to be separated by a comma and written down as a horizontal list, not a vertical list, because we are saving space here. Alright, then again I leave a line and I write the objective. Why are we meeting? Usually the objective of the meeting is decided in the previous meeting. पिछली मीटिंग में ही फिक्स हो जाता है कि भैया हम हफ्ते बाद या 10 दिन बाद इस चीज के लिए मिल रहे हैं. Otherwise, if it's a regular meeting which happens periodically, then the objective is usually the same: to evaluate performance, to evaluate targets, to evaluate resources for the next quarter, whatever. So this is a fixed objective. Objective is usually already there in place before the meeting happens. So you just have to take up the objective which was either decided in the previous meeting or which is otherwise standardized for all these periodic meetings. And this is how it is written. We state what is the meeting about and then what is the expectation from the participants or the attendees. उनके बारे में भी एक sentence होना चाहिए agenda में ही. Because the agenda is circulated well a week or 5 to 6 days in advance. So the expectations are also mentioned here so that people or the attendees to the meeting don't turn up unprepared. And the whole meeting is a fiasco. Now, there's just time wastage of important authorities of the organization and also the other participants. So the expectations from the participants is written along here, like it is written here. Everyone should be prepared to discuss and offer suggestions. So this is what we are meeting about, and you should better come prepared to talk about it. Okay, then I leave a line and I give the schedule of the meeting. Now this is given very briefly, and क्योंकि ये 5-6 या 7 दिन पहले सर्कुलेट किया जाता है और इसके अंदर आप देखेंगे कि हमने जो फर्स्ट तो स्टैंडर्ड रहता है अप्रूवल ऑफ मिनट्स ऑफ द लास्ट मीटिंग, फिर उसके बाद हम ऑब्जेक्टिव एक और आइटम भी कई बार डाल देते हैं कि क्या हम इस मीटिंग में इसीलिए मिल रहे हैं, तो अप्रूवल ऑफ द ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ द प्रेजेंट मीटिंग भी एक आइटम हो जाता है. उसके बाद देखेंगे आप प्लेट टेक्नोलॉजी करके कोई बात है, फिर विनाइल है, फिर वेरियस प्रोजेक्ट्स है, ऐसे करके ये जो हमने दे रखे हैं अपने एजेंडा के आइटम्स. नाउ दिस everybody from different department is going to be present most of the times, or maybe people from 2 to 3 departments are going to be present for a meeting, because any decision in the company cannot be taken in isolation. Everybody has to be involved. अगर हमने कोई marketing strategy decide करनी है किसी product के लिए, so not only the marketing department, the finance department also has to be present. That can they allocate so much of fund for the marketing strategy which the marketing department is making, and then also the product development department has to be present. Whether the marketing is not going in a very divergent way or manner than which the product is developed. कुछ ऐसा तो नहीं कि प्रोडक्ट ये काम करता है, मार्केटिंग उसे प्रोजेक्ट ही किसी और तरीके से कर रही है, ऐसा तो नहीं हो रहा है. फिर हमारा जो टारगेट ग्रुप है वो हमारा डिवाइड हो जाएगा. सो सभी 3-4 डिपार्टमेंट्स के लोग प्रेजेंट रहते हैं. सो इसके अंदर जो टॉपिक रहेगा, द पर्सन हु इज मेकिंग द एजेंडा ऑफ द मीटिंग इज गोइंग टू बी फ्रॉम वन डिपार्टमेंट. ही और शी विल नॉट बी अवेयर ऑफ दीज इंट्रिकेसीज. So it is always good to invite suggestions from the attendees for the items to be discussed by them or their department. And once you are inviting suggestions from them, कि आप बताइए इस मीटिंग में आप क्या डिस्कस करना चाहते हैं, आप अपना फॉर्मल लैंग्वेज में आइटम लिख के भेज दीजिए. उससे क्या होता है, जो एजेंडा ऑफ द मीटिंग है वो क्लियर रहता है. उसके अंदर आपकी तरफ से जो एजेंडा फॉर्मुलेट करा है उनकी तरफ से कोई डुप्लीकेसी या डिस्क्रिपेंसी नहीं आती है, क्योंकि वो टॉपिक शायद उनको पता ही ना हो. बट क्योंकि आप सजेशंस इनवाइट कर रहे हैं, एंड दिस एजेंडा हैज टू बी सर्कुलेटेड वेल इन एडवांस, सो फिक्स अ टाइमलाइन. So you say that I am going to include your item to be discussed in the meeting if you are able to send me the motion by such and such date and such time. If you fail to do so, we will not be able to discuss it because the agenda would have already been formulated and circulated. Then it will be too late to make changes in the agenda and then get it circulated also in time. So if you are inviting suggestions, this is what has to be kept in mind. And it is always good idea to invite suggestions. I told you why. This is how we give out a list of what items are going to be discussed. Always reserve towards the end any other item with permission of the chair. Now these are exclusive 10 or 15 minutes which are reserved for the person heading the meeting. He or she may want to discuss something which came up just at that moment. And giving due respect to authority, we give that time to that person. Then roles and responsibilities. Now this also should be included in the agenda. Why? Because these people should not absent themselves from the meeting. If they are going to be absent, so they provide some replacement or substitute for them. And these roles and responsibilities are very important for a smooth functioning of the meeting. Recording the minutes of the meeting. The minutes of the meeting are official reference records, so much so they become legal in nature. So जो minutes of the meeting record कर रहे हैं वो अपने साथ preparation के साथ आएंगे कि उन्होंने notepad और ये सब stationery वगैरह लेकर आना है, क्योंकि उन्होंने minutes भी record करने हैं. So he or she has to be very mentally alert also. Then if there is something which came up for discussion but it cannot be included in detail in the minutes, पर वो minutes में mention किया गया है, पर वो इतना important था कि उसके ऊपर एक separate note होना चाहिए, या चेयर ने बोला कि भैया इसके बारे में मेरे को डिटेल रिपोर्ट दो, तो ये काम कौन कर रहा है, ये कोई और कर रहा है, तो वो कौन कर रहा है वो असाइन होना चाहिए. एंड ऑल्सो इफ देयर इज सम अल्टरकेशन, कोई बहस हो जाती है, कोई डिस्ट्रप्शन हो जाता है, कोई आर्ग्यूमेंट हो जाता है, तो मीडिएशन का काम कौन कर रहा है, so that should also be assigned. And usually when we fix who is going to mediate, we fix a person who is respected both by the higher authorities, his peers, colleagues, and also by the juniors. So whose word carries that much of weight, who's looked upon as somebody who's wise, who's sensible, and who will be listened to. So usually the person who's mediating is the same person in all the meetings, क्योंकि ऐसे लोग तो ज्यादा नहीं होते हैं एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के अंदर कि हर कोई की बात हर कोई सुन रहा है. एक या दो लोग हैं जिनकी बात हर कोई सुनता है, तो उन्हीं को मीडिएशन की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी दे दीजिए. ओके, दिस शुड बी इन अ सिंगल पेज डॉक्यूमेंट circulated with an acknowledgement receipt when people have seen it and signed it, circulated well in time, well before time, 5, 6, 7 days before the meeting. Also email it to them. Besides giving the hard copies, please email it to the attendees. Please put up a copy of it on the notice board. Somebody from outside the organization has to be present for the meeting. Please email it to them. Also get it delivered in hard copy to their offices. Also inform them of this through a telephone call. Also get acknowledgement or presence or absence approvals or intimations from the attendees that yes, I'm going to be present for this meeting. No, I'm not going to be present for the meeting, because this is going to be noted down in the minutes of the meeting. If somebody has absented himself or herself from the meeting without any intimation, it will be noted down in the minutes of the meeting. और उनके ACR में एक एडवर्स रिमार्क की तरह जा सकता है अगर ये कंसिस्टेंटली वो ऐसे करते हैं कि मीटिंग्स के लिए तो पहुंचते नहीं है और वो कंसिस्टेंटली विदाउट रीजन एब्सेंट. अभी हम जब मिनट्स देखेंगे कि कैसे नोट डाउन किया, उसमें हम देखेंगे कि मेंबर्स प्रेजेंट में और एब्सेंट में विद इंफॉर्मेशन है या विदाउट इंफॉर्मेशन है, तो क्या रीजन है. ओके, सो दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर समबडी हु इज formulating or setting out the agenda to receive those intimations. And also, since you are the one who circulated the agenda, प्लीज ऑलवेज कैरी एक्स्ट्रा हार्ड कॉपीज ऑफ द एजेंडा ऑन द डे ऑफ द मीटिंग, क्योंकि कई लोग होंगे, अटेंडीज होंगे जो बोलेंगे हाँ पढ़ा तो था पर मैं लाना भूल गया, हाँ वो ईमेल देखी थी पर अब वो एग्जैक्ट क्या शेड्यूल है वो रह गया। सो उसके अंदर आपकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि हर कोई अटेंडी अपना ऑप्टिमम लेवल से पार्टिसिपेट करे। इफ दिस इज द हिच, इफ दिस इज द ब्लॉक दैट इज कमिंग इन बिटवीन, you do away with it by giving them the extra copies that you're carrying with you. Okay, so that all you need to remember about agenda of the meeting. Minutes of a meeting. Minutes of the meeting, now this is a detailed document. It runs into 4-5 pages और एक फाइल की तरह बन जाता है। ये अभी ड्राफ्ट बन रहा है, नेक्स्ट मीटिंग में ये सब लोग के पास जाएगा, पहले ही हफ्ता पहले चले जाएगी ये ड्राफ्ट। वो जो अटेंडीज है वो पढ़ेंगे कि हाँ भैया ये सब सही लिखा है आपने, जैसे था वैसे ही है, कुछ इधर उधर का नहीं लिखा है, तो नेक्स्ट मीटिंग में ये अप्रूव हो जाएगा और ये फॉर्मल मिनट्स ऑफ द मीटिंग बन जाएंगे। ये लीगल केसेस में भी रेफर किए जाएंगे, ऑफिशियल रिकॉर्ड्स में भी यूज होते हैं, तो इसके अंदर बहुत ध्यान से लिखना पड़ता है। वन कैन नॉट इंक्लूड देयर पर्सनल कॉमेंट्स, देयर पर्सनल ओपिनियंस और पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू हियर। It has to be brief, but not to the extent that it leaves out important details. Important details are mentioned. So the name of the meeting is given, the date of the meeting is given. Then I leave a line and say when was the meeting called to order, by whom, who's the chair. Okay. Then I leave the line and then the members present. Now this is given down as a vertical list rather than a horizontal list, so that it is easier to read and remember. So I give it down like this: members not present. So pre-arranged. They had sent in their apologies earlier only that they would not be able to be present. Now when I am making changes here in the draft, there are certain members who have not informed me. So I will not write pre-arranged without intimation. Okay. So now this goes as a reference in their ACR also. For this meeting, this person was not present and had not given the reason beforehand. So this was an emergency or an urgent absence by this person, and what is the reason? Okay. All right, then I leave a line and then I say reading of the agenda. So are we meeting today for this purpose only? Okay, so motion to approve the agenda of the previous meeting. जो पिछली मीटिंग हुई है, क्या ये ठीक है कि नहीं? जो हमने आज लिख रहे हैं वो अप्रूव होगा नेक्स्ट मीटिंग में, तो जो पिछली मीटिंग का लिखा गया है वो आज की मीटिंग में अप्रूव हो रहा है. So what was the motion to approve the agenda of the meeting which was held on this date? What was the voting pattern on it? Motion carried. Everybody agreed that this is the correct noting down of minutes of the meeting. There are no changes required. Resolved, agenda for this meeting was approved without any modification. So these are how the headings have to be noted down. We'll see for business matters, voting pattern is also noted down. If there are certain amendments, they are also included under every item. Okay, as I go further. Next is approval of minutes. Okay, to approve the minutes of the meeting of the previous, what I was talking about now, that is this correct or not. Then I go to business. Actually, what are the items we have collected here to talk? Now, these two previous items that I talked about, that is the agenda correct for which we are meeting today, and the approval of minutes of the previous meeting, they are usually fixed for every meeting. This is where the changes in every minute start to happen. Okay, so we call it as business or objective, or the purpose of meeting. Any heading can be given and then the motion is given. What is the motion? Motion from so and so person. What was it? To select Priya Patel's manuscript. Now when this is mentioned here, you can even ask Josna Bhagat while writing the agenda कि भैया आप अपना motion दे दीजिए जो आप चाहते हैं, तो वो दे देंगी to select Priya Patel's manuscript or not. Okay, then I note down the voting pattern on it. There were 6 in favor, 2 against and 1 abstained to vote. I have to note down also if there's somebody who did not choose to vote on it. Okay, because then this is how the decision is taken. Do we allow people not to participate in any decision making? Or is the head of the organization so insistent कि नहीं तुम्हें या तो हाँ या ना तो करनी पड़ेगी, नहीं तो हम नहीं जा रहे आगे. Okay, so this talks about the environment of the company. So when certain decisions are taken, then when legal references or we are trying to decipher the working of an organization, so इससे पता चलता है कि कैसी working है organization की, कितना freedom है employees को कि नहीं है. Okay, so this has to be noted down. Then what was the resolution? How was it resolved? So motion carried because most of the people voted in favor of it. And it was accepted. Let's look at another item जिसके अंदर हमने amendments भी include करी हैं. मोशन क्या था? प्रिया पटेल ने फिर से मोशन किया, भैया ये जो आप हमारे मीटिंग टेबल है, इट हैज ब्रोकन डाउन, इट शुड बी रिप्लेस्ड यूजिंग द फंड्स. सो व्हाट वाज द वोटिंग पैटर्न? 3 वर इन फेवर, 4 वर अगेंस्ट. बोलते नहीं, नया टेबल लेने की कोई जरूरत नहीं, इतने पैसे खर्च करने की क्या जरूरत है, पीपल वोटेड अगेंस्ट इट. Then Mr. Neeraj Gupta, who was also an attendee, he suggested that that I'll get the table repaired at no cost, because there are already carpenters are working in my department. So I'll ask them to repair. उसमें क्या फर्क पड़ता है? So this was the amendment that took place. I have not included here why Mr. Neeraj Gupta volunteered, because there are already carpenters working in his department. That detail is not included. Only what is relevant is included. Amendment: Mr. Neeraj Gupta volunteered to repair the table at no cost. So that was also taken care of. Another item wherein it has been carried. उसके अंदर तो नया table purchase करना was negated. इसके अंदर जो है motion वो carry किया गया है, उसको agree किया गया कि yes it will be followed, but yet there are amendments. Then also I need to note down the amendments, and how do I note them down? There was this motion from Mr. Sarup Walia. He said that we should subscribe to this using the committee's fund. So motion was carried, and what was resolved that the subscription will be there, but it will be used for using committee funds. But there was an amendment to it. What was the amendment? That it will be in the name of the chair, Josna Bhagat, and at a special rate of 2 years annual subscription rather than 1 year subscription. So this was the amendment. Even though the motion was carried as it was proposed, yet there were amendments that also have to be noted down. Okay. Then comes the next item, which is the meeting ended with a thanks to the chair. The chair did not have anything to discuss when we had kept special 10-15 minutes for the chair. The chair had no new item to be discussed. So we thank the chair always, especially in a government organization. In a corporate organization, this is never done, because in a meeting, everybody is equal brainstorming on various issues in an organization. But in a government setup, this is done. And when was the meeting adjourned? Okay, now what things we need to take care of while writing down the minutes of a meeting? I need to know who has referred to what document or report during the meeting. So immediately after the meeting gets over, I need to get my hands on a hard copy of any report or document that was referred to during the meeting, because that will be noted down as here. And it will be attached to every minutes of the meeting that will go out to the various attendees, because they will also refer to it. If there's somebody said that Mr. Neeraj Gupta said he'll get the table repaired or not. Okay, so these are the roles and responsibilities that emerged from the meeting. Who is taking care of this? Are these happening or not? So Mr. So and so will follow up with Mr. Neeraj Gupta. Mr. Sarup Walia ने ये वाला propose किया. No, not Mr. Sarup Walia. Priya Patel ने बोला भैया table change होना चाहिए. So Priya Patel will follow up with Mr. Neeraj Gupta if the table has been changed or not. That should also be mentioned. Okay, so these things should come as part of the minutes of the meeting. The minutes of the meeting draft should be prepared well in advance of the next meeting, so that every attendee can read through it, go through it, and if there are certain modifications or anything, they can come up in the following meeting before approving the minutes of the meeting. No personal details, no comments, nothing should go in the minutes of the meeting. It is always an objective noting down of the minutes. Okay. Now let's come quickly to writing a letter. An official letter which can also be converted into an email. Then I am following the modern block format because it is easiest to convert it into an email. It follows the least punctuation marks, because the punctuation marks, when converted into a soft copy or a digital format, they form various characters which make the file heavier. So communicating or transporting them through an email makes it difficult. So we are just trying to remove superfluous or unnecessary words, punctuation marks, or characters here. So the same way we've done for hard copy writing. The first thing is, it is along a imaginary left margin, leaving 2 to 2.5 inches from the page. And I give the sender's address, the person who's sending me. So I'll give my designation also and my address, complete address. Now within the sentence or the line of the address, the punctuation marks will come, but not towards the end. If you will see, the text is aligned along an imaginary left margin, but towards the right ending, it is not aligned. आगे पीछे आ रहा है, वो नहीं मुझे ध्यान रखना है. Pin code is very important, because any official correspondence is not only sent through soft copy but also sent through hard copy. Mostly this hard copy is either registered or speed posted. In both the cases, I need to have my pin code. Where will my pin code be taken up from? The person who's receiving, they will take up my address from where I've given it to them. That is in the letter. So that is why it is not that for my own knowledge मैं अपना pin code यहाँ लिख रही हूँ. It is for the knowledge of the receiver कि मैं उनके लिए अपना address, designation सब कुछ लिख रही हूँ. तो pin code लिखना भी जरूरी है. Okay, and even with the name of the organization, the area and pin code, the letter reaches even if the other details are missing. I leave a line and then I give the date. These are the two formats of writing the date. The first format is the British format and the second format is the American format. I cannot cook up a mixture of both these and write the date, which is incorrect. So when I'm communicating with somebody, some company which is based in Europe or has been an erstwhile colony of United Kingdom, I will use the British format. Because if it's Europeans, I use the American format, they think that my attitude, behavior and tendency is also very American, which is casual. And even a small thing like a date will make them prejudice against me. भैया ये तो अमेरिकन है, अपने एटीट्यूड में पता नहीं काम करेंगे कि नहीं. I know this because when we were crossing over from England and entering into Europe at the French border, the French people are so snobbish, so snooty, they did not acknowledge even the British visa that we had. They made us go through the most stringent checks that I've ever been through. The checks were not so stringent even at Dubai airport. Even at UAE, the checks that we were subjected to at the French border, although we were coming from England. So if we've already entered a country which is a part of the European Union and we are entering another country which is part of the European Union, इतने stringent checks की क्या जरूरत है? बट स्टिल वो लोग इतने स्नॉबिश और स्नूटी हैं, वो इस बात का बिल्कुल ध्यान नहीं रखते. सो ये हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को भी हमें बताना जरूरी है कि भैया डेट लिखने से ही काफी फर्क पड़ जाता है. अगर इस फॉर्मेट में लिखिए उस फॉर्मेट में, हमारे ऊपर प्रेजुडिस हो जाएगा, हमारे ऊपर मिस इंटरप्रिटेशन हो जाएगी हमारे एटीट्यूड, नॉलेज और बिहेवियर की. ओके, सो दिस वी शुड बी माइंडफुल ऑफ. देन रिसीवर्स एड्रेस. अब रिसीवर का एड्रेस उनकी नॉलेज इन्फॉर्मेशन के लिए नहीं है. मेरी असिस्टेंट ने कहाँ से पिक करना है कि भैया एनवेलप पे कौन सा एड्रेस जाएगा. ही और शी इज गोइंग टू पिक अप फ्रॉम हियर एंड ही और शी इज नॉट गोइंग टू बी सो इंटेलिजेंट एंड वाइज लाइक मी. So for his or her benefit and ease of communication, I have to give correct address here. Again, designation, and the same way I give the address, the way I have given my address, including the pin code. Okay. Then I leave a line and give the subject. Subject is like the title of the letter. Never ever in any email or letter, please write the subject total in all capital words. It is not done. Only the words which are big important words begin with capital letters. For example, leave of absence में L capital आएगा, A capital आएगा. I've written prepositions, conjunctions and articles coming within the title will not begin with capital letter. So leave of absence में O capital नहीं है, it will come as small o. Never ever in any letter or any email write any word within the letter or the email or subject anywhere in capitals. That means shouting for attention. अगर मैं communication कर रही हूँ verbal, तो जब मैं चिल्ला रही होंगी तो मैं उसको जब लिखूंगी तो मैं capital letters में लिखूंगी. तो क्यों मुझे जरूरत है मैं किसी के साथ चिल्ला के बात करूं? मेरी पोलाइट कन्वर्सेशन भी तो दूसरे को सुननी चाहिए, जिससे कि कल को वो भी मेरे साथ पोलाइटली बात करे. So these are unspoken rules of communication that I set. For example, the same thing comes to email etiquette. If I am sending an email to somebody when it is not their working hours, so that and I expect them to respond to it, the same thing, they can send their emails to me at my non-working hours and they can expect me to perform on it. Such a big inconvenience to me. पर ये रास्ता किसने खोला उनके लिए ऐसा मेरे साथ बिहेव करना, ऐसा मेरे साथ ईमेल या प्रोफेशनल एटिकेट रखना? मैंने ही तो खोला. जब मैंने एक्सपेक्ट किया उनसे कि मेरे तो वर्किंग आवर्स हैं या मेरे वर्किंग आवर्स भी नहीं है, मेरे को अब टाइम लगा, तो मैंने रात को 8 बजे आपको ईमेल भेज दिया और मैंने आपको फोन भी कर दिया, टेक्स्ट भी कर दिया. So that is a folly on my part, not on their part. So these are small things of etiquette that I need to know while communicating. So when I leave the window open and when I do that for the others, I open the same door for them to interact with me. Okay. I leave a line and then please do not underline the subject. Do not write subject as sub. उसको पूरा सब्जेक्ट लिखिए, डैश या कोलन डालिए और उसके आगे जो टाइटल है वो लिखिए. लीव अ लाइन एंड राइट डियर मिस्टर और मस्ट सो एंड सो. मिस्टर और मस्ट के बाद यूजुअली डॉट आता है, पर यहाँ पे क्योंकि हम इसको सॉफ्ट कॉपी में कन्वर्ट करेंगे, अनवांटेड कैरेक्टर्स हटा रहे हैं लाइट करने के लिए, तो हम यहाँ पे डॉट हटा देते हैं. लेडीज के लिए अब मस्ट यूज होता है, मिसेज या मिस नहीं, क्योंकि दिस इज नॉट अ कॉमेंट ऑन देयर मैरिटल स्टेटस और एज. सेम वे मिस्टर से कुछ नहीं पता चलता है जेंटलमैन के बारे में, वैसे ही मस्ट से कुछ नहीं पता चलता है लेडीज के मैरिटल स्टेटस या एज के बारे में. सो यू शुड नॉट यूज दैट. व्हेनेवर आई एम यूजिंग मिस्टर और मस्ट, आई शुड यूज द लास्ट नेम. इफ आई नो द फर्स्ट नेम, then good enough, use the first name and the last name. Otherwise just use the last name if I don't know. And it is very rude on my part that I don't know the name of the person with whom I'm interacting. अगर किसी से भी नहीं मुझे पता चला, जो उनसे पहले इंटरेक्ट कर चुके हैं, मैंने ऑफिस में कॉल करके पूछा, उनके इधर उधर पता करा, नहीं पता चला, अनसॉलिसिटेड मेल भेजूं पहली बार किसी को, तब मैं सर और मैडम यूज कर सकती हूँ, तब मैं डियर सर या फिर डियर मैडम लिख सकती हूँ। अब वो भी नहीं पता, तब मैं लिखूंगी डियर सर स्लैश मैडम, की लेडी है या जेंटलमैन है रिसीविंग एंड पे, तब मैं लिखूंगी। बट अदरवाइज ये मत सोचो ये बहुत कन्वीनियंट है, सीधे ये लिख दो, ये तो चलता है, नो। This is the same kind of attitude that I'm showing to them that they will reflect to me. Yes, I would not want to do any work for somebody जिसको ये नहीं पता है कि लर्निंग कर्व एकेडमी की फाउंडर सीईओ कौन है, लेडी है कि कोई जेंटलमैन है। डियर सर मैडम, मेरे को आपके यहाँ कोर्स करना, मैं इंटरेस्टेड नहीं हूँ, मेरे को नहीं कुछ करना आपके लिए। If you cannot just find out that much of interest, you are so casual towards a course that you want to take that you don't even know who's going to give you that course. तो मैं क्यों आपके लिए इतनी मेहनत करूँ? Are you getting me? This is how it is read by the receiver. So this may be convenient for us, but it is very rude for the receiver. These are small things that we should take care of. Now in government organizations, it is written respected. If it is the norm in your organization to write respected so and so, then write it. Otherwise, it's not required. Why? Because when I say respect, there's an air of authority. So there's some kind of formality in communication. So that ease and openness in communication does not happen, which is not required in the corporate sector at all. So this has to be, this difference between dear and respected has to be explained to the students who are going to write emails in their professional capacity, who are going to write emails in their academic capacity also. एंड आई ऑल्सो फील रिस्पेक्ट तो इनहेरेंट होती है, किसी को जताने से तो पता नहीं चलती, पर अगर वो नॉर्म है ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का, आपके उसके ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का, रिस्पेक्टेड डायरेक्टर, तो प्लीज रिस्पेक्टेड डायरेक्टर ही लिखिए, उनका नाम भी मत लिखिए, ये कुछ भी मत लिखिए। नॉट डॉक्टर, इंजीनियर, प्रोफेशनल टाइटल्स हैं, दे आर नॉट पार्ट ऑफ द नेम, सो दे विल नॉट कम हियर। डियर डॉक्टर ABC PQR, नो। Okay, that's a professional title. If you want to give the respect to them, dear Mr. ABC PQR brackets PhD. If you really want to do that, okay. Leave a line, first paragraph. Official letter में हमेशा purpose होता है कि हम letter किस लिए लिख रहे हैं, okay. तो हमें वो बताना चाहिए, and it is written in a sentence form. Usually for one purpose we write one letter or email. Even if we have to interact with the same person in the same organization for another purpose, we do not include it in the same letter or communication. Then both the purposes of more than one purpose are not going to be fulfilled. Okay, there's going to be confusion in communication. And also I should take a break of at least 4-5 working days in between before communicating with the same person in the same organization on a different purpose. Or else I should wait for the purpose of the first communication to be fulfilled and then begin communication on the next purpose. Okay, never ever include. मेरी convenience होनी चाहिए, receiver की हो ना हो, यही lack है communication की. It should be very convenient for the receiver to understand and communicate and connect with you. That if we put ourselves in the shoes of the receiver, then write any communication, then our communication is going to be effective and simpler and easier. And that is the thumb rule of any communication. So this paragraph can be written as sentence form. इसके अंदर bullets मत include कीजिए, क्योंकि purpose एक ही है, तो list किसकी बनाएंगे, किसी के नहीं बना सकते, इसलिए यहाँ पे बुलेट पॉइंट्स नहीं इंक्लूड करने हैं। एंड इसके अंदर अपने आप को इंट्रोड्यूस भी कर सकते हैं, अगर आप नहीं जानते हैं उसको, फर्स्ट टाइम इंटरेक्ट करें, पहले आप अपने आप को इंट्रोड्यूस कीजिए, अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का नाम बताइए, फिर पर्पस बताइए। सेकंड पैराग्राफ में एक्शन रिक्वायर्ड। नाउ बिकॉज ऑफ फुलफिलमेंट ऑफ, फॉर द फुलफिलमेंट ऑफ वन पर्पस यू माइट रिक्वायर 2-3 टास्क टू बी डन बाय देम, यू कैन नॉट राइट देम इन सेंटेंसेस, बिकॉज देन आप बहुत कुछ मांगते हुए दिखेंगे, बिकॉज योर पैराग्राफ इज लॉन्गर देन द फर्स्ट पैराग्राफ, सो इट माइट सीम यू आर सो कंप्लेनिंग, यू आर सो demanding. So to give an expression of brevity, दिखना चाहिए कि थोड़ा कम मांग रहे, आप उसको बुलेट्स में डाल दीजिए। मैंने बुलेट्स कहा है, पॉइंट्स नहीं कहा है, 1 2 3 4 पॉइंट्स नहीं कहा है, बुलेट्स में डाल दीजिए, जिससे उसको नंबर ना किया जाए, पर और उसको पिक्टोग्राफिकली मैं देखती हूँ ना, 4-5 पॉइंट्स थे यार, 4-5 चीजें करनी थी मुझे। तो अब मैंने अगर सेंटेंसेस लिख दिए, भैया उसने तो बहुत कुछ लिख के भेजा था, उसी टाइम मेरी एज अ रिसीवर कल हो जाती है एंथुजियाज्म वो फुलफिल करने की। पर जहां मैं छोटे छोटे पॉइंट्स में देखती हूँ, मेरे को उनको याद रखना आसान रहता है, मेरे को उनको फुलफिल करना आसान रहता है, एंड इट गिव्स मी एन इंप्रेशन ऑफ बीइंग वेरी स्मॉल टास्क, नॉट समथिंग बिग. And overall also in the layout of the letter, the first paragraph is bigger, and the second paragraph wherein I want the other person to give me some help or do some action, it seems smaller when I put it down in bullets, not numbering. Then again that person will 5 चीजें मांगी थी, okay, not that. Bullets 4 या 5, okay. So there's that discrepancy also and clarity also. Then I leave a line and give subscription. Now subscription is When I'm the one who supplied some information to somebody, then I write with best regards, with warm regards. Okay, now since it is a phrase it is not a sentence, so it will not have any punctuation mark towards the end like exclamation mark or full stop. और क्योंकि हम फाइल छोटी कर रहे हैं तो हम कॉमा भी नहीं डालेंगे. क्योंकि ये फ्रेज है तो विद का W कैपिटल आएगा, बेस्ट और रिगार्ड्स में B और R स्मॉल लेटर्स से शुरू होगा. Okay, we usually write with warm regards, W capital, R capital. That's wrong. We don't do that. If we are the one who asks for someone for help, then we just say thank you. Thanking you means आप करो ना करो, मैं तो आपको अभी से thank you कर रहा हूँ. या फिर एक added pressure है कि मैं पहले से आपको thank कर रहा हूँ तो आपको ये लिखना पड़ेगा, तो आपको ये करना पड़ेगा. So never ever use thanking you or thanking you in anticipation. That is very rude. ओके, लेट दैट पर्सन डिसाइड कि क्या वो आपकी मदद कर सकता है कि नहीं, तब उसके बाद उसको आपको ईमेल लिखने दो. आपने पहले ही बोल दिया भैया तुम्हारे पास तो चॉइस नहीं है, मैं तो तुम्हें पहले थैंकिंग यू इन एंटिसिपेशन कर रहा हूँ, जो मैंने बोल दिया वो तो करना ही पड़ेगा. दैट्स सो रूड. Okay, let's not do that. Maybe that person is not ready. Write you an email that no, I will not be able to do this now because I'm busy. So you negotiate with that person without spoiling your relations, without marring your communication. You maintain your relations and get the work done, albeit slowly. That is what is called effective communication and effective management of relations. With a small phrase, you have made the communication so marred and even maybe even culled it. Okay, so ये छोटी छोटी चीजों का ध्यान रखना है. I leave a line and write yours sincerely or faithfully. I am faithful only to my immediate boss, not even to my super boss. So if I am writing some information has been required by my super boss, जो मेरे बॉस ने बोला भैया तुम काम कर रहे हो इस प्रोजेक्ट में, तुम लिख के भेज दो, मैं उसमें CC मार्क करूंगी अपने बॉस को. I will mark a carbon copy of that email to my boss. I will never ever use blank carbon copy in any professional communication. That is against ethics and etiquette. I will have to use carbon copy which is open to everybody, but the main recipient can be the super boss. And उस communication के ending में मैं yours sincerely लिखूंगी, yours faithfully नहीं लिखूंगी. I will not jump the line of hierarchy. I will not jump the hierarchy of communication in an organization just to prove to my super boss that I'm better than my boss. No. This is basic etiquette. Okay, if I am trying to, if suppose let's put it in a personal arrangement, my grandparents are living away from me and I live with my parents. They've asked for some information. My parents said दादू ने पूछा कि कब आपकी छुट्टियां, तो आप चिट्ठी लिख के भेज दीजिए उन्हें. Yes, तो मैं उसके अंदर आपका प्यारा ऐसे करके लिखने की जगह उनको ये बताने की जगह that papa or my father or my mother does not have time to communicate with you, that is why I am doing that, I am better than them to you, that is actually spoiling the relations. Isn't it? The same relations have to be maintained in a professional capacity, and it does not reflect better on the part of the boss or the super boss. It reflects good on the part of you, that you know your values and ethics. Okay, so you're always sincere to everybody else except your immediate boss. So even if it is some colleague, some person from outside the organization, even your super boss within the organization, उनके साथ आप communication में sincerely लिखेंगे. Only to your immediate boss you are faithful. And when we are writing letters to editors, so whatever issues or concerns we have raised in our letter are true. They are not my whim or fancy. मेरे मन घड़न कोई issues नहीं है जो मैंने लिख दिया कि भैया मेरे घर के बाहर की roads खराब है. They're actually true. So that is why when I write letters to the editors, I write yours truly. Okay, there's no punctuation mark towards the end. Why? Because for the same reason I'm avoiding superfluous characters. And then I sign my name. Below the signatures typed name within brackets. It should not be bold, normal. Capital letter से शुरू होगा जो भी name के parts है. First name, middle name, surname जैसे भी मैं लिखती हूँ. Okay, middle name अगर मैं ऐसे as an initial use करती हूँ, suppose सुनील कुमार पाठक, मैं सुनील के पाठक लिखती हूँ तो के के बाद dot आएगा. Okay, then the dot will come to show it as an initial. Okay, these are, and the enclosure and attachments. If there are certain enclosures and attachments that go along with the mail or the letter, they have to come along here after this whole thing. And इसको अगर मैंने अपनी email लिखी है, letter लिखी है, तो subscription से ऊपर वाला जो paragraph है, जो second paragraph के बाद वाला paragraph है, उसके अंदर मैं as 1 or 2 sentences यहाँ पे mention करूँगी that with this letter I am attaching these enclosures or attachments. अब जब मैं फाइल सेव करती हूँ ईमेल में, भेजती हूँ doc 1, doc 2, doc 3. No, if somebody with my covering letter, I'm sending my resume, letters of recommendation, and experience certificate, and I mention it that with this covering letter, I'm attaching my resume, letter of recommendation or appreciation, and experience certificate. So मैं उसी नाम से file save करूँगी और उसी order में attach करूँगी. Okay, so that if somebody wants to jump my resume and see who has recommended me, can know which file or which attachment to open exactly and read. The ease of communication or convenience should be in the hand of the receiver, not the sender. Always remember this thumb rule. Okay, that is why I'm saying that doc 1, doc 2, doc 3 से नहीं save करना है. Okay, that is all that I wanted to remind you of. These are the few things. मैंने आपको format बताया क्योंकि हम मॉडर्न ब्लॉक फॉर्मेट क्यों यूज करते हैं, लेफ्ट मार्जिन के अगेंस्ट क्यों अलाइन करते हैं, पंक्चुएशन मार्क क्यों अवॉइड करते हैं, कहाँ पे कैसी होनी चाहिए, डेट के बारे में क्या ध्यान रखना चाहिए, विच ब्रिटिश फॉर्मेट ऑफ डेट और अमेरिकन फॉर्मेट ऑफ डेट, व्हाई एंड व्हेन टू बी फॉलोड, how the receiver's address should be written, sender's address should be written, why the pin code should be included in it, how the subject has to be written, it should not be underlined, it should not be written as sub, it should not be written in all caps, then the content has to be placed as purpose and action required, presentation content or the first paragraph can come as complete sentences, next paragraph should come as bulleted points list so that it is easier to remember, recall and execute. Then it should be subscription, when I write thank you, when I write warm regards, how I write them, and how do I sign off. Okay, truly, sincerely or faithfully. Okay, that is all I wanted to cover with you, and I'm sorry that I've overshot my time. Are there any queries or questions? Let me invite any queries or questions from nodal centers. Anybody from the studio audience? Any query, any question? The timing of an email, because I wanted me to cover email etiquette, very important. Timing of an email that you want an action to be done on should not be sent on Monday whole day, should not be sent on Friday whole day, should be sent on Tuesday post lunch till Thursday whole day. क्योंकि मंडे को तो वो जो वीकेंड पे बैकलॉग हो गया या नया काम आया उसी पे ध्यान देंगे. ट्यूसडे को जो मंडे का थोड़ा सा सिस्टम है वो सेट होना शुरू होगा. पोस्ट लंच वो बाहर outside the organization जो communication है उस पे ध्यान देंगे, and Friday को they would already be packing up for the weekend, they will not pay attention to it. So if you have to repeat your communication, that will again come across as you are very demanding. Your communication is not effective on those days. Yes, sir.
Ma'am, I'm Sanjay Bavaja from RTU Kutta Center.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, I want to ask two things
yes, sir.
from this session. It was very informative, brother. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you, sir.
Ma'am, one thing that you have mentioned that we should not write subject in the capital letters.
Yes,
but
sir.
Is it advisable to write in the bold?
No,
is it
sir.
advisable?
No, sir. We should never use any bolding of the script or capital letters in any written communication. As I said, it is like shouting for attention. Why do I assume कि मेरी communication receiver के लिए इतनी important नहीं है कि वो पढ़ेंगे ही नहीं? This is again another mindset that I'm attaching to the communication and a prejudice that I'm attaching to the receiver. So never ever do that, sir.
But there is a tendency, human tendency is there that if the things are not written in the bold and they take it very, very casually.
No,
that's
sir.
the problem. That's why
हाँ,
if
sir,
someone is intent.
सर हम बोल्ड कर देते हैं तो उनके पास ये ऑप्शन होता है भैया जो हाईलाइटेड होगा जो जरूरी होगा वो वैसे ही बोल्ड में होगा तो बाकी सब नहीं पढ़ते हैं. तो क्या आप मेरा कहने का मतलब ये है कि जो आपने बाकी लेटर लिखा है फॉर्मल कैपेसिटी में वो फालतू का लिखा है? Whatever else is written is just superfluous in it. No, every word has been very articulately and mindfully selected by you. You have not written anything which is not required or redundant. So let the receiver read the entire communication. What will happen here? Yes, sir.
Fine, that's right, ma'am. Every letter has its own weightage also. But
yes,
to explain what we want to say in the letter, in the
yes, so what you can do is. So, sir, what you can do is whenever you send a letter or an email, you should always follow it up with a call. And you say that I have dispatched such and such letter to you on such and such day on such and such subject. And sir, would you please take care or look intricately into this issue that I've raised in the email or the letter. And that is notification enough. And that is
one more thing, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
One more thing, ma'am, that you said if you write at the end, thank you in anticipation. It is rude.
Yes, yes sir.
is it really rude? I don't think it's. I'm not agree with this
It's up to
because
you, sir. It's up to you, sir. I gave you my logic and reasoning for it, which is entirely up to you.
fine, fine, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Any other question or queries from anybody here in the studio? No? Okay. Anybody else from the nodal centers?
If anyone has any question, you can turn on your mic and ask the question.
I guess there are no queries or confusion now. No. All right. Thank you so much for being such an attentive and participative audience here in the studio and also at the nodal centers. It's been my absolute privilege. Thank you so much.
Well, friends, we close the session here, and I like to thank Madam Subhiti Jindal for sparing her very valuable time and sharing her experiences and her expertise in the area of writing skills. And we all have realized the importance of vocabulary, grammar in order to write. And she has given you inputs, some tips also, how we can improve the vocabulary and how we can improve our grammar also.
So may I add something? There are certain exercises also which are given if you would want to share.
Yes, we will do one thing. There are some exercises she has planned. We will send these exercises across to you. Today by evening, I will email it to you, these exercises, and I will request the coordinators to kindly collect the work done by the participants and email me by tomorrow evening. By today evening, I will send you these exercises also, and then you do these exercises and then send me back. And also, I will request the coordinators to kindly make sure that your participants come in time. You know what happens is that when we delay the session in the morning, there is a pressure on the expert to cover everything in a short span of time. Already, we are covering a lot of material within short span of time here. But then, if the time is wasted in waiting for the participant to join in, that builds up further pressure on the expert. We with this we'll close the session here, and we have a small tea break about 10 minutes. 11:40 we rejoin for the session on classroom communication. Thank you and enjoy your tea, please. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, we can start.
Okay, friends, we are back after the tea break. I hope you enjoyed your tea and again are fresh for the session. As teachers, we are communicating to the class, and there are everyone has his or her own style of communicating in the class, but there are certain basics we have to keep in mind which can improve our classroom communication. And Madam Meera Anand is with us, an expert on the subject. She will be sharing with you some of the important tips. She will also be interacting with you and doing some exercise. I will request the participant, madam, we are having 6 centers with us and they are all very, very interactive.
One is from Gurgaon.
One is Amity Gurgaon, Kota, and this one is from Pune and Jaipur.
And then you have here at
Odisha, and this is from Vijayawada in Andhra Pradesh.
Wonderful.
So they are all very, very good audience we are having. They are all enthusiastically participating in our discussions also. So I will request Madam Meera Anand to kindly briefly introduce herself and then start the session on classroom communication.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, madam,
Okay, in case if I want to proceed further. And here I can see all 4. 6. Where you have not given, sir, take care till 1, no? Till 1.
Till 1.
Sir, this is, it starts from, all are there, 6 are there. Good morning. Is my voice audible to you? Okay. Is it okay? Good morning and a very warm welcome to all of you. Regarding the session today, before I start, let me just have a brief introduction about my own self. I'm Mrs. Meera Anand, an astute professional having more than 14 years of experience. Way back in 1993, when I joined my first job with NIT, worked there for 3.5 years, then joined in 1996. Telecom industry was upcoming, and that was at NITTTR. Not NITTTR, sorry, that is NIT. NIT is National Institute of Information Technology. I worked there for 3.5 years, and then after working with NITTTR, NIT, and then I joined Escotel. Escotel, booming industry, because the Escorts Group has started off with the telecom sector, not only Airtel, but Escotel was also there. So UP East, Kerala and Haryana, there were 3 centers, and they have taken franchisees, and thereafter working there again for 4 years, I took a long gap of 9 years in between, and some my personal priorities, and then in 2009 I joined Bharti Airtel IT Park Chandigarh, and wherever I was working, initially I was a faculty, because at NIT they sent me to Madras, that is SEED, School of Employee Education, to groom myself to be a faculty member of NIT, and thereafter with Escotel and with Airtel, I was working with CSD department, customer service delivery, looking after whole upper north, especially in Airtel, Punjab, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh and J&K. And thereafter I realized that at workstations, when students used to come to us, most important thing is their communication plays very important role. It's not only that in class or in any sector, communication, it really has a very important impact. Till the time whatever you want to say, it doesn't reach to you, communication is a total failure. So you have to speak in such a way, not only your language, not only your pronunciation, there are so many other things also. Now, in case if I talk, pronunciation plays very important role. If I talk about February, you need to know that we have to call it February. You will not say February. It is not. February is a right word to speak. Similarly, if I say the plumber has come home, the plumber has come home, not plumber has come home. Plumber. Fine. So pronunciation really plays very important role. At the same time, you need to write also well, because and you have to present also very well. Everything plays important role in communication, and when we talk about classroom communication, it really has to have a very deep impact on students. Fine. In case if I want to tell you something and if it doesn't reaches you now, my classroom communication, it seems to be quite zero, nil. So very, very important that all the students, right now, my audience, you are there. And in case if you're listening to me and my message is not reaching you, so in that situation, what will happen? Of course, my communication is totally zero. Fine. There I realized, let me go back to the industry from where we are getting this productivity. And after working there for 3 years, that is with Airtel, I left and I joined a very small organization, Bullseye, and they were actually grooming students for CAT. All GDPR, that is a group discussions and personal interview, how to groom. And at the same time, being a verbal faculty, I tried to improve the language part of the students there, so that at least they can gather some confidence to face people and panelists. Then after that, I'm right now working as a freelancer, because no more full-time faculty with Bullseye. Worked there for 2 years, but again my personal priorities, they really helped me out in looking forward for something else, some different platform. And because of that, now I'm a freelancer, associated with various organizations like Mercedes, Hyundai, and then HDFC Bank, NITTTR, ICAI, Institute of Chartered Accountant of India, and then Punjab University too. So all these are my patrons, and I keep going and discussing about whatever I have learned through my experience in these organizations. And at the same time, because my first job was a faculty at NIIT, so that time whatever we used to study, I remember they used to make a video of us, and they used to reflect it back to us. They said, this is how you look when you teach. So there that time video was there, and you need to have video camera and the photo phone, the OHP, we used to call it overhead projectors, and then we have transparencies. We used to write on this thing. Old practice, at that point of time. But now the systems have totally changed, and the same question has been asked to me by my HR also at Airtel. She asked me that, ma'am, that after taking a gap of 9 years in between, would you like to come back to the industry? Then I told her, there are certain things which never change. Thing is that earlier we used to write IOM, inter-office memo, but now we have to write what, mail. But yes, we need to communicate. That is only the source, or you can say the method of communication must have changed, but communication is still there. So we need to know, we need to learn accordingly as per the time. So this is till now, I don't know how many of you still remember your teachers who taught you in your classroom, and still you remember their communication. But here I would like to tell you that really communication plays a very, very important role. The first and the most important thing when we talk about in the classroom communication is that you need to know about that what spontaneity is all about. I'm going to talk about few points today. Number one, that everyone, 85% of people, they feel, if you talk to teachers, they will definitely say that 85% of teachers will definitely say that yes, we are nervous when we enter the class. And it's people who scare us, students who scare us. Fine, but I must tell you that 15% must be lying. Yes, of course, everybody, the moment you enter your classroom, even if I'm talking to you right now, to some extent, maybe my stomach is not gurgly, I'm not feeling that nervous where my mouth is so thirsty and then I feel so dried up, my mouth is so dried up, not like this, because of your due experience. But to some extent, yes, you need to practice them. And first thing is that you have to manage your anxiety. First thing in your classroom communication. If you manage your anxiety, I'm going to tell you about the various points. The first is manage your anxiety. Second is some ground rules. I'm going to talk about this effective classroom communication. And There are others also. And third is listening skills. And the most important point is how to have a structured way of presenting in your class. You have to have one structure, then only you can present anything in your class. So first is to greet anxiety. And the number two, when you talk about, is that you need to know about your audience well. And then listening skills also plays very important role. One by one, step by step, I'm going to come, and then you may write it down later. Okay. So the first thing is that in case if you enter the classroom and you are feeling anxious, you're feeling very excited, and in that situation, please greet anxiety. Accept the fact that yes, you are nervous. Say that yes, I'm Meera, I'm quite nervous in the class, and you say to your own self in front of students. स्टूडेंट्स के सामने आप क्या बोलने वाले हो, आप उनको बोलेंगे आप कि that yes, I am quite excited, I have that anxiety, and now then you start your class. Yes, because you have to accept it. The more you say that you are not nervous, but still you are, because then the back of mind, it is always disturbing you. Accept that yes, you are excited, you have that anxiety, that is worry, because you want your class to go well. And in that situation, it is very, very important that you have to accept the fact. You use the word inside your mind that greet anxiety. Accept it first. Your acceptance will going to help you to face your audience. If you feel that no, I'm not nervous, I'm perfectly fine, but yes, you are, then what will happen initially? शुरू में क्या होने वाला है फिर? The only thing is your mind is always there. I don't know how students will going to take me as teacher and as a orator, as a facilitator. At the same time, you are not very clear. So most important thing is that first, how you will going to manage your anxiety. After greeting anxiety, the most important thing is that you have to manage your anxiety. You cannot be the whole worrisome the moment you enter class. Okay, you are quite worried, but you have to manage it. And the first and the most important thing which you need to do is to start your conversation by a dialogic mode. In a dialogic mode, ask questions. Hello, how is the weather outside? Today, how are you feeling? So it means the moment you enter the class, you are quite dialogic. Question answers. How do you feel today about the class today in the morning? So what I'm doing, I'm interacting with you. I'm managing my anxiety because now I'm going to interact. The moment I start interacting with you at the back, if I ask him, sir, if I ask you that, okay, tell me that today, how is the weather in the morning? How do you feel? You belong to this place?
I belong to Husharpur.
Husharpur, okay. And what about you, sir?
I'm also from Husharpur.
Husharpur, okay. So you both are from Husharpur, and then at the same time, how do you feel that you are working somewhere?
We are basically lecturers in Government Polytechnic College.
Government Polytechnic College, Husharpur. Electrical department, okay. So in this situation, what will happen? Because the first thing is that even if I am anxious, while talking to you dialogically, I am managing my anxiety. I am feeling more comfortable, and at the same time, there's a barrier or an icebreaker. You know, which क्या हो जाता है आपको? Because the moment I start talking to you, I feel quite comfortable, and you also feel quite comfortable. So yesterday, what we have done, or in the morning, what you have done? If I ask you this question, same type of questions you may ask to your students also. Yesterday, what you have done? Today, what we are going to do? Such type of questions you may ask. And how was your experience yesterday about the new chapter? Did you go and study at the back once you went back to your home? So what do you think? Have you studied your chapter well? So such type of dialogic statements will going to help you to manage your anxiety. समझ में आया? And have you understood? So first thing is use dialogic conversation. Dialogic. Be dialogic and ask question answers initially to manage your anxiety in your classroom. And number two, that is most important, is use the conversational language. If you have noticed, Param, can I get up? Can they see if I get up? देखो जरा एक बार. Okay. Now in this situation, let's say if I say conversational communication, be very conversational, then you need to, because she can't see me at the same back. Right? Now in this situation, if the moment you enter the class, I can say, I welcome all of you. Do you think my gesture is okay? The moment I am actually giving this kind of dialogue, I'm just starting with this, that okay, let me just give you a very warm welcome to all of you. See my body language. It is saying something else. I have noticed one thing, that whenever I go to college and when I speak to teachers, they are very, very nice, very polite with me. But the moment some student walks in, yes, what is the problem? The way your faces, your language, everything that is totally different when you speak to students. Teacher themselves, they have that authority. There is no need for them to show with their such language, or maybe with this kind of a body language, or maybe with this kind of a tone which they use. Not necessary. So please make sure that if you want to greet anxiety, if you want to manage anxiety, then in that situation, use conversational communication. Be dialogic. Number two, be conversational. And the way you converse with someone, it is not something that the authoritative kind does. Okay, now today we are going to start with a topic, motivation. Just see the language, just see my body language. Am I motivated? Is my tone motivated? Or the way I speak? Okay, I really feel good about it that today you have come to the class. Just see my face, my frown on my face. So please be conversational. Manage your body language the moment you start speaking to your students. Fine? So whenever you want to say something that I welcome all of you, today is a wonderful class for this. So that makes a lot of difference. So your body language and your conversational way of communicating with your students will definitely going to have good impact on them. They'll start listening to you at least. The most important part. Fine? So this is what it is. Effective classroom will only, I'm going to just talk about certain few points more in between. But at the same time, have you understood 2 points which we have discussed? One is that you have to greet anxiety. Then to manage anxiety, one is that you need to be dialogic. And number 2, you have to use what? Conversational communication. You have to converse with them. You don't have to restrict yourself. See the language, see the body language. So obviously non-verbal will going to play a very important role. And then third most important point regarding to manage anxiety is bring yourself to the present moment. Bring yourself to the present moment. It means I don't know where are you, your mind is about. See, the moment I entered the class, so what do you think? Are you all started listening to me? Have you prepared yourself to listen to me? Not necessary. It takes some time. At the same time, being a human, you generally what? You are quite judgmental. आप क्या करते हैं? You always keep looking, okay, how she's looking, how she's dressed up, how she's talking, what she will going to talk about. Okay, let's see one by one which points she is talking. So over a period of time, you will start linking yourself to the classroom, to your teacher, to this environment. Suddenly, the moment you move out from, obviously you're coming in from outside, it is not easy for you to be there at the present moment. In case, because of my background as a psychologist, because I studied for 7 years, so this is something which I believe in, that in case if you are not concentrating on someone, what you can do, you try to be yourself at the present moment. So can you just repeat, can you do reverse counting from 17? Can you do that till 1? Can you do that? Do it, please. 17? Aage? What do you think? Can you speak this? 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 3, 2, 1. Wonderful. Can you connect me to MIT University, Gurgaon? MIT University, Gurgaon? Who is Mr. Sanjay Kumar Jha is the coordinator? Dr. Archana Singh, yeah.
Yes, I'm here.
Ma'am, I just wanted to go. Good morning. I think good afternoon now. It's already 12, suppose. Yeah. So it's something. In case, have you ever felt that you are not concentrating while reading something also?
Pardon, ma'am, can you just repeat?
At the time of reading, do you think that you have full concentration? Reading your own self. Let's say you are reading something, some document, or maybe some book, or maybe some novel. So what do you think? You always have full 100% concentration in that?
No, not always.
And how
Unless
do
and
you come
until it
back
is
to
a
the...
technical document.
Yeah, so in case if you really want to concentrate, so what do you think? What do you do to get back to you? If you want to focus it on what you want to read, so how do you do that?
Just the frame of mind is required. Like if I feel that this thing is very important, then obviously I focus on that.
So then
It
for that,
depends
what
on the importance
one
of
is
the.
your stamina is required, one is stamina, second is your motivation, inner motivation is required.
Yeah, yeah.
What else?
Mm. I feel like these two things are more important thing while when you read for the things. The
Can you hear me?
concentration, the
You all...
motivation,
Okay.
and the atmosphere too. The ambience.
Ambience also plays very important role. Very right. And at the same time, but you have to bring to the present moment. So what you can do next time, in case if you are not in your class, so try to repeat certain things. Maybe you can use tongue twisters. You may use tongue twister. If I talk about, let's say 17, 16 here in studio only, we have some audience and I told them to repeat what? To do the reverse counting. That is maybe from odd number 17 or maybe from 23 to 0 or 23 to 10. You can say 23, 22. So when you are talking like this, so what do you think? You have to be at the present moment? Yes or no? What about you, sir? Yes, because you have to think and you have to speak. And you will only do it right in case if you concentrate on what you are talking. If you don't concentrate on what you are talking, then what will happen? Then what will happen? Of course, you are not in your present moment. So to be yourself, but first of all, as faculty, I need to bring my own self to the classroom. Then only I can gather attention of my students. If I won't, then what happened? So I have to be at the present moment. If my mind is somewhere else, so I'm listening to you, so then what will happen? Maybe I will listen half-heartedly.
Just when you ask
Yes, to repeat.
I just started thinking.
Yes. That, okay, 17, 16, 15, 20. Because you need to think, because you have to be right. Because we don't want ourselves to be in the spontaneous situation. And a mean person like me maybe ask such questions, open-ended questions. Okay, what do you think? What do you think? So maybe you will find, okay, fine, because you have something else in your mind right now. Maybe the mind is somewhere else. Sometimes it happens. And being a faculty or being lecturer, so what you will do? You have to bring them also back to the class. At the same time, you have to bring your own self to the present moment. So be there at the present moment, then only you can manage your anxiety. Nervousness kaise khatam hogi meri? Or I can say, can you just repeat after me? Never trouble till trouble troubles you. If you trouble, trouble will double trouble you. See, you have to be in the present moment. If you speak tongue twisters, or maybe if you come back from counting, reverse counting, definitely you are concentrating. And if you are concentrating, actually you are managing your anxiety. Nervousness is going like this. It is going flat, falling flat now. Because now you are among your students. Yes.
Nervousness has a link with the time which we are
Time?
it has a link with the time session we are taking. Because like we are teaching for the last 10 years.
Yes. Confidence is there. Yes, very right.
So nervousness is not always a part.
It's not nervousness, it's anxiety. Anxiety in the sense, maybe they may ask you, because now you know that, okay, students are comparatively have less knowledge than you. But if the same kind of thing, if you have to go to some other classroom, not your students' classroom, maybe you have to go and present in front of your maybe seniors. So that is also basically what? Classroom. And in there you have to present your paper. So what do you think? You will definitely have that anxiety. To manage your anxiety and to give your audience the best. If you are maybe a research student, then what happens? There also you have to do that, because you have to speak in front of your peers. In case if you have to speak in front of it's a class of what? All literate people, and you are talking to them. So there you have to make your point very clear. So for that, even if you have a bit of you have nervousness, of course you will not get connected with your audience. So you can have a glass of water if you want to. And you go and have a glass of water. So this is how you need to learn that. First is, have you understood first point clearly? That how you have to greet anxiety first, acknowledge that yes, you are nervous, and to manage it, first is use a dialogic language, be conversational, and 3 is be at the present moment. Once you manage this, that it means that yes, now you are comfortable to start with your content. So most another important thing which you have to remember, okay, just have you ever been to a spontaneous situations? If I connect it to a quota, if you can connect it to quota. What's that? Can you switch on the light so that at least I can see you? आप नजर ही नहीं। Okay.
I think सारी ऑन कर दी, उधर वाले सारे। जी।
ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे आप सिनेमा हॉल में देख के मूवी देख रहे हो, ब्लैक मूवी।
Yeah, we are enjoying ourselves, ma'am. We are enjoying ourselves. We have a large gathering here. We have approximately 50 faculty members and approximately 100 students amongst us at this moment. And we are paying attention to you. And we are watching very,
that's
enthusiastically.
Very great. That's very because lights were off. And because hall kitna acha create kar diya aapne. I feel like coming there and teaching all of you. Wonderful. Okay, just that's good. At least you have switched on the lights now. Great. And I just want to confirm, in case if I want you to create one spontaneous situation. So how do you? Okay, shall I just give you one example, and then accordingly you have to repeat it in such a way. Let's say in this room I have so many things, and I need to point on things. I need to point things, but wrongly. Okay. So if I say this is zoo, this is camera, fine. Now this is, let's say, a tube light, and this is monitor, and this is I can say maybe give me a pen. Okay. Now this is girl. So what I'm doing right now, it means spontaneously whatever is coming out of my mind, I'm just pointing at things but saying what wrongly. Okay, wrongly. So no penalty will be bestowed upon you. And if you can try one thing with me, a girl with a blazer, it is if you can just try it out with black. If you can come ahead, yes. And can you just point 5 wrong things in wherever you are sitting, and point at things but say the words wrongly? Have you understood what I said?
Yep.
Okay, fine. Let's start this game.
This is a speaker. This is laptop. That is table. This is bottle. That
you can like this, because I cannot.
This is laptop.
Okay.
She cannot hear me.
She can hear.
Perfect.
This
Yes.
This is chair. This is my PlayStation.
Okay.
And this is table. This is you.
Good. What else? Have you noticed one thing? Okay, and some other person can also try. Let me just try some other person here. All of them. You can see Jaipur, like you can see Kota can also see them and
Yes,
others.
ma'am.
Okay.
Everybody can see.
Everybody can see you all. Okay, a girl with you can say a white dupatta at the back. Girl with a white dupatta at the back. Yes, thank you.
Introduce yourself, ma'am. अपने को introduce भी कर देगा, please.
Myself, Pinky Meena, Rajasthan Technical University Assistant Professor. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just sit comfortably. Are you comfortable? Are you
Yes,
comfortable?
ma'am.
Okay. Now just point out 5 wrong things quickly.
This is glass of water.
Just tell me also what you are pointing at. Yes. The glass of water is very right. You have to point wrongly. You have to say
No,
sorry.
ma'am. Glass of water.
Huh?
Bring it. This is an empty glass.
See, somebody is helping you out. I can hear some murmuring, you know. You can easily make out, yes? Okay. You think this is a very difficult game? If you find yourself in a spontaneous situations like this, and you have to say it wrongly, and she has gone back. Yes, it's difficult for her. That's what she's feeling. Can you just try? Can you just come here and then point something to 5 things and wrongly? Quickly. Okay.
This is radio. This is computer. This is a tree. This is a glass of water.
Yes, हो गया 5? Thank you so much. That's great, yeah. This is something you need to clap for this. For all of us that we need to work on. What do you think? Is it a difficult thing to talk about? If you say something wrong, because your mind is already what? Conditioned for right things. And if you have to say something wrong, still you have to think. You have to think. And number 2, most important thing which you have to remember, that why we are doing, because most of the time we find ourselves in the spontaneous situation. And in spontaneous situations, especially in the classroom, because there are certain things which you have already planned. You are very structured, well structured. But at the same time, there are certain situations when students ask you certain questions which you are not very familiar with. Then you have to answer those questions in a very spontaneous situation. What you need to do? The only thing is, we are so used to our own brain stockpiling. The moment I asked you that, okay, just tell me something about wrong things, what you have done? Okay, what you have done, you started stockpiling your own things. आपने सारा stockpile करना शुरू कर दिया. आपने stockpile कैसे करना? अच्छा, अभी हम बोलेंगे laptop, अभी हम बोलेंगे PlayStation, अभी हम बोलेंगे PSP, सारा कौन सा gadgets के बारे में बोलना शुरू कर दिया. If I talk about something, let's say tree. I said tree, maybe possible you can say flower. Maybe you can say what? Lotus. Because उसी में शुरू कर दिया हमने. We always use what? Do stockpiling. And from our stockpiling, we keep on getting one by one, and we don't want to be wrong. We want to be correct always. And that is why, because we always come in our own way. हम अपने रास्ते में खुद ही बीच में आ जाते हैं. We want to be the best. We want to be right always. We would like to be, you can say, not a presenter but performer. So make sure, at least you can be wrong too. Please give your space, give yourself a bit of space. That yes, or maybe you can think, lateral thinking, think out of box while answering questions to your students. Otherwise, what will happen? Maybe you have learned something else, and maybe you have a different viewpoint. And to explain that viewpoint, then what will happen? You may find that, okay, he is not right or she is not right. Let me explain my own viewpoint. You always try to put your own viewpoint rather than greeting the other person's viewpoint. So what you can do, the best part is you need to be spontaneous. You need to be spontaneous. And for that, keep on thinking about something new in a different way. You need to be creative in making things understandable to your students. And creativity will only come if you think out of box. If you think later. Because it is beyond box. You should not think like this. And try to put yourself in that spontaneous situation. At home also. I generally put it when I'm just crossing any red lights. area, especially like not red light area, that is your you have traffic areas. You have red light, green light and the yellow light, and there sometimes I have to halt for the red lights, and there if I have, अगर मुझे वो red light के वहाँ के through मुझे बैठ के देखना हो कि ठीक है wait कर रही हूँ, so I keep on talking about what wrong things. Okay, this is what this is it, this is it. But of course I will not say loud, maybe somebody will come and going to just slap me. I say, why you are saying something wrong to me? I say he is horse or owl. I cannot say like this to anyone, like this. Fine. But at the same time I keep on, because your mind will start working like this. Maybe you're wrong, but don't stockpile. We have a habit of stockpiling, and from our stock only we keep on finding out things. हम उसमें से निकालते चले जाते हैं. थोड़ा सा अलग होके सोच के देखो, and then उसके बाद क्या है, हमें we need to be structured towards the end of the session. We will definitely going to come back to this. But in spontaneous situation, how we have to react, that is very important. Fine. So one is that first thing which we have learned is to manage anxiety, and the second is that in spontaneous situation how we have to work, because present moment के बाद ही हम लोग करेंगे. And next most important thing which you have to remember, take certain situations like this not as a challenge or a threat, but take it as an opportunity. In your classroom, the moment you walk in and students are sitting in front of you, they're definitely going to ask some questions. Their questions should not be threat to you. Their questions should not be challenge to you. They should be, you should take all these threats or challenges as opportunity. It's an opportunity which we are getting to learn something new. Rather than saying, okay, you are asking me this because maybe you are testing me. That kind of thing, no, it happens in your mind. Most of the time we feel, okay, this person tries to be very sure of her, and maybe he would like to test that whether I know this or not. With this kind of mind, with this kind of things in your mind, definitely you are not expecting them to help. You are basically try to be self-defensive. Defensive. You want to be defensive basically. अपने आप को defend करते हो आप, और उस defend के चक्कर में क्या है कि आप पढ़ाना ही भूल जाते हैं हम लोग. So next most important thing is, please take challenges or threats as an opportunity in your classrooms. First is anxiety का काम खत्म हो गया. दूसरा क्या बहुत important है, take what I'm talking about, take challenges or threats as opportunity. Fine. This is how you will going to be very spontaneous. Now in case if I'm going to you have to hold the camera, or maybe I can just take a look on one instance which we are going to portray here. Can you come please here for a second? Can you come here? Yeah. See here what we are going to do. All of you can just take a look here. Fine. Both they will going to do what? So what you need to do is, you just have to understand what the instructions I'm going to give it to them. Okay. The best part is, because it's a festival season now, because this Holi is coming, and now you have to exchange gifts also. Fine. So maybe possible that you have to have some gift in your hand. Maybe you can think visual. It is not something that physical in their hand, but they have. Maybe it's a small gift, or maybe it's a big gift. So you can just carry this gift in front of her. No, you don't have to. Because you have to give it to her, and then after giving it to her, you will say, then you will say, oh, you will open this. You will open that gift, and you'll say, oh, wonderful! What a wonderful maybe ring, or maybe what a wonderful pen, what a wonderful mobile. That whatever that comes to you for the first time, whatever that comes, because you are not thinking. Don't start thinking now, because in case if you are going to be thinking what you will going to do, it means you have already planned what you will going to answer. Don't do that. Come as a spontaneously answer this question. You can just open the gift, and then you can say, wow, wonderful, dash, you have to say, and thank you so much. And then one opportunity is for you, because you will going to just say something, that comes spontaneously from your mouth. And the second thing is, you will say, I know you will definitely going to like this. Because. Why? Because then you fill in the blank. Then you have to fill that blank. Okay? Whatever she says, because you don't know whatever she's going to say. You say, wow, for example, she said, Wow, what a mobile, you know. Now you cannot use mobile. Okay. Oh, what a mobile you have given me. Say, I know you will going to love this mobile because then you have to write. You have to not write, you have to just say something, one line. Is that clear to you? Fine. Is this clear? Fine. All of you are listening. So this is what? The opportunity. You are taking this as an opportunity. You are also taking this as an opportunity because you don't know what you are going to get. It's a spontaneous situation. Whenever she, in case if you know the answer beforehand, then it's a different issue altogether. But I don't know आप मन की बात जानते हो. जानते तो नहीं हो? ऐसा मतलब मन का रिश्ता नहीं है. नहीं है ना ऐसा? No ma'am. आप कुछ इशारा तो नहीं कर रहे? No ma'am. Okay. So just come here and then maybe you can just listen to this. Okay. Do that. आजा माइक के पास आ जाओ इधर. You just come here इधर आ जाओ पास आ जाओ. यहाँ पे आप खड़े हैं. अच्छा मेरे okay. Yes. Say yeah. You give it to her. Hi. This is. No. What you can do now? You can give it. And the same thing you can do. Okay. Have you understood? No. First and second, the same you can do that. It's again an opportunity. It's again challenge because it is not well planned. You were thinking that you will going to give and she will going to say this, but now I have changed the situation. Fine. Again, it is an opportunity.
Hey, my friend, this is a gift from my side to you on the occasion of your birthday.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I love this gift. Thank you so much.
What gift?
Yeah, what a lovely ring you have gifted me. Thank you so much.
Ring. Okay.
I knew it that you like diamonds, so I wish to give you.
I know that you like it because what?
Because you like accessories. You like to wear accessories, so that's why I thought to gift you a ring. Actually, it's not that expensive, but it's just a gift, from me to you. I hope you would be liking it.
Yeah, sure. I definitely like this.
How do you find? This is an opportunity for you. When I just exchanged this roles, was it as an opportunity to learn something new?
Yes.
And what about you?
Yes, ma'am.
In a very small instance, have you understood what I would like to tell?
Yes.
That is what. Thank you so much. I think we should give a big round of applause for them. At least they acted so well. And others, those who are sitting, if I talk about somebody in Pune, yes, Tejal Mehtre is there. If you can just connect me to them. Yes. Would you like to do this? Hi, Tejal.
Hello, ma'am.
Great. This is what about at the back? Why are you sitting so in a scattered way? Why can't you sit together? So at least I can see you all. Some other person they are there, and you need to, because I don't know. One person is then having 5-6 chairs vacant, and then you have sitting somewhere there itself. Would you like to practice at home this kind of a challenge as an opportunity? Are you hearing me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So same kind of activity you can also practice in your colleges.
Yes.
Fine. Try this out. You will find that certain type of activities or maybe such situations don't take them as a challenge. Don't take them as a threat, but take them as an opportunity to learn. So this is how small things you feel that every time when you are in that spontaneous situation, you will always learn something new. Don't you think so? When you put yourself in certain situations which you have not expected, and then obviously you have learned something new out of it. Confidence. Number 2, maybe something very spontaneously that comes to your mind. We have played a very nice activity here, but you were not there that time. Being very spontaneous. Find wrong things which we uttered, and that is also a very good opportunity for us, because we are so it's so difficult for you to think about something which is right, but you have to say something wrong. Fine. So this is something, again, you are spontaneous. And now the most important thing is, have you understood the difference between challenge and an opportunity? So take in your classrooms like this only. Any question being asked to you from your students, take them as an opportunity for you to learn. And this will definitely going to help you, and you try to be very, very spontaneous in front of them. But at the same time, not wrongly every time. Don't be wrong. Then what happened next time? You will not going to have good impact on them, and they will not going to get related to you also. Fine. Next, the most important thing is, please use certain words like yes and rather than no but. You know, generally when we ask questions to students, हम कैसे सर करते हैं? अगर कोई क्वेश्चन आपसे किसी ने पूछा और क्वेश्चन पूछने के बाद maybe you have not the right answer, you find that no, that person with the question or maybe the answer which a person has given, a student has given is not right. What you will going to say? कैसे बोलोगे आप उसको? आप कैसे बोलते हो नहीं गलत है? कैसे बोलते हो आप किसी बच्चे से क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं और क्वेश्चन पूछने के बाद आप उसका आंसर उसको आपको ठीक नहीं लगता, so what do you say? I said no, but let me tell you like this. Is this the right way? Is this the way? You can think again. Okay, yeah, this is another way of saying. What do you think? What do you say? आप क्या बोलेंगे? Generally हम लोग बोलते हैं no, this is not the right way of doing it, but let me tell you. No but. Please stop using such words. Start using words like yes, I know this is your observation and you are thinking like this, but let me, then you can say, okay, what I would like to tell you is like this. So rather than using but not, start using words yes and. Yes, and there are other ways of also expressing this. And let me tell you, there is a total different way of explaining this fact. So yes and should be the words which you should use rather than using no but. Fine. So negate such words, negate, or you can say stop using words like no but, start using words like yes and. Fine. हम बहुत सारी चीजें, if I'm going to talk about 4 things or 5 things today, you are not going to use them in your routine very often. What you will going to do, start using them one or two today. आप 6 months के लिए, next 3 months के लिए 2 चीजों के ऊपर ध्यान दोगे आप. First is you have to greet anxiety and then you have to manage it well, or maybe you can just know what conversational language उसी के अंदर आप करेंगे आप. Then you have to have what? You have to take challenges as an opportunity. And maybe thirdly, that you start using words yes and, positive words rather than no but. No, it is okay. No, it's not right. But let me tell you. So no but actually gives you a very negative feelings and the negative feelings in the other person's mind. So better start using yes and. That is another way of having good communication, effective communication in your classrooms, and be a good communicator also in front of your students. Fine. Next, most important thing is that please listen. Listen in your classroom, and you have to listen properly. What the other person they would like to tell, if they are asking you some questions also, then you have to slow down and listen. And for listening, what do you think? You need to have what kind of traits, personality traits? At the back. Sir, सुनने के लिए सबसे पहले क्या चीज चाहिए होती है आप लोगों को?
Patience, concentration.
Patience, absolutely. Concentration, you concentrate. And then once you start, अभी आपने देखा हमने सुनने के लिए क्या किया था हमने? You have to be at the present moment, and to bring yourself to the present moment, what you need to do? हमने क्या सीखे 2 techniques? Tongue twisters use कर सकते हो आप, or maybe you can use what? Reverse counting in your mind. That is what you can do. These are 2 tools which we have, or you can say techniques which we have used to be at the present moment. So for listening also, the most important thing is concentration. You have to concentrate, you have to focus, and then at the same time you need to be at the right place. आपको क्या होना चाहिए ठीक से? Right place में, आपको right time पे, and then at the same time you need to be physically fit also. हो सकता है कि रात को आप बहुत late, जैसे सर आपको भी हो सकता है कि because late night आपका कुछ ज़्यादा काम हुआ and morning you are not fresh. So in this situation what will happen? All these lectures what you are discussing or maybe you are delivering to your class, students may not listen because physically he is not fit, because mentally he is not able to connect with you. Why? Because physical fatigue and the mental fatigue basically are the causes for not listening you properly. And how can you listen? How can you concentrate? If I say tell me about your name with one adjective before that. Can you give me that? What's your name? Monica, give me one adjective before that. M stands for I'm Meera. I say meticulous Meera. So M stands for you. Adjective. कोई भी एक विशेषण लगा के बताओ अपने नाम को. No, you need to be spontaneous. Here we lack. So what you need to do, first thing which you have to take once you move out from this room is first thing that you need to think spontaneously. Fine. This WILLHELP, this will help. Fine. YOU, you. THINK, think. BETTER, think better. So when you are talking, obviously you will not talk this like this in your classroom. But here what we are doing, if you spell it well, अगर आप spell ठीक से करो, इसका मतलब क्या करो, आप एक एक word के ऊपर concentrate कर रहे हो, because you know the other person will going to speak like this, and I have to concentrate well on his or her words. It's exactly same way. So please inculcate this habit among your students to listen carefully. If I say something, then I will not repeat it in front of you. You have to just keep focusing, that you have to focusing on what? Each and every word, each and every character of your word. That is how you will learn. Fine. And then for that, before that, you must have done exercises like bring them to the present moment, be very conversational in talking, use dialogic to connect with them first, and then after that, what happens? When such type of techniques you will apply, you will definitely going to have good communication and the effective communication in your classroom. Fine. So this is all you need to do. And at the same time, in spontaneous situation, most important thing that you have to be very well structured in your chapters or maybe in your delivery of contents. Once you go in your classroom, do you think you prepare your chapter? Do that? Yes, you do. Okay, let's ask others also. From Odisha, Professor Sachikanta Dash or maybe Professor Archana Kumari Sahu. Huh? We are not. ये है? No. Okay, then Vijayawada, Andhra Pradesh. That is Krishna Prasad. No, not this one. I don't think so. This is Andhra Pradesh. They were sitting. No, all ladies were sitting. वो कौन से थे? Jaipur, yes, Jaipur College, Jaipur Engineering College. Yes. And if I would like to ask you, how do you structure your content in your classroom? You make the milestones or the objectives to be covered. How do you start? How do you enter your classroom? What do you think you do? You make milestones. The objectives you define. Connect to somebody. आप बोल सकते हैं?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, this is Prerna Shrivastava from JCRC.
Okay. Just let me know, how do you structure your classroom sessions?
Sorry, ma'am?
How do you structure your classroom sessions? Do you go with the full preparation with objectives or the milestones?
Yes, exactly, ma'am.
Can you just let me know that a night before your session, how do you plan your session well? How do you do that? That tomorrow, in case if you have to take lecture on a particular topic, and how do you plan yourself before going to the class? How do you structure it yourself?
Ma'am, exactly, I will start structuring like I state whatever in the last very session, I took some of the points for the discussion exactly because when I enter my classroom, I start putting some of the points what I have already been taught in my last session, and I start asking some questions just to maintain the relations with my students, whether they remember those things or not. Then
you are always dialogic. That's a wonderful thing, no? Because you ask questions also initially. The first thing that you have done, wonderful. And number two, that you are thoroughly conversational. You are quite approachable to them. Otherwise,
ma'am, your voice is cracking. That's why I couldn't hear you properly.
Okay, then what else you do?
Give the proper response. Otherwise, I would like to repeat some of the portion, like we can say the recap of the last session. Then I start telling them what the topic they are going to study this time only. And definitely after leaving the class, I'm talking about the previous session, I have given some of the topics to them to please prepare via like any further books which was prescribed to them or the Google part of that. And then I start asking, though you have prepared something or not. It is just for the confirmation whether they have done something or they are prepared for the lecture or not. And then I start delivering my lectures. And it may be definitely, as the topic is communication here in the semester 2 of my students, so I start making the session very interactive. Suppose I'm teaching them the verbal communication, so I start with the part that verbal communication requires the oral plus written. So what is oral? The first question will be asked to my student, then I provide the answer from my end. So that may give that the concentration to them, that they have to have the concentration. They have to listen to me, because some of their point they have to be like anytime I can rebuke or scold, or maybe they feel shy or in ashamed manner. So this is something I give the lectures.
The best part is, first of all, we need to have this kind of a feeling that whenever we have to teach them, we have to be 100% sure that are we fully prepared to enter the class in front of them, and what all, because first of all we have to understand ourselves, then only we can make other person understand. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
If we don't understand ourselves, how can we make the other person understand what we are going to talk? जब मैं खुद ही समझ में नहीं आया कोई चीज, तो हम दूसरों को कैसे समझाएंगे? So most important thing is that please structure your lesson. And first thing which you have done, that you go and ask questions about the previous. That's a wonderful thing which you are doing. One is that you are revising it, and you are doing a recap of the previous session. At the same time, you are also having a dialogic conversation with them. So the first thing that you are breaking the ice and you are communicating with them. That's a wonderful thing which you are doing, and and this is how you are managing your anxiety. Great. And thank you so much. And here, in case from the studio also, if I ask, sir, how do you structure your lessons? How do you structure your lessons?
So I have to plan what I'm going to teach on a particular day.
Okay.
And what are the main contents? Some key portion, diagrams, some data is to be given. So like that.
You are teaching which is your subject?
I'm teaching electrical engineering.
Okay. So what do you take subject as? क्या लेते हैं?
Like fundamentals of electrical engineering.
अच्छा, fundamentals of engineering.
Basics.
Okay.
Yeah, so I have to plan what topic, whether some diagrams, some data, some theoretical question like that.
And how much time you give to your own self to plan the session ahead? Let's say in case if you're taking your sessions are every day, If you go Monday to Friday?
Yeah.
So then every day once you go back home, so what do you think? You plan yourself? Do you think?
We have to plan 1 day before that.
Okay, fine. So how much time you give for planning? For the same chapter, maybe you're taking very less time?
Yeah. So just a repetition of what we have taught in the
Taught.
last 40 years.
So many years, yes, very right.
But still we take 1 hour like that.
You keep on updating your own knowledge also on this?
Yeah.
What is happening now?
Yeah.
What is happening nowadays? Because it happens, I remember because one of my own peer, like he worked with Airtel for around 18 years, and after working with Airtel, now when he shifted to Flipkart, then he has to go through the 7 rounds of interview. Being an electrical engineer, and then he needs to, I don't know how and why they have taken 7 rounds of interview of the same person who worked for, he was graduated in electrical engineering from Karnataka University. Karnataka, what is that? Bidar? Bidar is an engineering college, and from there he must have done it. And that is what I'm asking is, if still you need to work and you have to update yourself and keep upgrading, not more. Because basic physics fundas are same. Yeah, because electrical engineering you need to have the circuits are same. But if case some happenings had happened, like good inventions and maybe innovations had happened, so maybe you must be updating yourself with those things.
That keeps on changing.
To change.
Some new editions, some deletions.
Yeah, very right. This happens. So one is that you have to structure it, and to structure it better, what you have to use is, I use 3 questions. The first question which I ask is generally about, okay, what you want to ask or what we are going to talk about. And then next is that why we are learning all these things and how we have to learn better. Fine. So there are 3 questions you should always ask. One is what, second is why, and the third is how. In case if somebody asks you question, or in case if you have to tell somebody, please make sure that these 3 should be answered well. That what we are going to talk about. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then why we are talking about this. Why? We are talking about this subject, this topic. And third is that how we have to be benefited out after this. How we have to learn this, or maybe how we have to use it in a practical knowledge. So this is how you need to talk. So you, every question or every topic of yours should answer 3 basic questions. One is what, second is why, and third is how. Plan it out accordingly. For today's session, I have to say what I have to teach. What, topics which I need to just include in this. Number 2, why. Why they need to know about, if I talk about greet anxiety ko greet karo, but how? In case if they are anxious, if they are nervous, then how they need to manage it? How they need to manage it towards the end of it? Manage kaise karenge isko? मैंने बता दिया what, why it is important to manage anxiety, because till the time you are not connected to your audience, your I message will not reach to you as a I message. It will become your own you message. आपका आई मैसेज दूसरे तक कब तक पहुंचता है, कब तक पहुंचेगा, जब तक आपके कम्युनिकेशन, या राइट, बिकॉज योर आई मैसेज, अदरवाइज आपने अगर आपने देखा, हम गेम खेलते हैं कुछ, एक छोटी सी, आपको थोड़ा सा मैं क्लियर करना चाहूँ, चाइनीज विस्पर आपने कभी खेला? हैव यू हर्ड अबाउट चाइनीज विस्पर? कैन यू जस्ट कम हियर सर, आप आएंगे 1 मिनट के लिए? मैम कैन यू कम हियर फॉर अ मिनट? यू कैन ऑल्सो कम फॉर अ मिनट, एंड देन सर यू कैन ऑल्सो कम. वैसे हम 5 भी पढ़ सकते हैं, लेकिन हम 5 भी कर सकते हैं, आप भी आ जाओ फिर. I am going to tell them one story, and just to make this clear that how my I message should reach to her as a I message only. If it doesn't, then it means there's some problem with the communication, and because maybe I am nervous, maybe because I am not here at the present moment, and that's the reason things are not happening the way I want it to be. Okay. Sir, I would like to give you one story, and then same story you will going to tell her, and you will going to same story to tell her, and then to him, and then to her. This is how things will going to work out. Sir, now let me start. I'll whisper in his ear. Similarly, he will also going to whisper like this. Clear?
somewhat clear. Can you repeat?
See what's happening. My iMessage should reach to her as iMessage only. वो तो उनको भी सुनाई दे रहा है, वो भी सुनाई, उन्होंने कहा था कि नहीं, not audible. मुझे सुनाई दे रहा है वो, थोड़ा सा लग रहा है कि जैसे कि सुनाई दे रहा है, तो मैं आपको डिस्ट्रैक्ट कर रही हूँ, अटेंशन आपका. You have to Chinese whisper means that you have to whisper. That is more important. इतनी लंबी स्टोरी तो नहीं है कि जाने का प्लान तो नहीं है चंडीगढ़. ये कुछ प्लान ही डिस्कस कर रहे हैं ना, लाइक समथिंग लाइक दैट. मेरे तो सिर्फ 2 लाइनों का स्टोरी थी. इसके बाद हम लोग 17 चले जाएंगे, 17 के बाद सुखना लेक चले जाएंगे, सुखना लेक के बाद हम यहाँ चले जाएंगे. दे आर मेकिंग सम अदर प्लान्स. प्लीज स्टूडेंट्स हु आर सिटिंग देयर, lecturers who are sitting there, professors at the studio, I just narrated 2-line story to him and then he has to pass it on to others. Okay, come here please, and then tell us that what actually you have heard.
Arpita and Arnav are going to railway station to pick their friend Sudhanshu.
Sudhanshu. That's it? Same? Same? Same?
Dipankar.
They are going there to pick up their friend Dipankar.
Dipankar.
Who is coming?
Who's coming from Calcutta?
Calcutta? Sir, give a big round of applause for all of them. Sabke liye. My story was like Arpita, and here she said that Arpita and Arnav, they are going to railway station and to pick up their friend Sudhanshu. ये Sudhanshu कहाँ से आया मुझे कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है. I don't know. Just put this camera on me, maybe so they can listen to me. Thank you so much, and I'll just get back to you. Thank you so much. I just wanted to make them clear that my iMessage should reach to them as iMessage only. और ये क्या बन गया? ये कुछ आपका अपना ही मैसेज बन गया. You said that Arnab and Arpita, they are going to railway station to pick up their friend Sudhanshu. That is you message, not I message. My I message was that Arpita and Arnab, they are going to railway station to pick up their friend Dipankar Khashnobish, who is coming from Tiruvananthapuram. That was my message. Only 1 line. My I message, by the time it reaches you, it has become सुधांशु. हाँ बिल्कुल, ये प्लेस तो खत्म ही हो गया. वो कह रहा है कि वो तो कलकत्ता चली गई. सेकंड ही कलकत्ता. ओके फाइन. खाशनोबिश तो चला ही गया कहीं. लिसनिंग. यस. हैव यू अंडरस्टूड? आई मैसेज एंड यू मैसेज समझ में आया? माई आई मैसेज वाज लाइक दिस एंड योर यू मैसेज इज टोटली डिफरेंट. So because till the time, so we are revising, we are repeating what we have done so far. I'm not going to talk something more about it. I'm going to just finish this today's program here itself by just recap everything which we have learned so far. First thing, to manage your classroom, effective communication in your classroom, most important thing is that what you need to do, shuru mein, you have to greet your anxiety and you have to manage it well. To manage it well, first of all, why it is important? What? First is what we need to do. I'm going to talk about this. What first point हमें समझ में आ गया. Then second हमने क्या कहा था structured way में? What we have learned, that why we have to manage. Because my I message should reach to you as I message only. It should not become your you message. And how we are going to do it? How we are going to manage? First is that we have to use a dialogic language. We have to have a conversational. And third is we have to be at the present moment. Clear to all of you? Number 2 is what? Second हमने क्या सीखी थी? That we should take threat or challenges as an opportunity. What? What we have to do? Is a 1 line I've talked about. Second is why? Why? Because this will going to help us to be less self-defensive. हमें defensive नहीं होएंगे फिर हम लोग. Fine. And how we are going to do this? Try to put yourself in the spontaneous situation. Try to put yourself in the spontaneous situation, and you will going to take the question of your students as not as a threat, but take them as an opportunity to learn something more. और कुछ सीखने को मिलेगा हमें. And stop using words like but, not. Start using what? And. Yes, and. Yes, and. Yes, and is the right word to use. And the last thing which we have talked about, no, two things. One is about listening skills, what we need to learn. And then why? Because if the listening is not right, then definitely the response will also not be right. अभी देखा आपने हमारी listening में कुछ गड़बड़ थी और हमने क्या बना दिया? दीपांकर खाशनापिश को सुधांशु बना दिया. मैंने बोला तिरुवनंतपुरम, उन्होंने बोल दिया कैलकाटा. देखो ऐसा बन गया ना फिर कुछ. और बाकी जाते जाते चप्पड़ी खत्म हो गया, वो बस फ्रॉम स्टेशन ओनली. बाकी कहाँ से आ रहा है हमें पता ही नहीं कहाँ से आ रहा है फ्रेंड. So this is how, because listening skills need to be improved. We all are practicing these things for donkey years, for so many years. But are we really working towards it? We are not, because we somehow, that's why we have such type of refresher courses here. Because we have to just refresh ourselves that the things which we have already learned so well, are we really practicing them or not? And the next and the last one is that use a structured methodology to teach well. And structured methodology is 3 questions. One is what we need to do. Second is why we are doing it. And third is that how we have to do it. 3 questions need to be answered well. Fine. With this, your communication in your classroom will be very effective, and definitely you will going to have a good mark, and maybe you will going to present yourself. You will be a memorable, or you can say memorable teacher for your students later. And best part is you yourself will going to feel so good about it. That yes, I have taken class very nicely and I have given justice, and at the same time you have done justice to your job by doing this. Thank you so much, and in case of any questions you would like to ask, please let me know. And thank you so much to other centers also, and we'll meet next time, and with this another article, that is how to prepare for an interview. Fine. Yes.
Thanks for such a nice lecture. The first lecture where any teacher taught us something, and also memorized all these things around.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. I wish that you should do it once you move out from the room. Also, still remember and revise it, and you start practicing also at your classrooms also. Start taking only one thing at one time.
When we were doing that, we were thinking what was these things. And the last, when you memorize all the lecture again.
Recap is important. Because still that they are new things, and at the same time I'm not teaching through PPT. So your PPT is here. Fine. So you need to just put, okay, here one thing is here, second, I don't think so that you will forget now. 1 or 2 words at least. Words are very important. If you remember such words, start practicing them quite often. This will definitely going to help you.
We can't forget it.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Any questions from any centers on classroom communication? Yes, please. Any questions from
other centers also? Yeah.
Is there any question from Pune? Hinjwadi, Pune?
पुणे में तो सर अटैच नहीं हुआ.
नहीं है.
ये वाले पुणे वाले अभी डिस्कनेक्ट हो गए.
Okay. Any question from Amity University, Gurgaon?
Hey. Oh yes, yes.
Any question from Gurgaon, Amity University? Yes, please.
Any questions you have got? Anybody else who has?
No, sir.
All right. I think any question from Vijayawada?
Time.
Yes, ma'am. Any question from your center at Vijayawada, Andhra Pradesh? Okay, if there is no question from any centers and from the studio here, I like to thank Madam Meera
Excuse me,
Anand.
sir. There's a query from Kota
Yes.
Center.
Okay, ma'am.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Yes,
Sir,
yes,
this is Monica Dubey
yes,
from
Miss
Kota,
Monica.
RTU Kota. It's very funny question. Actually, sometimes the student asks a question which goes beyond the knowledge of the teacher. So in that case, how should a teacher handle such kind of situation?
I would like to tell you thank you so much for your query, and I would like to tell you one thing. In certain situations like this, please do not capture the words of the students, but actually try to understand the emotion behind it, the feelings behind such type of questions. Maybe possible that he is asking you for maybe for testing, or number two, maybe possible that genuinely he is interested in. Fine. First of all, capture the feelings or the emotions behind the question rather than being literary. Having a literal meaning of the question is a different issue altogether. So first thing, after capturing the feeling behind the question, then what you need to know that whether I would like to justify I can give a right answer at this point of time or not. If you are okay, because you are not, you can say, moving encyclopedia, there could be a possibility that where you don't know the answer to such questions. So rather than take it as don't take it as a challenge, don't take it as a threat. Again, I told you. So take it as an opportunity and try to learn your own self. Write it down in case if you don't know. And next time when you meet the person, you can say that yes, last time your question was this, and I have actually gathered information about this question, and this is the right answer. Rather than giving wrong answer at that point of time, it is better you can buy time and then you can research about that question, and next time again once you enter the class, first duty is to give answer to that question which query they have already given you, and then you have to just justify this question. But don't give some wrong answer, so don't try to give okay, make up question or make up answers, made up answers at that point of time. Don't do this to the question students. Right? They will not like.
Ma'am, you should be readily admit that we know the answer to this particular question before the students. Should we admit this thing before the students?
Yes, ma'am.
You can admit that okay, I am not very clear about this. Maybe in case if you have answer to this question, it's okay. You can say that I can tell you, but still in case if you have more query behind it, what I'll do is I'll get back to you. And before he will going to ask you question, you have to reply them first. Next class. In your next class, the first thing you need to do is you don't wait for them to remind you that ma'am, last time remember I asked you this question. Yeah, I got this, and let me tell you, not like this. So make sure your duty is to just go back next time, and first thing is to reply him or her, whatever, and then you can just proceed further. But don't give wrong answers to your. This is our, I think, first responsibility.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
I just like to add one thing before we go to the next question. There is a.
Sir.
We have a question from Pune Center.
Excuse me. Just hold on. Let me add to what Madam Meera Nandi just now said. When you do not know the answer of the question in the classroom, this is no embarrassment to anybody. Number one.
You're human.
Number two, as she guided, you can tell them that you will be able to reply them later on also. Number three, I am going to share with you this information on my lecture on presentation skills. In this program also, we have a lecture on presentation skill, how to handle the questions, how to handle the difficult questions. There is a formula called ABC formula. ABC formula, every teacher must know that formula. I can't answer the question. A stands for I can't answer your question. B stands for but. B stands for but I can tell you. So you have A, B. I can't answer, but I can tell. Whatever you know about that you can tell them. And if you do not know, if he or she is not satisfied with what you do not know, then you can explore further and get back to them again. Okay. So we can go to some other center now. Somebody wanted to ask question.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
My name is Sarika. Actually, I would like to ask you one question. That is, we are from Pune University. We are following our syllabus. So the syllabus actually we have to cover the topic, maximum topic at minimum time. So sometimes what happens, there will be irregularities there in the classroom. Students are irregular. So how can we give confidence, and or we can say how can we handle such a student? They already sometimes what happens, this topic is very critical. Already some fearance in their mind. Already fearance, like you can say some mechanics, some structure topics. They are very difficult topics. So while handling them, students are already like little bit having some fearance in their mind. So how can we handle those kind of students also, and how can we handle that irregular students also? That my question is.
Ma'am, to answer your question, there are few things which is very important when you are handling the subject, and there is irregularities in the students also. Number one is that you must plan your total curriculum. जो आपका सब्जेक्ट का सिलेबस है उसको प्लान करिए. Give a rough time to each topic. Let us say if there are 10 topics or 20 topics, and how much time is at your disposal throughout the semester, keeping ideal contingent into mind, and give discount to some uncalled holidays also. Let us say if you are going to have 50 lectures, plan for 45 lectures for that subject. Keep 5 lectures, and if you get the time, you can go for the revision for the end of the semester or the term. Number one. Number two, there are basic principles by which you can actually teach the most toughest questions. The one principle is from abstract to concrete, or from concrete to abstract. We have the choices to make. So whenever you have a tough questions like structures and some other thing, always go from concrete to abstract. Never go from abstract to concrete. Always go from concrete to abstract. The things they already know are concrete. The things they do not know are abstract. So always go from things they know, and slowly take them to the things which are not known to them. This is one principle. The second principle is go from, give them the overall view, then the part view, and then again to the overall view, then again to the overall view. Let us say if I have to talk about the design of the beam, I deal in totality first of all, very quickly the overview, then I go to the each and every component of that, and then again combine them, synthesize the whole thing together in a right perspective, and go to the fundamental. If you find shortage of time, go to the fundamentals only, and let the student discover the advanced things. Help them in discovering those things.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I've already elaborated
Yeah,
well enough.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
It's okay. Pune?
Yeah. Is there any question from any other center? Or we then once again thank Madam Meera Anand for taking up this session on classroom communication, which I am sure that all of you will be able to apply the knowledge which you have gained, and she has the number of exercises also with you. Pick up few things, start applying it. That will yeah, that's what is more important. Pick up one or two more things which you would like to do right tomorrow itself when you will go to the classroom and start applying.
And keep practicing for a few months, and once you are thorough with that, so at least that becomes your habit.
Yeah.
Great.
And we close the session here for the lunch now, and then we are meeting at 2:10 for the session on listening skills. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
This time we go on, then
ಅಲ್ಲಿ Sir, good afternoon, sir. అలాగే సార్ చెప్తాను సార్ మాట్లాడతాను తర్వాత మాట్లాడి పంపిస్తాను థ్యాంక్స్ మొబైల్ కంప్యూటింగ్ ప్రిన్సిపల్ మెయిల్ చేశారా ఒకటి ప్రిన్సిపల్ సార్ ఫోన్ చేశారు హలో ఎక్కడున్నా అవును డేటా మెయిల్ చేశారు వాళ్ళకి ఇప్పుడు పేజ్ చెప్పండి కొంత నచ్చకి పెట్టేసి ఇప్పుడు సార్ పని చేస్తున్నారని దింపడాలి నేను అడిగి
Well, friends, a very good afternoon to everybody. We will now begin the session, that is post-lunch session on listening skills. In the verbal communication, we have said that there are 4 components: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. We already had a session on speaking, that is oral communication, in the session on the first day on functional English and oral communication. We also had a session on writing skills. There are 2 components on verbal communication: listening and reading. Listening will be covering just now, and reading skill will be covering on Thursday. The session on reading skills also. And my dear friends, listening is very important. Listening is very important. All 4 are very important. I cannot discriminate.
Hello, sir. Good morning. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sir, your voice is not clear, sir. It is. Please unmute the.
Okay, we'll just try. बाकी की सेंटर पे आवाज आ रही है मेरे आपको हेलो
Sir, it is muted, sir. Please unmute it, sir.
Unmute. At Pune आपको हमारी आवाज आ रही है मैम?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Clearly?
Yes.
No, sir.
सर अगर आपको नहीं सुन रहा तो आप रिफ्रेश कर लीजिए विंडो.
आप अपनी विंडो को रिफ्रेश कर लीजिए. एट आंध्र प्रदेश की बात कर रहे हैं आप?
हेलो.
Hello, you are speaking from Andhra Pradesh, na? Mr. Prasad, speaking from Andhra Pradesh.
Sir, no voice, sir.
No voice. आप आपका वहां पे म्यूट पे तो नहीं है कहीं? Kindly refresh Windows.
तुमसे फोन तो करें ना.
Now, are you able to listen to us?
Hello.
Yes, sir. Now is it better?
Okay, sir. Thank
Okay.
you, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right. Well, friends, I was saying that all 4 are very important, and especially listening is very important. If you want to develop any language skills in yourself, listening is very important. We have all learned our mother tongue starting with the listening. We listen to the people around us. We say mother tongue because mother is the closest to the child. So we have been listening and we have been picking up the language, and that's how we communicate. But over the years, I have realized that we become poor listeners. And there is a difference between hearing and listening also. We'll be talking in details about all these things. But let me start the session saying that if you want to develop right kind of communication skills, listening is very important. Listening and reading, both are very important to be able to speak and write. And that will give you proficiency in the your oral communications and your writing skills also. My dear friends, let me start my presentation by giving you an outline. I am going to cover to you the meaning of listening, then why listening skills are important from the employability perspective, key reasons why we often fail to listen effectively, simple listening techniques to ensure that you listen effectively, I will be sharing with you 10 commandments in listening. If you just follow those 10 commandments towards the end of my presentations here, you can be a good listener. And I will, if time permits, I will talk to you about the note taking. When you will listen, we make the notes. I see many people in the classroom also, when you're speaking, students also make the notes, and here also you are making notes, and those notes can be in a written form, or it can be in the form, in the mental notes, what we call a mental note. You take note of the things in your mind. So it depends on individual's capability, that if you are able to recall later on whatever you have written in your mind, it's okay. Otherwise, it is good idea to make a note on the paper, on a piece of paper or notebook or whatever. All right. So I will be talking to you something about the note taking. Let me start my presentation with this simple slide, the basic communication skill profile. How do we learn? Now go with me. Do not read the whole of the slide here. On the first left-hand side column, the communication takes place: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. This is the order. This is the order: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. And order learned, how you have learned any language. For example, verbal means making use of a language. How you have learned right from the childhood. Before you started speaking, you started listening. Before you started writing, you started reading. And so first order is, you have learned in the order of, in the second column, listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Isn't so? And extent used, up to what extent you use your verbal communication, again in the same order: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. We listen maximum number of time. Let us say if you have 24 hours, if you divide the whole time in 24 hours and multiply by your age, number of days and number of age, maximum time you have spent is in listening, then speaking, then reading, and then writing. However, whatever your professions may be, even if you are a professional writer, even then if you analyze the time spent, you will find that this is the order. Now when it comes to teaching communication skills, the order is suddenly reversed. The order of our communications in the classroom, we give maximum emphasis to writing. We test the students on communication based on what they have written in the final exam or in the tutorials. Isn't it so? And then little bit about the reading, and then very less emphasis is given. Let us say if total in the degree program, that if there are 180 credits and there are so many marks for passing out a subject or a number of subjects to attain a degree or diploma, you will find maximum number of marks are given to writing and less number of marks are given to reading. Then further less number of marks are given to speaking and listening. And this trend is on, and that is why we are not able to produce good listeners. Ask yourself, am I a good listener? And how can I become a good listener? Everybody may not acknowledge it, but then it is a fact that especially in our Indian culture, we find that I mentioned the first day that we lack listening as well as reading skills. And I can take a clue from that. Before I even go for my next presentation, I would like to put forth a scenario in front of all of you. You correct me if I am not correct. If I am wrong, please correct me. This scenario exists in almost every household, in every situation, in an official meeting, even in our parliament, in our homes, in our official meetings, wherever there is a question of speaking and listening. I am going to put forth a scenario before you which will prove my point that we are poor listeners. Now imagine a situation which happens every day. You have invited a family over a cup of tea in the evening at your home. a Saturday evening. There are 4 members, 2 children and 2 husband and wife. They are visiting you, you yourself, your wife or your spouse, and your 2 children. You greet each other, namaskar, namaskar, whatever. Hello, good evening, good morning, whatever you, good evening, obviously evening tea time. So after some time, somebody, you sit in the drawing room after greeting each other. How are you doing? How are you doing? And then suddenly somebody is speaking something, and all of us, all 7 are listening. Then somebody is responding to that, and then again 7 are listening. Now, after 2 or 3 turns, we find somebody is cutting now the person who is speaking. Cutting means he's interrupting and he wants to say something. Now, what happens is, one person is speaking, second person has cut him or her. The person who was speaking initially. Now, first person is still on, second person has cut him. Now, second person is finding his audience among rest of the 6. First person जो पहले बात कर रहा था, the one who was speaking first, he is still continuing and he is still trying to draw attention of among the 6. So now there is tug of war between 2 persons, one who was speaking initially, he is on, and the second person who has interrupted, who has cut him, he is also trying to find his audience among these 6. Now, as the second person is speaking, the third person now interrupts. He cuts him, or he cuts the first person. Now, third person also jumps in speaking category. Now, this goes on, and I find often now there is a group. One person is speaking to the other person, second person is speaking to third person. Now 4 persons are speaking and 4 are listening. Okay, well and good, and it's good enough. Now what happens after some more time, 5th person also jumps in. Now there can be only 4 persons listening to 4 people. Now in this situation, now 5th person also jumps in. Now one among these 5 people who are speaking is trying to find out who will listen to me. Nobody is listening to me. He is looking at him. He's already busy with somebody else. He's looking at him or her. He's already busy with somebody. He's looking at him or her. So he keeps quiet now. Now this goes on, and the whole drawing room where the people are sitting, जहाँ पे आपने बड़ा, you started very good, nicely, good evening, good morning करके, hello, how are you? It has become almost a fish market. Nobody is listening to anybody. Nobody is listening to anybody. You correct me if I am wrong. Does it happen in our homes?
Sir, it happened last night.
Anytime you are having more than 2 persons or 3 persons, you will find even the 3 best friends, when you are talking to each other, 3 people, and we are so experts in cutting each other that even 1-to-1, we don't listen. We don't listen. He's saying something. Before he finishes, I jump in. Before I finish something, he jumps in. No. This is not a good listening skill. This is what happens in our official meetings also, in our business meetings also. This happens in our parliament also. And this happens on our national television centers also. Have you heard the debates happening? Nobody listens to anybody. We are such a poor listeners. And my dear friends, if you cut somebody like this, if you interrupt somebody like this in a Western society, in any of the European country or America, it is taken as a biggest offense. It is against the etiquettes. Not only you are entering into somebody else's area, but it is just like trespass somebody else's area. Somebody has taken an area for speaking some interval of time, and you are trespassing that person's time before he or she finishes, and it is taken as the biggest offense. If you repeat it once or twice, people will hate you. In those countries, in any of the developed countries, people will start hating you, to the extent they will stop talking to you. They will not like to talk to you next time. They say, oh, he is such an offense, he's such a rude. It is considered to be a rude behavior. It is against the etiquettes. But here in India, we have accepted it as our culture. But it is not a very good culture. And if you want to develop right kind of communication skills, you have to have a patience. You have to have a listening skills, my dear friends. And we must give other person chance to complete and let us listen. What it takes to be a good listener. And slowly and slowly, I normally say that there is one difference between argument and a discussion. Often in our conversations, we have tendency to go towards the side of arguments. Instead of discussing anything in the parliament, we argue in the parliament. Instead of discussing anything on the national television, we argue. In the homes, we argue. And argue, my dear friends, is one of the things which creates maximum communication gap. It is the result of your lack of patience, lack of listening skills, which ultimately leads to an argument. The difference between argument and discussion. Before I go further, let me go to one of the centers and find out from my friends at any center any difference between an argument and a discussion. कोई और सेंटर ले लेते हैं भी अभी जो भी थे लेडीज काफी एक्टिव यस एट आंध्र प्रदेश विजयवाड़ा sir, do you find any difference between argument and a discussion? Any participant from Vijayawada, Andhra Pradesh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Any difference between argument and discussion?
Discussion leads to a fruitful conclusion.
Okay.
Actually, argument just want to dominate some others' ideas and all.
Okay. Somebody else like to further elaborate it at Vijayawada?
Arguments lead to an individual's opinions that can be seen argumented among individuals. And it may be their personal opinions. In discussion, only the compilation of the text, and that becomes the conclusion.
All right, thank you. And we can go to some more centers. One more center. At Pune. At Pune, ma'am. What do you think is the difference between an argument and a discussion?
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
When we try to do or find better solutions, we do discussions, and when we are stick to our own thoughts, they are the arguments.
All right. Well, friends, you are all saying very good things. I must appreciate all of you, and we have an idea what is the argument and what is discussion. I say in a good communication we should discuss, we should not argue. Argue is not a very good communication. When we argue, the very purpose of communication is lost. Before I go further, let me draw a very clear line between argument and discussion. What you have said already, just I will like to rephrase it so that everybody is very clear about it. In an argument, the emphasis is on who is right. The emphasis is on who is right. I am right or the other person is right. We are trying to find out who is right. WHO, who is right. In an argument, the other person say I am right, you say that I am right. All right. In discussion, the emphasis is on what is right. WHAT. Both the person try to find out what is right. The emphasis from who has been shifted to what. Now, if we are trying to find out what is right, I would like to listen to the other person, and the other person will try to listen to me. In the heat of the argument, we want to prove that I am right and he says I am right. We are not listening to each other. So we are not, somewhere we lose the very purpose of our communication to find out what is right. And I say that in communication, argument is not permissible. Avoid argument at all costs. Avoid arguments at all costs. Discussions are okay. The moment you find that somebody is entering into an argument or he is tempting you to be in an argument, you can stop it. You can stop it there and then. Give him or her enough time to consider, to respond, or to internalize what you have said or what he wants to think about. Let him have a time, his own space to understand the things. But argument should not be entered into. In the heat of the argument, we say so many things which we do not mean many times. And later on, we repent about it also. Because we are not listening, and we think that the other person is also not listening, but then the things he wants to listen, he will listen. He will put a filter and only try to listen to those things which he or she wants to listen in an argument. All right. So this is what happens. Now, before I go further, let me draw the meaning of the word listening. Listening refers to the ability to assimilate and understand. It is a phenomena of assimilating what is being said and understand what is being said. Listening attentively is very important for effective communication. We all understand very well. Listening is with the mind. Listening is with the mind, whereas hearing is with the senses. Now, there is a difference between hearing and listening now in this definition. In the second definition I have projected here. Hearing is with the senses. You may hear everything, but still, unless and until you are assimilating and understanding it, listening does not take place. The listening is in the mind and hearing is in the senses. Listening is a conscientious, deliberate, focused effort on the part of the communicator. It is a conscious effort, whereas hearing is not a conscious effort. Even if I am not making a conscious effort, so many noises, the noise of the UPS here is coming to my ears. I am hearing that, but I am not making conscious effort towards to listen to that. Okay. Then an active process of eliciting, getting information or reaction, information and ideas. It is an active process of trying to understand what the other person is saying. You have to be actively participating. Towards the end of my session here, we will be giving a audio exercise to all of you. I will play an audio about 14-15 minutes, a very famous speech given by Steve Jobs, and you have to actively listen. Put your mind, put your ears, put your conscientiously your focus on whatever is being said by anybody. Then only you will understand, and then you can draw your own things. Otherwise, we will come down to those things also. But what will happen? What will happen otherwise? It reflects the attitude and emotions of the listener. Interpersonal or oral exchange. Interpersonal, unless somebody is listening, he cannot respond to you. Okay. In the absence of listening, what will happen? If he is not responding, what can he do or she do? Argue. Another word for argument is reaction. Other word for argument is reaction. What is required in a communication is you say something, somebody else is listening, he understands, interprets, and then he responds to you. Otherwise, he will, without listening and understanding, he will react. And reactions convert into arguments. All right? Why listening skills are important? We all understand it well, but let me just summarize. It improves relationships. If I ask you just now, close your eyes and try to find out with whom you enjoy the best relations. Maybe your family member, your parents, your brothers, your sisters, your children, your spouse, maybe among your friends, among your colleagues, among anybody in your neighborhood, in your maybe somebody who have just met you once in a train. What kind of relationships you will, if you just do this exercise, just close your eyes for a minute. You will try to you will try to find out what is that which has helped you to develop a good relation with that person. If there is nobody else listening to me in the whole day, I know there is one person waiting for my listening to me at home. Who is that person? Yes? My friends in the class here? Your mother? Yes? I think it is unanimously. Those who are fortunate enough to live with their mothers, they know it very well. If nobody in the world will listen to you, your mother is there to listen to you. And the closest relation to anybody in this world is that of the mother and the child. Isn't it so? And why it is so? Because mother listens to you even when you do not speak. Even when you do not speak, the mother still listens to you. Isn't it so? Such is the power of listening with the mother. And each one of us reflect the motherhood and the fatherhood of the our life. It improves relationships, my dear friends. If you want to improve relationship with anybody, just start listening to him or her. This is the beginning. I'm just giving you clues. If you want to develop a relationship with anybody, just listen to him or her. Anybody, whatever the situation may be. It improves our knowledge and understanding. We all understand it very well. I will not elaborate further. It improves our knowledge and understanding. One will listen and it prevents problem being escalating. Many problems occur because we do not listen to the other person fully. Then later on we say that you said so and so. He says, no, I didn't say so and so, because you have not listened to him. So the problems increases, and then there is a sort of a gap. You presume certain things, and based on your presumptions, you stop talking to the other person. The problem increases, and then that gap keep on multiplying. So listening skills are very important if you want to prevent those problems to escalate. It saves time and energy. If you are a good listener, then I don't have to repeat. My energies are saved. If you are a bad listener, then I have to keep on reiterating my point, rephrasing, re-saying those points again and over again. Saves a lot of your time and energy. If you're a good listener, you will follow the instruction. You will take notes, mental or physical notes on the notebook, and then take action. It saves a lot of energy in the organizations. Saves money and resources, again, same. If I have to finish my talk on the telephone in 2 minutes, if other person is listening to me, the talk can increase to 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Sometimes you give up. Okay, he is not listening to me, so some other time you will talk. So you're spending a lot of time, and time is the money. Time is the money. Time is the resource. Even I'm telling about in the case of phone, your meter is running. But otherwise also, you want to explain something to somebody, and he's not listening to you. He's not able to understand what you're trying to say due to any reasons. We will come down to those reasons also. Your important resource of time is being spent in explaining him. He's not a good listener. Then it leads to better results. If you are a good listener, you will follow and you will do the thing. You will execute the things properly. Now, I said hearing to perceive sound by the ear. Hearing is to perceive sound by your ear. For listening, my dear friends, hearing is the first thing. You must hear, and then, but it doesn't close there. It's the first step. We'll come down to the steps in listening also. And listening is to concentrate on hearing something, or to pay heed, or heed to, or pay attention to what is being said. What you hear, when you pay heed to or pay attention to that or concentrate on what you are hearing, that is what is listening. And my dear friends, I like to, before I go further, I like to make a request to each of the participants at every center that you yourself and encourage your students to buy at least 3 or 4 good dictionaries. Refer to the simplest word, simple as hearing and listening. All of us understand the word argument and discussion, anything. Before you go to the classroom, try to draw the meanings of those, the literary meanings of those things in few dictionaries. Why one dictionary is not enough? Because different dictionaries give different meanings to the words. And from those meanings to a simple small word, you try to develop your own concept. And then you can be a better knowledgeable person to tell your students or to teach your students about those things. Encourage your students also to refer to the dictionaries. Nowadays, for example, your mobiles also have the dictionaries. But I would suggest have actually paperback or the hardbound dictionaries also at home. The ones which I normally refer before coming to any class, I like to refer to the Collins, Oxford, Webster, and Cambridge. Webster's dictionary, Oxford, Cambridge, and Collins. For American interpretations, Webster is very good. For British interpretations and things like that, Cambridge is very good. Cambridge dictionary is very good. And Collins gives you the application part of the words also. It also gives you the, how to use that word in a particular sentence. And I mentioned on the first day that there is one website also, the freedictionary.com, which you can also subscribe to. There are so many dictionaries available. In my mobile phone, for example, at this moment only, I have 4 dictionaries downloaded. And at any given time, before I go to the home and refer to my dictionary and do my research on any word, I like to quickly see that word and how it is being pronounced. Nowadays, we are having talking dictionaries also. Let me proceed further now from here. Types of listening. There are 4 types of listening, my dear friends. Though there is no clear-cut line of demarcation, but let us try to find out what are those broad classifications under which we can classify the listening skills. Number 1 is appreciative listening. Listening for pleasure or enjoyment. When you are listening the music, for example, you are watching a movie and listening to the narration or comedy or a play, there are so many types of listening, like listening to the radio or a theater. It is for the entertainment and you are appreciating the things. This type of listening is known as appreciative listening. Now, second type of listening is empathetic listening. Listening to provide emotional support to the speaker. You empathize with the person who is saying something. When you're in a sad mood, you want your friend to listen to you, or your mother or your spouse or anybody who's close to you. He or she is listening to you. He is not or she is not appreciating. She or he is empathizing with you. He or she is with you on this, providing you a emotional support on whatever situation you are passing through. So that kind of listening is known as empathetic listening. A doctor listens to a patient. You listen to your friend's situation, or your children or your student is undergoing some kind of distress, and he comes to you कि मेरे घर में ये हो गया sir, मेरे घर में ये हो गया. So you are able to empathize with the other person. This is another category of listening. The third category of listening, they are not opposite, they are different kinds. Other one is for providing the emotional support to the other person. I have used the word emotional support. Okay. And then the third one is comprehensive listening. Listening to understand the speaker's message. Most of the time in the classroom situation, we are under this category, comprehensive listening. Your students are not there to sympathize with you. You are not sympathizing with the students. Though there will be elements of appreciative and empathy also will be there, but largely it will be comprehensive listening. I said you cannot totally isolate. When you are empathetic, you are not appreciating or you are not comprehensive. No, but largely you are comprehending in the classroom. Largely you may be empathizing. Largely you may be appreciating. But then other listening also goes on simultaneously. All right. Direction to a friend's house in a classroom or a seminar situation is a comprehensive listening. Then the fourth type of listening is critical listening. Critical listening. Listening to evaluate a message. You are listening. After comprehension, you are discriminating or critically or analyzing it and evaluate the message, whether it is right or wrong. In comprehension, you are only understanding, but critical listening goes little beyond comprehension. So you are evaluating. For example, if you are presenting a paper or you are presenting anything, and somebody is trying to award you based on whatever you are saying in the seminars, in the conferences, the best paper award has to be given. The judges there will be not only comprehending, understanding you, but they will try to evaluate the substance which is there. Besides your presentation skills and other things, they will try to evaluate. So you are trying to be critical. So that kind of listening is known as critical listening. And many times, my dear friends, we indulge into any category of the listening when something else has to be done. For example, some play is going on. That play is for the entertainment. And if you are a critical listener, you are criticizing. You are too busy in criticizing then appreciating. Somebody is there to share his or her problem with you. All right? And you are too busy in analyzing. What is required was listen to him and empathize with him. आप उसको उसकी और बाल की खाल उखाड़ने में शुरू हो गए. So now, why I'm showing this slide to you is you must understand that the purpose of the listening is appreciative, empathetic, comprehension, or critical. These are the four major categories. Now, my next slides will be making these points more clear to you. Now, types of listening again. I will skip this one because this is too comprehensive. Now, I'll come to this slide. Type of listeners. I have categorized the listening into four categories. Now, I am categorizing the listeners. Now, you try to find out what kind of listener you are. Among the listeners, I am going to list before you. And if you are one of them, without telling me that you are one of them, you have to understand what needs to be done. Okay? And my dear friends, again, there is the overlapping. There is overlapping. You may be, let us say, in category 1 or 3 together, maybe 1, 3, and 5 together, like that. All right? As I said, there is no line of demarcation of types of listening. Here also, you may be falling in the category of 1, 2, or maybe one category. More than one also. More than one also. Sunny said very, very nicely. The first one of listeners are pseudo listeners, fraudulent, noddlers. In the classroom, what you see in the classroom, बच्चे जो हैं ऐसे गर्दन हिलाते रहते हैं. They may be listening to you or may not be listening to you. They are pseudo listeners, fraudulent. And we also indulge into that. When somebody is saying something and we don't want to hear, but he is on, we say, we don't want to offend him. but our mind is not there. But listen.
Children are not able to get our message. We are not able to understand our lecture. Then they also do like this.
Yeah, when they are cheating you, if they don't understand and they acknowledge and they ask you a question that I don't understand, sir, it's okay. But if they are drawing something, they are drawing something. फूल बना रहे हैं उधर कोई flower, they are drawing some flower or something, and they are nodding the head. Their mind is not with you, and listening is with the mind, not with the ears. They are hearing you but not listening to you. Those are the fraudulent listeners, and we all are falling in this category. We all, at one stage or the other, in one situation or the other, we become. सुबह सुबह मदर ने कोई भाषण दिया जाने से पहले, या वाइफ ने कोई बात कही, and she's on. When you are driving, your backseat driving, what we say, somebody is trying to guide you कि ये आ रहा है, ये आ रहा है. You say okay, okay. You don't want to tell her okay, now be quiet, or she doesn't want to tell you that you be quiet now. So not the. The second type of listeners are monopolistic. Monopolistic listener. They always want to be listened, but never want to listen. They want that you should listen them. We will not listen. Monopolize. You will find this kind of people, when you are getting to in a marriage party, you are in a group, there's one person who will always feel that यदि हमने आधा घंटा, if you are standing there for half an hour, he would feel or she would feel that out of half an hour, 25 minutes should be with him or her to say something. He or she has so much stuff in himself, or he or she thinks that he or she is the most intellectual person to speak on this subject, and all others are fools. So they try to monopolize. They feel that as much as they are going to speak, they are going to make an impression on the people. And my dear friends, this brings me to another very important aspect of communication is to express, not to impress. Communication is to express, not to impress. You express yourself. If there is any substance in that, people will be impressed. And you don't have to make as much effort you require to impress people. You are actually putting them off. जितना आप कोशिश करते हैं उतना ही आप लोगों को अपने से दूर भगा रहे होते हैं उससे. Take it from me. Monopolistic. Then there are completers. Yes. Fill the missing gap and manufactured information. You are saying something, you paused for fraction of second to breathe or to think what you want to say next, and here is a listener who was looking for an opportunity for that gap, and he want to complete you now. He takes the stage. आपने तो थोड़ा सा गैप लिया सोचने के लिए कि मैं नेक्स्ट क्या बोलना है, या सांस चढ़ गया आपका बोलते बोलते, यू वांट टू टेक ए ब्रीथ, यू हैव ए कैपेसिटी टू से ए सेंटेंस, you want to pass, and he was waiting for that gap, or he is, even if you have not passed, बीच में बोल पड़ते हैं. कंप्लीटर, आपने आधा सेंटेंस बोला, वो आपको कंप्लीट कर रहा है. what you wanted to say or what you didn't want to say, in his or her own wisdom he is trying to complete you. Yes, ऐसा हो जाता है. We all do that because it is our culture. He is an interrupter. He is a completer. He likes to complete everything. आपने कुछ कहा, oh, he is saying like this. He like to say like this. Completer. Now, the fourth kind of listeners are very interesting things that are coming up for all of you. Are the selective listeners. Selective listeners. Zero in only on parts that interest them. मैं किसी का भाषण सुनने जा रहा हूं, there's some lecture going on, and मैंने पहले ही मन में बैठा लिया कि मैं क्या सुनने जा रहा हूं, and I am listening only that part and listening only that thing, even if he said that thing or not said that thing. You become a selective listener. You listen only that much which you want to listen. We are all that. We all indulge into selective listening. जो मेरे काम की बात है मैंने वो सुन ली, बाकी की बात मैंने नहीं सुनी. The बाकी की बाउंड्री कंडीशंस थी, हमारे हाइड्रोलिक्स में कहते हैं हम लोग बाउंड्री कंडीशंस. Every formula, every principle has certain boundaries under which it holds true. लेकिन हमने सिर्फ वही बात सुन ली and we make that We took it as a absolute piece of information, but it was not absolute. So these kind of listeners are, they zero in only on the parts of what is being said. They don't listen comprehensively everything. Now there are other listeners. They are avoiders. Close their ears to information they would rather not deal with. I would like to sit in a canteen and listen and eat samosa with my friend than to listen to so and so professor. वो ये अवॉइडर्स कौन से लिसनर्स हैं, या क्लास में कौन बैठेगा? दे आर इवन बियॉन्ड फ्रॉडुलेंट लिसनर. फ्रॉडुलेंट क्या, क्लास में तो आ गए. ये वाले लिसनर कौन से हैं? वो क्लास में ही नहीं आते. वो दे आर द पीपल हु विल लाइक टू बंक. अवॉइडर्स वो कहते हैं कि प्रोफेसर साहब को कुछ आता नहीं, जो डिस्कशन कैंटीन में समोसे और चाय के ऊपर हो रही है, दैट इज मोर इंपॉर्टेंट, बिकॉज प्रोफेसर साहब को कुछ आता ही नहीं है. नो, दे हैव दिस assumptions and presumptions. All right, now you are understanding why the students don't come to the class, because there are the listeners who are avoiders, and they presume something, and then they build on that presumptions. They like to avoid. You say that today in the evening there's going to be a very great lecture on somebody who has done research on Swami Vivekananda. I just took a name, and it is going to be very, very inspiring. It is at so and so in the university so and so hall. The person has done a wonderful job. The avoiders, chhade yaar. We have better things to do, no? And they will not allow you also to close their ears to him. They will rather not listen to. उनको पता कि ये मेरे को करने को कहेगा, ये करने को. They like to avoid. And many times, my dear friends, in our homes, our children like to avoid us. And how many times we avoid our parents? Let us see that. And how many times we avoid our neighbors. An old lady in the street, she wants that when you say namaste to her and you stand by her for 2 minutes to listen to her, we like to avoid her. My chowkidar in the morning, when I come in the office, वो मेरे को कहता है, good morning sir. From his ears I understand he want to say something. Now if I am a good listener, I like to park my car and say everything is all right, Harbhajan. Or he would say, or if I am not a good listener, I am a avoider. Who cares? Who cares type of listeners are the avoiders. And my dear friends, it becomes our character. It becomes our habit. We are propagating it among children and our students and everything. Now, think about it. Then there are people, listeners, who are defensive. Defensive listeners. They are the listeners who always assume that others are attacking them. They are always in the defensive mode. Always. आप उनको कुछ बात कहो, they are in the defensive mode. They feel that something you are saying this thing to criticize you. वो opposite, whatever opposite or whatever negative meaning, whatever you say, they feel threatened and they immediately switch over to defensive mode, and they try to on the safe side. Yes, they try to be on the defensive listeners. All right, they assume that others are. They feel that whole world is their enemy. They feel that the whole world is their enemy. आप किसी से जब भी उससे बात करेंगे, he will feel that he is trying to attack me. All right. Then there are other listeners who are attackers. We say that do not touch the beehive. हम कहते हैं, हिंदी में कहते हैं कि ये मखियाल का छत्ता है, इसको मत छेड़ो. इस तरह के लिसनर कौन से होते हैं? They are very touchy. The moment you say something, they wait for you to make a mistake and they will attack you. No, just you go near them and you say something in all the goodwill, all your good intention, and they feel that you are attacking them. They try to be not only defensive, they try to attack you. Now, these are another type of listeners, my dear friends. Now, my dear friends, I have categorized different kinds of listeners: fraudulent, monopolistic, completer, selective, avoider, defensive, and attackers. And I said, at any given time, we may be fraudulent, we may be monopolistic, we may be defensive, but if predominantly some characteristics of any one of them is in you, then you have to be careful. If you feel that analyze your listening skills. Now each one of you can analyze yourself. You are the better judge about yourself. If you fall in any of this category, you have to improve yourself, your listening skills. And I'm going to share with you the tips, the process of listening skills, and I'm also going to share with you the 10 commandments in listening. And if you are not, in falling in any of this category, maybe predominantly, I'm using the word predominantly. ज़्यादातर आप इस categories में नहीं fall करते, then you can only be a good listener. All right, and then you can develop good relationships. The whole interpersonal relationships can be built up. Now, before I go further, let me share with you very quickly the fallacies about the listening conceptions in the minds of the people. People have false conception. We call it fallacies about listening. They have different notions, concepts about listening. Many people feel that listening is not my problem. मेरी प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं है listening. They are not able to analyze themselves कि मैं कौन सी कैटेगरी में हूँ. मेरी प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं है लिसनिंग करना, उसकी प्रॉब्लम है बताना. मेरी प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं है लिसनिंग. स्टूडेंट फील कि मेरे प्रोफेसर साहब की नौकरी है, वो नौकरी करें. मेरी थोड़ा नौकरी है कि मैं सुनूं जाके उनको. No, this is one perception. Many people have this feeling that this is not their cup of tea. They don't want to. The onus, the responsibility, onus समझते हैं ना? Onus means responsibility. The onus lies on the speaker, not on the listener. But my dear friends, in communication, more of the onus lies on the listener than on the speaker. If you are a good listener, the other person may or may not be a good speaker. If you are a good listener, you will make him or her a good speaker. If you are a bad listener, even if the other person is a very good speaker, you will make him or her a bad speaker. आप दूसरे आदमी को एक अच्छा या बुरा स्पीकर बना सकते हो by the way you are listening to him or her, if it is your problem. I would like to share here with you, before I go any further, a very important aspect of communication, how important the listening can be. And this is a case study, this is an anecdote with my own personal life. I often share it with my communication skill classes also. There is a problem called तुतलाने को क्या कहते हैं हम लोग? Stammering. There is a problem called stammering. Many people have this problem of stammering. In our institute also, in my neighborhood, in our families, we come across people who stammer. And we say that it is a problem. Let me say here itself, and understand it very well, that stammering is not a problem. Stammering is not a disease. It is a habit. And the person who stammers, the responsibility lies on the environment in which he has grown up or she has grown up, not with the person. I know of many people who stammer and who do not stammer at some occasion. Let me come down to that. When my son was very young, we have all stammered. We have all learned how to speak through stammering process only. हम सब लोग तुतलाए. What happens is 9 out of 10 people are able to overcome that stage, and we are now able to speak fluently. Those 1% people are not able to come out of that stammering stage. They keep on stammering all their life. We have all stammered, we understand. But some people are not able to overcome that stage, they continue with that stage. And now, coming to the anecdote. My own son, when he was at the age of about 2 years, 2.5 years, he started stammering. I thought it's okay. A small child stammers is okay. But he continued stammering at the age of 3 even. And when we wanted to put him in a play-based school, I thought that school will not take him because he's stammering. A good school in Chandigarh will scrutinize. I'm talking about way back in 1991 when he was about 3 years old. I was worried. My wife was also worried. We went to PGI, which is a renowned hospital in this part of the country. And at that time, there were no private hospitals, so that PGI was the name. And today also, it is one of the names. We went to the pediatrics department there and asked the doctor that, doctor, look here, our child is stammering. And I was worried for his schooling and also that what kind of person he will be when he grows up. He will live a life with some kind of inferiority complex with him, that he is not able to speak. There are so many things he won't be able to do in his life. For example, debates, singing, this, that. We were worried parents and we went to the doctor. Doctor said that the problem is not with the child. The problem is with you, with both of you. I said, okay, doctor, what's the problem with us? He said, you are poor listeners. He talked to my son for some time, then he diagnosed, then he told me and my wife that the problem is with you. You are very poor listeners. Because of your poor listening, he is stammering. Next time, when he says anything, put all your ears and mind on whatever he is trying to say to you and give him patient hearing. He will come out. And my dear friends, within 2 months, he was out of stammering. He was speaking very fluently. He won so many prizes in the debates, in the so many things, any platform. Now, what happens is when you are trying to render, when you're trying to speak out more words than you can, you have tendency to slip. That slip is known as stammering. And why would you make more number of words than you can? Because the other person is not listening. With the child, it happens, and it happened with our own child. So I'm sharing that experience with you. And my dear friends, if you are not able to control the environment at that time, I told my parents who were living with me at that time also that be very patient with him. Doctor gave us advice that what to do, what not to do. You tell him to breathe in. To tell him to breathe in every time when he speaks. Now he gets breathless when he speaks to you because he feels that he has a feeling that if he pauses for breathing, you will not listen to him. And he is not pausing. And because he is not pausing, he is sleeping. And he stammers. A simple solution to the problem, and he was out of that. And my dear friends, even at a good age, when you are at the age of 20, 25, 40, 50, stammering can be overcome. It is not a disease. I have seen many of my friends overcoming stammering. Yeah, he can overcome. He can. Anybody can who stammers. There are schools which tells you how to overcome the stammering. And there is no medicine given to it. There is no medicine given to it. The only treatment to it, the person who is speaking, he must breathe. And the person to whom he is speaking must be a patient listener. And I know of a person whose bread and butter is only speaking. Can you guess the profession of the person? He is a radio jockey, RJ. उसका profession क्या है? Radio के ऊपर, with no video there, and he has now retired from All India Radio. All India Radio, Chandigarh. Very good speaker. You know, once I was making a video and Mr. Ashutosh Kapila, who is a producer in this institute. We made a film, and I wanted to have a background sound. Just narration होती है ना, like you see any program on the Discovery or National Geographical channel. So I wanted a voice, a good voice, and Punjabi. That film was in Punjabi. So I asked Mr. Kapila, that our producer, that do you know somebody who can give a good voice to this thing? He said, I know somebody from the All India Radio. I was impressed. All India Radio means good speaker. And before we went to the studio to record his voice, I was talking to him over a cup of tea. I find this guy, this man, stammering. I said, Mr. Kapila, come here. मैं उनको अलग से ले गया. I just told Mr. Kapila, let us please come here. You have brought a person who stammers. उससे अच्छी इन्वेस्टमेंट तो मैं खुद ही दे देता. इतनी पंजाबी तो मेरे को भी आती है. So he said, "Okay, don't worry, Mr. Pramod. Let him come in front of the mic." जैसे ही हमने उसके सामने माइक रखा, he was not stammering. Now I'm coming to the reason. जैसे ही हमने उसके माइक रखा, I am not naming that person. He has just now, couple of years back, retired from the All India Radio. When he is on air, when he is broadcasting, the mic is in front of him and he doesn't stammer. When he has the audience like this, he stammers. When he's talking to, like I'm talking to Paramjit, I will be stammering. That was his condition. Reason was no, not only the introvert. The reason was he knew that mic will give him patient listening. He or she may not. That is the only reason. He has more confidence on mic than on anybody else. Yeah, and that notion might have lived with him from his childhood. That notion might have lived. There can be many reasons, but I'm just finding this reason can be because I see many people who stammer, but when they come to singing, they sing beautiful. Professional singers, when you listen to them, they stammer. Just there are some cases like that also. Okay, listening is not my problem. Listening and hearing are the same. We have just now seen that they are not same. They are not same. But this is a false conception in the minds of the people. Then good readers are good listeners. They may or may not be. People have this conception that he's a very good reader. He may be good listener also, but he may or may not be. I find many good readers poor listeners rather. They feel that they know everything. They try to monopolize. they become completers. They feel that now is the time for me when it comes to the oral communication. I must express the knowledge I have gained through my readings. All right. Smarter people are better listeners. May or may not be. Then listening improves with age. It may not. Many times it may not. I see many people at the very ripe age of their life, they still remain very poor listeners. We must be aware about all these things. Preoccupation, prejudices, self-centeredness, stereotyping, all these things are the barriers. We'll be talking about that in details. Listening skills are difficult to learn. Some people have a feeling that they label themselves, I am a poor listener. I cannot improve my listening skills. So do not label, my dear friends. Keep heart. I am going to share with you how we all can become better listeners. Barriers in active listening. I have shared with you on the first day. Let me just recall them quickly here. Environmental barriers. Something wrong happening. Some other noises are there. Physical noises are there which can retard your communication process, your listening. Physiological barrier we talked on the first day, if you remember. You have some problem, some physical problem, some headache or anything is aching, any problem physically in you. Then there are psychological barriers. Selective listening, negative listening, personal relationships, poor motivation to listen to somebody, personal reactions. Personal reactions will come down to this reaction part. reaction and responding is one of my favorite topics in communication. We'll spend some time on that. Interrupting, trying to be helpful, seeing discussion as a competition. Some people take discussion as a competition. They enter into an argument. Distraction, that is red flag words, emotional triggers. What do you mean by red flag words or emotional triggers? Anybody from the centers here? I said distraction, red flag words or emotional triggers can be barrier to listening. What is that? Anybody in the center? Can we go to one of the centers, maybe at Amity University, let us say. Amity University, I have put the word here, distraction. Under that, I have put red flag words or emotional triggers can be barrier in listening skills.
No.
What do you understand? What do you think that it is? What can be the red flag words? Yes? Hello, sir?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, we are able to listen to you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir? Are you able to get the question, sir?
No, sir, I didn't get the question.
I have put, are you able to read the slide here?
Yeah.
In the slide at the 4th point, I have mentioned under the barriers of effective listening, distraction or red flag words or emotional triggers can be barrier to effective or active listening.
Yeah, they could be. Depend because if you have emotional trigger or you are not stable or you are not emotionally there in the particular topic but you are listening something, then it could be a barrier. Like you came from a place where you was not into the physically ready to listen somebody, so you could be into a problem, and you didn't be an active listener, and you won't be able to listen the topic clearly and nicely.
I like to try somebody else from your center. May like to try somebody else.
Get Odisha, sir.
Somebody is raising hand at the back. I am able to see him. Let him come in the front and share. Yes, sir. Please come in the front. We are talking to Amity University. We'll come back to you also.
Pramod sir, this is Rikhil. We have met earlier also.
Okay, Rikhil.
Sir, here I want to say a few words like Pakistan, it triggers our emotions. In present context of JNU, we are talking about JNU or anti-nationalists. It is like a trigger, or in case of Jat agitation, if we are talking to somebody, the word Jat itself is triggering emotions right now.
Right. Very right, sir. I'm so glad to see you here again, sir. I remember meeting at Kandaghat.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Very nice to see you here again. Yes, you are very right. Everybody has his or her own sensitivity about certain words. You may be very sensitive about certain words which trigger you, which puts the trigger for you, and the moment those words are uttered by the speaker, you get emotionally involved, or you get emotional, and then you don't want to listen to the other person. You always have some emotions attached to those words, those sensitive words maybe. So they become the barriers. Okay, somebody from Behrampur want to say something? Yes, sir.
No, something wrong.
Yes, sir. Can you listen me?
Yes, we are able to listen you very loud and clear, sir.
There's a similar kind of example also I wanted to give you, sir. Emotional triggering. If somebody belongs to an Orthodox family and he believes in believes a lot in God and all those things. If somebody a seminar might be going on related to you should not believe in blind belief on all these things. and it may create an emotional trigger, and it can bring emotional trigger and can divert the listener.
Yes, I agree with you. You have a tendency to say, I cannot stand it. The person who gets triggered by that sensitive word, he say, I cannot stand it. Internally, maybe sometimes loudly also. How can you say that? He is trying to say in his mind, how can you say that? Because he is not able to accept, because his emotion has been triggered by that red flag word. The other person may not be talking negative about that. He may be talking positive or neutral, but you are so emotionally attached with that word. The moment that word is uttered, the trigger is on. The fire is there. All right. So thank you so much, sir. You are very right. Now, another barrier can be gap searching. We have talked about that. We will elaborate here. Let me go to the most important slide here. The most important slide in my whole presentation before I come to the audio exercise with all of you. Gap searching. Gap searching. जब आप pause लेते हैं और as a listener, somebody is, let us say as a listener, you are listening somebody, he or she is pausing, वो बीच में थोड़ा सा सांस लेता है, और you are searching for that gap, that becomes a barrier. फिर आप उसकी बात नहीं सुन रहे होते, you are trying to find that pause, that gap where you can jump in. Okay, that becomes a barrier in your listening. All right. So now, stages of listening process. My dear friends, if you understand these stages of listening process, my 90% problems, I would say 100% problems are over in communication skills. This is very important. I would request each center to kindly note down these stages. Note it down on your mind or on your notebooks, paper and pencils. The first stage, before we say that listening process is complete, there are certain stages. Stage number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 also. The first stage is hearing. It starts with your physical senses. आप किसी को सुनते हो कानों से. Start with hearing. All right? No problems here. The second stage is सुना, फिर आपने ध्यान से उस मैसेज को सुना. Focus on that message. You withdraw your senses from everything else and focus on that. Focus यही करते हैं. When we do in the physics में, हम लैब में एक्सपेरिमेंट कर रहे होते हैं, हम लेंस यूज करते हैं. The lens focuses everything and put it on the on a particular point. So you are trying to draw your attention from everything else and focus on that what you are hearing is the second stage. All right, not difficult. If you want to be a good listener, hear and then draw your focus on what you are hearing. अपना ध्यान जो है उस तरफ लगाइए. Okay. Number third stage is comprehending and interpreting. Now you start applying your mind. First time when you are trying to understand what other person is saying, उसकी comprehension करते हैं, and then try to interpret. उसका मतलब, उसका meaning draw करने की कोशिश करते हैं. Interpretation means meaning, drawing the meaning out of it. Comprehend and draw meaning. Understand? 3 stages, no disputes. Fourth one, whatever you have understood, जो आपने meaning लिया, then you try to analyze and evaluate. उसको आपने analyze किया, एक तो उसने अपना directly meaning ले लिया, अपने literally meaning उसने समझ लिया आपने. Then you try to analyze what he or she is trying to say by this and evaluate. All right. analyze and evaluate. The fourth stage is complete to all of you. And then, my dear friends, you respond. Then you respond. After analyzing and evaluating, then you are responding to what he has said or she has said to you. Now, if you want your students to remember, if you want to remember what the other person is saying, you have to follow stage number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you will remember. Then you will remember. If there is a failure at the hearing, आपने सुना ही नहीं, you will never remember. If you have not put your focus on that, आपका mind तो कहीं और था, then also you don't remember. सारे yes. आपने यदि सुन भी लिया और अपना focus भी ले लिया, but you have not comprehended, सारे कैंसर. आपने सुना भी, मतलब भी ले लिया और उसको एनालाइज नहीं करा, एवेल्युएट नहीं करा, अगेन सारे कैंसर. रिस्पॉन्ड नहीं करा, आपके कुछ डाउट थे, नहीं पूछे, you wanted to have some questions but you didn't respond to that, again remember, you will never remember that. You will remember only things when you are able to respond. The respond can be yes, respond can be I have a doubt, respond can be anything. All right, now a very important message is there in these stages which I wanted to get your attention on. Now focus on stage number 1, hearing. The next 3 stages, focus, comprehension and analysis. If you delete these 3 stages, hearing, and then what will come? Reaction. Hearing and reaction. जब आपने सुना और रिएक्ट कर दिया, जैसे किसी ने कोई बात कही, आपने फटाक से बात जवाब दे दिया without yes. So, and I said in a good communication you must respond, convert all your reactions into response, and to respond I have given you the formula here. I have given you the steps how you can convert your reactions into responding. If you want to respond, you have to be focusing on the message, understanding him, and analyze and evaluate, then respond. In the absence of these 3 stages, we react and we enter into an argument and the fight is there. उसने ये कह दिया, उसने ये कह दिया, उसने ये. We react, and then we don't remember कि हमने कैसे reaction करा था. The other person said on so and so stage you reacted very badly. You say no, I have not reacted. You don't even remember that you have reacted. All right, are you with me on this? And my dear friends, is it difficult thing to do? Each one of us can do this. If I know that I lack in comprehension, I lack in analysis, I lack in responding, I can improve upon that stage. You yourself are your best judge where you lack. If you are not lacking anywhere, clap to yourself that you are a good listener, and be sure that you are a good communicator. You can never go wrong if you are following these stages in your listening skills. All right. My dear friends, time is not permitting me to go further on other aspects. Let me go, as I mentioned to you, to the commandments. Before I go for the exercise, audio exercise based on an audio, we will be doing some exercise on the your listening skills, how good listener you are. I have so many exercises with me, maybe more than 100 exercises, but we will play one exercise here, which is possible under this ICT mode. But before that, let me cover very quickly now the 10 commandments in listening skills. That was done by Keith Davis. if you follow these commandments, these principles, these rules, all of us can become good listeners again. Okay, what are those commandments? Number one is stop talking. When somebody is talking, you stop talking as a listener. Stop talking. Stop talking. If I am a good talk, if I am monopolizer, I stop talking. If I am completer, stop talking. Keep telling yourself, stop talking. All right? Difficult thing? Yes. Put the talker at ease. Second commandment says, put the talker at ease. जो बोल रहा है उसको कंफर्टेबल जोन में होके बोलने दीजिए. With that example I told you, when my son has so many things to say, we were putting him at ease. In Punjabi, we use a word, when we talk to each other, we use a word hungara parna. Hungara parna? I do not know its English translation. Confirmation. Just confirming, yes. Let me say with the example to my friends who are not able to understand Punjabi or Hindi. Hungara parna means when somebody is saying something to you, you say yes, you say hanji, you say ji. In Punjabi we say he is saying, he is on, you keep on saying yes, ji, hanji. In your own language, you must be having different ways to put the talker at ease, that you are conveying him, that you are with him, you are listening to him. Aajkal, in today's time, I find hungara parna is going. I do not find people. It is out of fashion to put the talker at ease. Many times when I am talking, I am waiting for other person to say yes or He is not saying. I am waiting for him. I am pausing for him to say yes or but he is not saying. Then I tell him, because you say yes. Okay, sir, I am listening to you. I said, okay, no, I do not know that you are listening to me. You say yes. You say Then only I am sure that you are listening to me. Otherwise, I feel that no, you are not listening to me. Are you getting my point? What I am trying to say. Make your children, make your students, make yourself of the habit of hungara parna. We will. I remember. My grandmother, for example, at that time, they were such a good empathetic listeners. वो रो पड़ते थे दूसरे के साथ. हुंगारा तो पढ़ते थे. हाँ जी हाँ, चक दांगे. बहुत माड़ा होया. So whatever they were saying was putting the other person, not only that ease, but empathizing the other person. Empathetic list. They were very, very good empathetic list. But we are now missing that in our culture. But Keith Davies says, if you want to be a good listener, put the other person at ease. Show him that you want to listen. Show him. Hanji haan, doso. Yes, please say on. Show him that you want to listen. Yes. Remove distractions. Remove distractions. Suppose somebody visits me. My friend Paramjit, he visits me. He has something to share with me in my office, and I am making PPTs for my session tomorrow morning. And I tell him that I am listening to you. You don't mind, I am making my PowerPoints also. Now, PowerPoint is a distraction for my listening. It is a distraction for him to say, he said, "Prasa, pehle aap 100 kadam kar lijiye, main baitha hu yahan pe." No? I'm just giving you one example. You may be busy in so many other things. When you're listening, मैं कुछ कर रहे हैं, driving कर रहे हैं, कुछ भी कर रहे हैं. Nowadays we say that do not listen to your mobile phone when you are driving. You listen to the persons coming from the front, coming on your sides. Listen to the red lights. It's trying to say something, or traffic is also communicating to you. But then if you are busy in talking somebody on that mobile phone, that is a distraction. You are not listening to the traffic around you and not able to take right kind of decisions, and an accident happens. I have seen many accidents happening when the people are distraction, and accidents happen in our conversations also when we are being distracted. ये अपनी बात करके चले गए, फिर मैं बाद में कहता हूँ परमजीत आया था मेरे पास यार, उसमें मैं बिजी था, he was talking something very useful to me, मैंने कुछ शब्द सुन लिए, फिर then I get back to him कि परमजीत आप बताओ यार क्या कह रहे थे आप. No? So remove distractions, my dear friends, all physical, mental, psychological distractions. Or you can tell him कि just wait for 2 minutes, then I can pay your full ears and mind to the person who is listening to you. Empathize with him, my dear friends. Put yourself into the position of the speaker. Empathize with him. You will start finding that, when you are a good listener, you will relationships in your family, in your friends, in your office will suddenly drastically start improving. Empathize. Empathize समझते हैं ना आप? Put yourself in the position of the speaker and then listen to him. Be patient. No substitute. To be patient. अपनी बारी का इंतजार करिए. Do not cut. Hold your temper. आपको बड़ा गुस्सा आ रहा है. Hold your temper. Emotional trigger on हो चुका है. आपके अंदर आग लग रही है. No. Hold your temper. Go easy on argument and criticism. We have talked about that. Go easy. Give rest to your arguments. Give rest to your criticism. Even if there is something to be criticized, give rest to it. Ask questions. Asking questions will put the talker on ease also, and that makes you good listener also. Ask questions. If there is any question, ask question. Have more clarifications. And then the last one again, what is the first one? Stop talking. Golden rule is stop talking. When somebody is talking, you stop talking as a good listener. My dear friends, I like to stop here. There are so many things which we have covered largely. All these things. Note taking के बारे में मैं सिर्फ इतना ही कहूँगा. Do not hesitate to take notes. Make your students habit of taking notes. Review your notes immediately after the talk. After the conversation is over, try to recall what has been said. After 1 week, even notes will be, you will not be able to understand your own notes. It happens all the time. If I now open my MTech degree notes, which I prepared in 84, I don't remember even a small thing out of that. It becomes very difficult. So whatever things you want to note it down, and it's a good idea to put a small piece of paper or a small pad near the telephone so that you can make the notes there. Remember, recall whatever has to be done, whatever note has to be done. Or if you're good in memory, make the mental notes. Do not hesitate. But then review your notes. Reviewing of notes is very important. Many times, whatever we are noting down, after going back, we never look at it. So that is a bad thing. My dear friends, God be with you. Thank you very much for your patience, listening, and I really enjoyed my sessions with all of you. Any questions on listening skills from any centers or my friends sitting here? Yes. I will be sending you the references also, which I refer to for preparing these PowerPoints and making my presentations. Any questions, my dear friends? Let me go to one of the centers and then we can go for the listening exercise now. Any question from the house here? इसको बंद ही कर देता हूँ. Any questions here? Can we go to one of the centers?
Sir, I had one small question. How can we motivate our students? Yes, sir. RTU Kota, sir. I'm Dr. Idam Alvi speaking from here. Sir, I wanted to ask you, how can we motivate our students to pay more attention and to develop these listening skills that are so essential? How can we motivate our students?
Yeah, motivation is a very big subject. I like to start with only one thing. Tomorrow, I think I have lecture on tomorrow. Ma'am, I will be covering your question tomorrow in my presentation skills. But let me here itself say that if you want to motivate your student to listen to you in the classroom, you have to get their attention. You have to get their mind. Please switch off your mics. You have to get the minds of the student what you are saying. You have to motivate them, means you have to get their minds on what you want to say. You spend more time in explaining the significance of what you are teaching in the classroom, how it is significant to them, how it is significant in the life. You know, if you spend more time on that, then they will be motivated. मैं जो भी बात कर रहा हूं वो आपके लिए क्यों इंपॉर्टेंट है, उसका क्या सिग्निफिकेंस है. What will happen if I do not talk about it? What will happen if this topic is not covered in the class today and you don't pay attention? What will happen? Spend some time on that, and then I feel that you will be able to draw students' attention on that. Dr. Alvi, am I making some sense to you? All right.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. It was nice. Thank you. Thanks for the session.
Interest that will come only through when they find significant. Relate to them. Somebody else?
Yes, I am from MIT University.
Yes, sir.
Actually, you were talking about listening, na?
Yes.
And listening, there are two parties, speaker and listener.
Yes, and they interchange the positions.
And whatever you have shared, that was from the listener's point of view.
Yes.
Effective speaking is one of the key element of effective listening.
Yes.
So what are factors responsible so that speaker is speaking effectively in such a way so that automatically the attention of listener is acquired?
There are so many factors. Yesterday, if you have attended our first session, that was devoted only on functional English and oral communication. But let me say that your articulation,
before you share, I want to share something.
Yes, please go on.
Basically, one of understanding about concept of listening is it is a process of speaking in the listening of the people.
Okay.
And speaking in the listening means the attention is automatically acquired. And listening is not controlled by the listeners, rather it is controlled by the speaker.
All right. All right.
So what are factors?
There are so many factors, but I am saying one is able to relate. The most important factor is you should be able to relate in context, relevant, and your other competencies like articulation, pronunciation, and other things are important. But your contents should be significant or important or relation or in context with what the other person wants to listen to.
For effective listening, three mental faculties are working simultaneously: eyes, ears, and mind.
Yes.
If we can give something by using multimedia or various kind of resources, we can attract the attention of through eyes, through ears, and through mind.
Yes.
Then speaker can control the listening.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So somebody from
Hello, it's from JCRC, Jaipur.
Yes, sir.
One question from this side.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I am RAS, Department of English here.
Yes.
We are thankful to you for your very enlightening, now talk. And I personally feel I have gained much from your speech. Now, one question that is intriguing my mind is, sir, these days in this Buddhist world, they want to show their learning. There is no limit. So how can I be patient with them? Could you kindly guide us and offer us some tips?
Yes. First of all, I must thank you for gracing my class here and sharing very valuable thing which you have shared just now is that at any stage we can be learner, and everyone is already knows many things about many things. But then if you have an attitude to learn, you will be able to learn still, even from a small child. I always say the child is the father of a man. We always keep learning from anybody. Coming specifically to your question about patience, there is a process called introspection and autosuggestion. Introspection and autosuggestion. First of all, introspection means you try to know yourself. Am I an impatient listener? That is your introspection part. If you are able to understand that you fall in the category of those listeners who are impatient, then you have to auto-suggestion. Being aware that I am an impatient listener will help you in overcoming that. It will help you in holding on your interruptions and your other things also. So I personally have tried it, and I have been successful in myself and to my students also, that you try to find out if you feel that you have a problem of being impatient, then you tell yourself by auto suggestion that I am a impatient. Oh, Pramod, you must cool down, you must cool down, hold on, stop talking, listen to him. I keep on drawing my focus and I can be more patient. I hope, sir, I am able to add value to whatever you have said just now.
Thank you so much, sir, for all this answer.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other question from any other center?
Yeah, sir, from here. From
yes.
Pune. From Pune, Hinjawadi, sir.
Yes, madam.
May I ask
from Hinjawadi, Pune. Yes, ma'am.
So it's a very informative session. I just wanted to, means like you told about so many types of listener. So means like out of these listener can we convert one type of listener into another? Like monopolitics listener can be converted into some other type of listener. Is it possible?
Yes, it is very much possible. Those were the types of listeners we should all avoid. And at one stage or the other, in one situation or the other, we try to fall in some of those categories. But if you feel that largely you fall in one category of listener among all of them, then by your own that stages which I shared with you, the stages of listening, you can overcome all of them.
Thank you, sir.
You can overcome all of them.
It means like these are all inside our, means these all type of listener are present inside ourselves, and we can convert one type of listener into other. Is it?
Yes, definitely, surely. And follow the 10 commandments. Follow the 10 commandments also.
Okay. Thank you.
Like the Moses in Exodus in the Old Testament gave you 10 commandments to live life. In the Exodus, there is a 10 commandments by Moses. Similarly, Kate give you the 10 commandments listening skills also. Any questions from any other center? Or we go to the exercise now. I will be playing now one audio. This is a commencement speech. Some of you might have heard it earlier, but nevertheless, I have heard it many times, but I like to listen to it again and again. This is a speech given by Steve Jobs at Harvard University on the commencement in 2005. and this speech is about his life story. And I have borrowed the voice of one professor in Punjab University, Dr. Chanchal Narang, for this speech, because I have the original speech of Steve Jobs also, but that has a American accent. Some of you may not be able to follow that American accent here in this mode of ICT. So I have borrowed the voice of Madam Dr. Chanchal Narang from Punjab University. She is a professor in communication skills in the law department there. Very good teacher and very good in communication. You listen to this speech. At the end of the speech, try to jot down 3 main points of the speech. Now you have to listen to it very carefully. There will be many points coming to your mind, but 3 main points that you draw from this speech, write it down. And I request the coordinators at various centers to compile the main points from your center and email me by tomorrow. Tomorrow in the evening. Today, after listening to the speech, you can go home and give your findings to the coordinators, and they can compile them together. Then there will be a list of, let us say, 20 points, 15 points coming from each center, and I like to see that. And from the audience sitting here, I want each one of you to jot down 3 points. It's very inspiring, very good speech, outstanding speech given by Steve Jobs. Kindly enjoy the speech and listen carefully. Be on the point, be on that word and sentence and phrase where it is. If you will now yourself realize, okay, what are the barriers, what are the good listening and all those things by this exercise. I will request Mr. Paramjit to kindly switch on.
Hello, Andhra Pradesh. Ma'am, are you able to listen to us? Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Please tell me, sir.
Sir, now I'm going to say the audio file.
Audio is fine, sir.
Now, listen to the speech by Steve Jobs.
Sir, it is clear?
Yeah, it's clear, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Now, listen to the speech by Steve Jobs, CEO of Apple Computer and of Pixar Animation Studio on June 12, 2005.
Text of the commencement address at Stanford delivered by Steve Jobs, CEO of Apple Computer and of Pixar Animation Studios on June 12, 2005. I am honored to be with you today at your commencement from one of the finest universities in the world. I never graduated from college. Truth be told, this is the closest I have ever gotten to a college graduation. Today, I want to tell you 3 stories from my life. That's it. No big deal. Just 3 stories. The first story is about connecting the dots. I dropped out of Reed College after the first 6 months, but then stayed around as a drop-in for another 18 months or so before I really quit. So why did I drop out? It started before I was born. My biological mother was a young, unwed college graduate student, and she decided to put me up for adoption. She felt very strongly that I should be adopted by college graduates. So everything was all set for me to be adopted at birth by a lawyer and his wife. Except that when I popped out, they decided at the last minute that they really wanted a girl. So my parents, who were on a waiting list, got a call in the middle of the night asking, "We have an unexpected baby boy. Do you want him?" They said. Of course, my biological mother later found out that my mother had never graduated from college and that my father had never graduated from high school. She refused to sign the final adoption papers. She only relented a few months later when my parents promised that I would someday go to college. And 17 years later, I did go to college. But I naively chose a college that was almost as expensive as Stanford. And all of my working class parents' savings were being spent on my college tuition. After 6 months, I couldn't see the value in it. I had no idea what I wanted to do with my life and no idea how college was going to help me figure it out. And here I was spending all of the money my parents had saved their entire life. It was pretty scary at the time, but looking back, it was one of the best decisions I ever made. The minute I dropped out, I could stop taking the required classes that didn't interest me and begin dropping in on the ones that looked interesting. It wasn't all romantic. I didn't have a dorm room, so I slept on the floor in the friends' rooms. I returned Coke bottles for the 5 cents deposits to buy food with, and I would walk the 7 miles across town every Sunday night to get one good meal a week at the Hare Krishna temple. I loved it. And much of what I stumbled into by following my curiosity and intuition turned out to be the priceless later on. Let me give you one example. Reed College at that time offered perhaps the best calligraphy instruction in the country. Throughout the campus, every poster, every label on every drawer was beautifully hand calligraphed. Because I had dropped out and didn't have to take the normal classes, I decided to take a calligraphy class to learn how to do this. I learned about serif and sans serif typefaces, about varying the amount of space between different letter combinations, about what makes great typography great. It was beautiful, historical, artistically subtle in a way that science can't capture, and I found it fascinating. None of this had even a hope of any practical application in my life. But 10 years later, when we were designing the first Macintosh computer, it all came back to me, and we designed it all into the Mac. It was the first computer with beautiful typography. If I had never dropped in on that single course in college, the Mac would have never had multiple typefaces or proportionally spaced fonts. And since Windows just copied the Mac, it's likely that no personal computer would have them. If I had never dropped out, I would have never dropped in on this calligraphy class, and personal computers might not have the wonderful typography that they do. Of course, it was impossible to connect the dots looking forward when I was in college. But it was very, very clearly looking backwards 10 years later. Again, you can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backwards. So you have to trust that the dots will somehow connect in your future. You have to trust in something, your gut, destiny. I was lucky. I found what I love to do early in life. And I started Apple in my parents' garage when I was 20. We worked hard, and in 10 years, Apple had grown from just the two of us in a garage into a $2 billion company with over 4,000 employees. We had just released our finest creation, the Macintosh, a year earlier, and I had just turned 30. And then I got fired. How can you get fired from a company you started? Well, as Apple grew, we hired someone who I thought was very talented to run the company with me. And for the first year or so, things went well. But then our visions of the future began to diverge, and eventually we had a falling out. When we did, our board of directors sided with him. So at 30, I was out, and very publicly out. What had been the focus of my entire adult life was gone, and it was devastating. I really didn't know what to do for a few months. I felt that I had let the previous generation of entrepreneurs down, that I had dropped the baton as it was being passed to me. I met with David Packard and Bob Noyce and tried to apologize for screwing up so badly. I was a very public failure, and I even thought about running away from the valley. But something slowly began to dawn on me. I still loved what I did. The turn of events at Apple had not changed that one bit. I had been rejected, but I was still in love, and so I decided to start over. I didn't see it then, but it turned out that getting fired from Apple was the best thing that could have ever happened to me. The heaviness of being successful was replaced by the lightness of being a beginner again, less sure about everything. It freed me to enter one of the most creative periods of my life. During the next 5 years, I started a company named Next, another company named Pixar, and fell in love with an amazing woman who would become my wife. Pixar went on to create the world's first computer animated feature film, Toy Story, and is now the most successful animation studio in the world. In a remarkable turn of events, Apple bought Next. I returned to Apple, and the technology we developed at Next is at the heart of Apple's current renaissance. And Laureen and I have a wonderful family together. I'm pretty sure none of this world would have happened if I hadn't been fired from Apple. It was awful tasting medicine, but I guess the patient needed it. Sometimes life hits you in the head with a brick. Don't lose faith. I'm convinced that the only thing that kept me going was that I loved what I did. You've got to find what you love, and that is as true for your work as it is for your lovers. Your work is going to fill a large part of your life, and the only way to be truly satisfied is to do what you believe is great work. And the only way to do great work is to love what you do. If you haven't found it yet, keep looking. Don't settle, as with all matters of heart, you will know when you find it. And like any great relationship, it just gets better and better as the years roll on. So keep looking until you find it. Don't settle. And now I move on to the third story. It's about death. When I was 17, I read a quote that went something like, "If you live each day as if it was your last, someday you will most certainly be right." This quote made an impression on me, and since then, for the past 33 years, I have looked in the mirror every morning and asked myself, if today were the last day of my life, would I want to do what I am about to do today? And whenever the answer has been no, for too many days in a row, I know I need to change something. Remembering that I will be dead soon is the most important tool I've ever encountered to help me make the big choices in life. Because almost everything, all external expectations, all pride, all fear of embarrassment or failure, these things just fall away in the face of death, leaving only what is truly important. Remembering that you're going to die is the best way I know to avoid the trap of thinking you have something to lose. You're already naked. There is no reason not to follow your heart. About a year ago, I was diagnosed with cancer. I had a scan at 7:30 in the morning, and it clearly showed a tumor on my pancreas. I didn't even know what a pancreas was. The doctors told me this was almost certainly a type of cancer that is incurable, and that I should expect to live no longer than 3 to 6 months. My doctor advised me to go home and get my affairs in order, which is doctor's code for prepare to die. It means to try to tell your kids everything you thought you would have the next 10 years to tell them in just a few months. It means to make sure everything is buttoned up so that it will be as easy as possible for your family. It means to say your goodbyes. I lived with that diagnosis all day. Later that evening, I had a biopsy, where they stuck an endoscope down my throat, through my stomach, and into my intestines, put a needle into my pancreas, and got a few cells from the tumor. I was sedated, but my wife was there, told me that when they viewed the cells under a microscope, the doctor started crying because it turned out to be a very rare form of pancreatic cancer that is curable with surgery. I had the surgery and I'm fine now. This was the closest I've been to facing death. And I hope it's the closest I get for a few more decades. Having lived through it, I can now say this to you with a bit more certainty that when death was a useful but purely intellectual concept, no one wants to die. Even people who go to heaven don't want to die to get there. And yet, death is the destination we all share. No one has ever escaped it. And that is as it should be, because death is very likely the single best invention of life. It is life's change agent. It clears out the old to make way for the new. Right now, the new is you. But someday, not too long from now, you will gradually become the old and be cleared away. Sorry to be so dramatic, but it is quite true. Your time is limited. So don't waste it living someone else's life. Don't be trapped by dogma, which is living with the results of other people's thinking. Don't let the noise of others' opinion Drown out your own inner voice, and most important, have the courage to follow your heart and intuition. They somehow already know what you truly want to become. Everything else is secondary. When I was young, there was an amazing publication called The Whole Earth Catalogue, which was one of the Bibles of my generation. It was created by a fellow named Stewart Brand, not far from here in Menlo Park, and he brought it to life with his poetic touch. This was in the late 1960s, before personal computers and desktop publishing. So, it was all made with typewriters, scissors, and Polaroid cameras. It was sort of like Google in the paperback form. 35 years before Google came along. It was idealistic and overflowing with neat tools and great notions. Stewart and his team put out several issues of the Whole Earth Catalogue, and then, when it had run its course, they put out a final issue. It was the mid-1970s, and I was your age. On the back cover of their final issue was a photograph of an early morning country road, the kind you might find yourself hitchhiking on if you were so adventurous. Beneath it were the words, "Stay hungry, stay foolish." It was their farewell message as they signed off, "Stay hungry, stay foolish." And I have always wished that for myself. And now, as you graduate to begin anew, I wish that for you. Stay hungry, stay foolish. Thank you all very much.
That is the end of the speech. Now, write 3 main points of the speech.
Should I make announcement now? Well, friends, that was the speech, and I am sure that you must have enjoyed the speech. A small correction. I said this speech was given by Steve Jobs in Harvard, but it was in the Stanford University, not at Harvard. You will be hearing a commencement speech, if time permits, at the Harvard University by some other speaker, maybe during one of the sessions again. But then this was a speech given by Steve Jobs at Stanford University. And I am sure that you must have got inspiration. And there was no video, there was no visual clues. So you actually have to close your eyes to listen to this speech very carefully and closely. And this speech, the original speech is also available on the YouTube by Steve Jobs. You can listen to that again. And this speech is also available on our web portal also. You know, everything which is proceeding here is put on the YouTube also. Now I will like to close this session, and with a request to all the coordinators to kindly collect the 3 points from each participant and compile them together and send me across the email. You have my emails with you. My dear friends, I like to have one small announcement for the various centers. Kindly type the list of participants in a Word format, maybe 2003 or 2016. I'm now using 2016 Word, and you kindly type it and circulate among the participants so that there is no spelling errors, and send it to me through email so that I can start the certification process. And also make sure that you are getting the attendance for morning and evening attendance of all participants at all the centers, which you have to send to me after the program is over. My dear friends, enjoy your evening, and tomorrow we have very interesting session in the morning on articulation and pronunciation by Dr. Archana R. Singh, about which I mentioned to you on the first day. This is the heart of the whole course. Kindly request all the participants who are not present today in this session, or those who have left, tell your students also to attend that session. There's a lot to learn from Dr. Archana R. Singh. She is a very senior professor in Punjab University. Enjoy your evening, and we meet at 9:30 sharp in the morning so that we don't get delayed in the sessions. Thank you so much.